the stubborn and cheerful princess of the impoverished Western Empire, Lady Ellis. And Prince Lachlan comes from the Northern Kingdom, disguised as a political hostage. The prince's humiliation and the princess's desire to turn a new and pathetic barbarian hostage into her servant. The protection of private property in the person of an individual. This hostage really becomes an integral part of the girl's life. Annoying conversations about duty, as princesses, represent an ocean of doubts, and a thirst for freedom, support from the maid, the right words, because the fact that Ellis is a princess does not take away her right to be a normal girl. False promises and hopes are so tasty for a child's mind. Sincerity was just a game. And what is happening now? Doubts about how this could have come about if there had been no lie. But a faithful companion cannot betray, and has nothing to do with the death of the family. How painful it is for the young maiden's heart. The servant regrets what happened. Gunpowder mixed with tears, childhood loves, mutual love and pain. How did it all turn out like this? Tears of pain and despair, fear, and a sense of betrayal sprang from her eyes. How did she deserve such pettiness from her loved one? When dawn breaks and the sun tinges the whole continent red, someone begins to hum their song about the once glorious empire of Theodore. Someone begins to hum their song about the once glorious empire of Theodore. May praise and glory come to those who fought for love and freedom on this continent. The once great empire was divided into Eastern and Western. After 3 years of conflict with neighboring kingdoms, a peace agreement was signed to exchange hostages as a form of reconciliation. Somewhere near the palace, the happy and worried cries of children are heard. The young princess of the Western Empire, Theodore, in front of her servant, easily climbs a vine to the wall. The little servant is very worried about his mistress escaping. While climbing, she asks the boy to keep this escape a secret between them. The young man is puzzled and ashamed by the princess's gesture, because he himself is well aware that she cannot do such a thing. The young lady hurried to meet her teacher Carol to show her sword skills. Running to the meeting place, she immediately noticed her teacher. Teacher Carol was sitting under a grape tree and was clearly dialoguing with someone. A wonderful idea came to the girl how to surprise the teacher, and she hid among the nearby bushes. While bringing a grape to her mouth, Carol suddenly heard a crunching sound among the bushes and smiled, realizing what kind of guest had visited him today. Suddenly the princess, sword in hand, lunged into battle with her teacher. But the unexpected attack failed in return. She received a retaliatory blow on the forehead with a grape from the teacher. The sword immediately fell from the girl's hands from the blow, and she clutched her head in pain. Carol sarcastically says she wants to see the face of that daredevil who dared to attack him from behind, but she only sees the princess sitting on the floor holding her head. Sarcastically but kindly, she turns to the girl and asks who did this to her. Carol suggests that he could be the criminal and promises to definitely catch him. The young lady asks her teacher not to laugh at her, assuring him that next time she will succeed. An unknown interlocutor, located somewhere behind, is interested in what the professor is doing. Seeing a good moment to meet, he decides to introduce the young people. Carol officially introduces the heiress of her kingdom, Princess Ellis. Separating the branches of the ripe grapes, someone's dark, childish hand peers out. A dark-skinned young man, the son of a neighboring kingdom, Prince Lachlan, emerges from the shadows. This is the first meeting of the two heirs of previously warring kingdoms. The princess is clearly surprised by this unexpected meeting. Elise cannot believe that this short boy is Lachlan. Apparently, due to the surprise she received, she speaks quite offensively about hair color, the prince's skin and height. The wayward princess is heartbroken by the injustice of the hostage exchange agreement and screams for her brother to be returned to her. Carol says that even if the princess wants him, Alex is probably already in the capital of Saga. This truth greatly annoyed the young princess. Meanwhile, the master explained to the prince that the hostage sent to Saga was Eli's twin. Carol apologized for the princess's behavior. She was sad about being separated from her brother, because of which she cannot behave according to her status. After hearing the mentor, Lachlan looked at his new acquaintance compensator, but then he turned his gaze to the floor. The master suggested that the young people take some rest and then meet the emperor. The young man bowed politely with his hand on his heart, thanking Carol. The young maiden's attention was focused on the bright red stone on the hostage's dagger. Blue eyes kept looking at the stone, remembering that such a beautiful ruby wasn't even in her father's crown, which drew her closer and closer to look closer. The girl reached out, wanting to take it and look without permission. The teacher, foreseeing the worst, tried to stop his student. For such brazen behavior, the boy struck the princess on the hand, preventing her from touching the dagger. The girl was surprised by such an action, but did not want to stop. She needed to achieve her goal. Almost having reached her goal, the dagger was almost in her hands. But at that very moment, she did not feel the ground under her feet. The young man intercepted the princess. As soon as she found herself weightless, she was already flying towards the floor again. Having knocked the girl onto the tiles, the prince and princess exchanged assessing glances. Sitting on the tiles, angry and not understanding what had happened, Ellis tried to say something. Insulted, she yells at the hostage that she only wanted to see his dagger. The boy stepped away from the princess, covering his dagger with his hand. It was unclear what he was thinking now. Approaching the girl, the teacher calmed her down and told her that daggers for these people are their property. They are sacred and inviolable. He explained that they are carefully guarded and can only be touched with the owner's permission. Ellis realized that the barbarian had deliberately knocked her down while protecting the dagger, which meant that the teacher's words were true. The girl was eager to know what her new acquaintance was capable of and, taking advantage of her position, announced that he must be punished for his boldness in offending the princess, blackmailing the hostage with his own kingdom, and his sincerity towards his homeland amazed the prince. The young man admitted his guilt and said he was ready to take only all the responsibility. Looking down, he asked not to be angry with his king and to give him absolutely any punishment. The girl, with a smile on her face and satisfied with herself, sat aside with her legs crossed. Smiling and laughing cunningly, Ellis made an intriguing pause, clearly knowing what punishment she was about to announce. Moving closer to the prince, laughing, she said that she wanted him to become her servant. The little servant was amazed, became confused, and stood open-mouthed. The boy was surprised that the princess, having just stepped out a minute ago, had already brought a stranger with her. Full of joy, she introduced Lachlan to the little servant, calling the latter her new servant. Deep in the servant's soul, total chaos reigned. He realized that he was out of a job. The teacher lightly tapped the princess on the head, telling her not to be so arrogant. The man explained that she must not forget that her hostage is the same blood heir as she is. Wagging his finger, he said that the princess could not intimidate him, but she had no intention of doing so. The teacher smiled, satisfied, reminding the girl that she still had work to do. The heirs walked silently through the richly decorated White Hall, followed by a little servant carrying a huge pile of papers. Their gazes crossed. The young man did not understand why she was looking at him, and the girl felt ashamed. The princess remembered how, not long ago, a newly appointed servant easily knocked her to the floor. She didn't think at all that he intended to tie them up in any way. She just wanted to teach them a lesson. The lady began to look at the young man all over, tracing circles around him. Lachlan cautiously asked what princess Her Majesty wanted to achieve from him walking in circles. The princess remembered the boy's words, that he was ready to bear the punishment only, to which a positive answer followed. The girl once again clarified if the young man would do something, and smiled sarcastically, affirmatively at the answer. With a wave of her hand, Ellis points to a table piled high with huge stacks of papers. The princess decided to challenge Klein to complete her task, arguing that he was now her companion. The little maid realizes that this is not entirely correct, and the girl, putting her finger to her lips, asks him not to tell anyone. The hostage looked around at all the papers he had to deal with in amazement. He remembered how his uncle taught him to read and write Latin as a child, but he had never had to deal with such a large amount of articles. However, precisely because of this, he was here, and he closed the book. With scrolls in their hands, looking at the architecture on both sides, they walked through the institute. The young man looked towards the room, from where the active achievements of something were heard. The hostage was here to study her political etiquette and diplomacy. The princess said that Teacher Carol was meeting with other scientists in the institute, and urged him to hurry. The boy sighed in surprise and followed the girl. The young man promised himself that someday he would definitely help his brother make his kingdom prosper. The children studied hard together every day, but Ellis often slacked off, which is why she received reprimands from Carol. Lackland studied alone, secretly listening to some of the scientists' conversations. After the next completed tasks, Carol praises Lachlan and calls him talented, but the same cannot be said about Princess Theodora. Ellis was indignant because she also studies quite hard. The teacher said he did a good job. The teacher looked up, thought, and remembering something, invited the heirs to follow him. He went out into the courtyard and clapped several times. The boys came down to the street after the teacher. In the courtyard, there was a beautiful black horse, sturdy and with red eyes, and a servant was holding it. The princess cheerfully ran towards the horse, leaving everyone behind, not listening at all how the master warned her to be careful. The horse, startled by the abrupt sounds and movements in its direction, reared up and dropped the stable boy, and with a jump, rushed towards the girl, frightening her so much that she couldn't move. The young man did not hesitate, and, grabbing the horse during the jump, diverted attention to himself. The guy quickly and maneuverably saddled the enraged horse, like a true riding professional. Pulling the reins towards himself, the young man managed to push the animal away just before it jumped over Ellis. The princess's eyes widened, amazed by the smoothness and precision of her new companion's movements. While Lachlan appeased the horse, the teacher ran to the girl, who was recovering from the shock, and asked her if she was okay, if she was hurt. The prince leaned forward, hugged the black-maned horse, and whispered something in its ear, after which the animal reared up, but not to throw off the servant. But the princess got goosebumps. However, the horse no longer bucked, but calmly obeyed the young rider, and the girl's eyes twinkled. She realized that the hostage had not forced the horse to do anything, but rather, on the contrary, he had tamed it. After some time on horseback, Lachlan returned with his companions. Clearly satisfied with himself and the horse, the prince smiled smugly and stroked the horse's nose. Hiding behind the master, the girl asked what her companions said to the horse to make it start obeying him. The boy replied openly that he had said the phrase in his native language, "Run in the direction of the wind. Run with all your heart." The prince knew the horse well on a subconscious level. He had also been brought to this country recently and kept tied up, so he asked his companions to let him go. Carol understood the rider. Indeed, they brought the horse this morning, and it was difficult to tame. She also remembered that Lachlan's homeland was famous for horse breeding. That's why she suggested that the princess give this horse to the prince. A happy smile appeared on the boy's face. Ellis noticed that this was the first time she had seen Lachlan smile. Exhaling frustration, she decided to accept the master's proposal, and he smiled in relief. Carol knew that the princess found her title very difficult and preferred to act more like a child. Still, she should keep an eye on her. It will be useful for her brother in the future. Therefore, the master decided to offer the children an idea. Let His Highness Lachlan teach Eli's how to ride. Hearing the proposal, the horse exhaled loudly and stamped its hooves. The heirs simultaneously turned to Carol, surprised. Dull thuds were heard in the courtyard. The servants could no longer watch. The black horse had been despising the princess again and again for a long time. And then, another unsuccessful fall flat on the ground. The horse was clearly proud of itself. Turning his eyes away from the fallen girl, the prince said thoughtfully that riding is not that difficult. Getting up, the princess shouted in frustration, "You try it yourself." And naturally, everything went well for Lachlan. He said that in his kingdom, children from the age of 6 can ride and shoot. Tears appeared in the eyes of the girl, who rode a horse for the first time. The prince, frowning, turned his gaze to the crying princess. Lachlan saw himself in her from childhood, and remembered how his brother encouraged him by patting his head. The princess's eyes widened when she saw an outstretched hand in front of her. The servant grabbed and pulled Ellis by the elbow to meet him. He placed the princess in front of him on a horse, holding her hand with one hand and embracing her waist with the other. Taking the lady's hand, the prince placed a rein in the girl's hand. Eli's was surprised and frightened, which made her pull the reins towards herself. The companion whispered in her ear to calm down and not pull the reins so hard, embarrassing the lady. The girl thought, horses are as smart as people. You shouldn't be afraid of them or force them. You must show them respect. The young man hugged the girl and sweetly told her that when their bodies become one, the horse will stop throwing her to the ground. Believe in yourself and everything will be fine. And sitting together, they quickly rushed off on horseback. The wind blew and tangled her hair, but there was a happy smile on her face. That's what riding a horse is like. It's as if you are in the arms of the wind, a celestial feeling of life. The loose, curly hair tickled the prince's face. His heart beat characteristically. Feelings began to emerge. He let the princess go. She is now sufficiently trained in riding. In fact, she can ride herself, and she turned in surprise towards the prince. The golden hair hit the dark-skinned woman in the face, after which she jumped off the horse. The princess, who remained on horseback, pointed somewhere further ahead, saying that she had always wanted to go there, and headed in that direction, kicking up dust from the road behind her. The prince exhaled. Looking around, the boy walked out of the training field into the alley, accidentally bumping into one of the passing students. The scroll fell from the student's hands, and he yelled at the dark-skinned barbarian. The student recognized in the barbarian a newly arrived hostage from a small country. The self-assured boy spoke about the prince's clothes, calling them slave attire. A girl in the crowd suggested that since the barbarian had dark skin, he was dirty, and probably had lice. Lachlan did not tolerate such an attitude and began to defend himself. He introduced himself as the son of Saga and the princess's companion. The student sarcastically expressed that they had misunderstood him. It turns out the barbarian is a hostage in an exchange. The student dressed in purple approached the prince and asked why he, being a hostage and a friend of the princess, still wears Saga's clothes. With a command shout, he called a boy from the crowd. He ordered him to take off his clothes and exchange with the prince. Lachlan's eyes widened, contemplating what was happening. Apparently, that student was some kind of important person. The crowd surrounded the prince, closing in. He did not understand what was happening now. The children's hands began to grab the prince's elbows and clothes. They could really do this. The children began to forcefully remove the cloak from the prince's hand, and he, in turn, closed his eyes in disbelief at what was happening. They took off the jewels from his shoulders and already stuck their hands under his shirt, exposing his back. Why are they doing this? He came here as a hostage, only to conclude a peace agreement. The boys laughed at him. The prince looked at the floor in horror. They had gone too far. Composing himself, he began to shout and resist the boys holding him. He shouted for them to let him go, and he was ready to eliminate everyone. The boys quickly backed away when the prince grabbed his dagger. The student leader, horrified, called for the guards for help and described the dark-skinned person as dangerous. The boy adopted a defensive stance as the guards surrounded him and pointed spears at him. The prince held a dagger in his hand, ready to draw it from its sheath. The guards argued among themselves about the barbarian, telling them not to approach him, and compared him to a beast. The guy looked on in amazement and listened to all sorts of fabricated fables about himself from the guards. They didn't want to touch him, saying he was disgusting and should leave. It was chaos, repulsive voices. He covered his ears with his hands in a state of panic, trying to figure out how to silence them all. Suddenly, he heard a voice different from all the noise, saying there was a way to end his torment. Doubts, the voice told him, and the young man drew 3/4 of his dagger from the sheath. Doubts, the voice told him, and the young man drew 3/4 of his dagger from the sheath. The sound of hooves and the neighing of horses was heard, and the princess arrived. The instigator of the act fell from fear, and the girl, dismounting, announced that Lachlan was her servant and ordered the harassment to cease. Standing in front of the prince, surrounding and protecting him from the people, she said that only she could intimidate her companion. She looked threateningly, without any fear, into the eyes of the guards with her arms spread to the sides. A servant brought a letter from the secret envoy of the Western Empire to his king. The letter was accepted by a gentle hand with a snake-shaped gold bracelet. The servant looked bewildered through the translucent turquoise curtain. A small king with golden hair lay on the bed in the company of 2 older girls, and was reading. After finishing reading, he crumpled the letter in his hands and said that he would not allow the 2 countries to benefit from the hostage exchange. The king threw a wad of papers towards the servant and threw a handkerchief over his shoulders, and left his chambers to the sound of emerald jewelry. The crowd gathered in the throne room, where the first half asked His Majesty to restore justice. The student in the purple robe said he wanted to help the barbarian change clothes and maintain the greatness of the palace. Or he said that, as a result of her help, the princess not only hit, but almost trampled everyone who was on horseback. The king looked at his daughter with contempt and asked if those words were true. The princess stood up, sincerely defended the prince, thus acting according to her conscience. Ellis shook her fists at the boy in the purple dress. The king said displeasedly that the princess should have virtue. He really didn't understand how a princess and a twin could be so different. His Majesty looked at his daughter with disgust and called her stupid. The princess looked at her father in horror. She said that although she wants to be like her brother, she is still herself. The king called for Lachlan. The latter bowed respectfully. He praised the king of Saga and believed that the prince would be like his uncle, so he accepted the princess's friendship with him. He said that the young man should not instill courage in Ailey's because she is a princess. Someday the girl will definitely marry as a mother of the country. He asked the prince to observe the country's principles and wear traditional clothing. The king looked at the crowd again with an unsatisfied and assessing gaze, resting his head on his hand. Lachlan felt awkward at his majesty's words and became embarrassed. The students were glad that the barbarian had been put in his place. The prince tried to object to the king, but teacher Carol interrupted him. She came out in defense of the boy, saying that he had traveled a long way for the sake of friendship between the countries. So it was their kingdom that should respect the prince's appearance. Besides, the young man is young and misses his home, and he offered to allow him to keep part of the national costume. The king thought about it. The teacher's words made sense, but how did she want to achieve this? Smiling, Carol approached the cautious prince. With a casual wave of her hand, the teacher threw a piece of white cloth over the young man. Tying the cloth around his waist with a blue belt, everyone present became despondent. The prince definitely suited his new tunic. The white cloth highlighted the beauty of his silver hair, golden eyes, and dark skin. The students looked enviously at the unique attire as the princess winked at the young man. Lachlan saw himself in the mirror she brought and froze. It suited him very well, and the king ordered him to dress like this in the future. The prince bowed, thanking Ellis's father and teacher Carol. But something bothered him. The king again focused his attention on his daughter, who immediately cowered, and they didn't allow her to hit others. The princess defended her position because those guys started bullying first. But her father didn't want to listen to Eli's and ordered her to spend a week in the tower as punishment. The princess tried to object further to her father's departure, but he firmly withdrew from the throne room. The bully student promised to definitely visit the princess in the tower, who is destined to make a bird bath, and watch her suffering. The guard took Ellis by the hand to accompany her to the tower, but the girl, angry with her father, hit his hand and shouted that she would go herself. Frowning and pulling his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, the young man called the princess by her name. The lady, enraged with complete confidence in her eyes, told her companion not to be afraid, and promised to teach all the bullies a lesson when she returned. The princess was taken away by 2 guards. The confused Lachlan was worried about Ellis. The teacher reassured him, telling him that everything would be fine with his companion. Already at night, by candlelight, a young woman, bored and lonely, sat on the bed. And thought. With her blue eyes, she sighed thoughtfully and looked into the distance of the room, supporting her head with both hands. The maiden who entered the room announced to the princess that she had brought dinner, and placed it on the table next to the bed. The girl opened the lid quite indifferently. In front of her was expensive food, meat, snacks, and fruit, but she had no appetite. Her thoughts were occupied with the words her father had recently spoken. Ellis was very perplexed by what she was telling herself about the comparison with her brother, and about the marriage that would eventually come. Lifting her head from the pillow, she thought that she was no worse than the boys, that she could also wield a sword and ride a horse, and she got off the bed. She can do even more if given the opportunity. The cold wind blows through her curly blonde hair. The girl approached the balcony. It was illuminated by moonlight. So why is her value only to marry, benefiting the country? Bitter, salty tears of injustice sprang from ocean-colored eyes. Is this really her only value? Someone's dark hand gripped the edge of the balcony. The princess crossed her fingers over her chest and closed her eyes. People do not see her advantages. Someone's familiar, breathless voice called the princess by her name. But the sound did not come from behind, but from the front, which means it was not a maiden. The girl opened her eyes, swollen with tears, and saw the slightly blurred silhouette of a boy in front of her. The alarmed prince of the Saga Kingdom looked at her, sitting confidently on the balcony parapet. The girl's gaze cleared, and now she personally observed her companion Lachlan in front of her. The boy sat on the parapet with a little more firmness, not taking his eyes off Ellis. Wiping away her tears, she asked how the prince had climbed to such a height. And past the guards, the young man raised his eyebrows. Reaching the princess was not difficult. He easily avoided the guards and jumped across the cornices. There was no trace of tears in the girl's eyes. On the contrary, they were sparkling. But the young man was worried that she would get depressed. Her companion knows how to jump like that. He just has to teach her when she gets out. A maid looked towards the room, heard someone's voice, and approached to ask if the princess was all right. The girl hid the young man behind the curtain and replied that she was just clearing her throat, and that she was fine. But now she is fine. There is no need for a doctor, and she can leave. The maid was worried, but left anyway. Exhaling in relief, the princess turned to the prince, to his surprise. Their faces were very close to each other. Embarrassed and blushing, Ellis quickly moved away from Klein, who in turn remained calm. but he drew attention to the table with the untouched food. Turning to the girl, he asked worriedly if she was really okay for a moment. She looked at him emotionlessly, like a doll, said the princess looking away that she was locked in here again. She wanted to say that she was overwhelmed by anger and sadness, that she felt she couldn't get out of here, and that she couldn't run away because her destiny was to be a princess, but instead of words, she simply lowered her gaze. Lachlan took Ellis's hand. His warmth warmed not only her hand, but also her soul, her heart. All thoughts suddenly disappeared. Looking into the princess's eyes, the boy said exactly the words the girl needed. What could he do? Together they left the tower and walked one after the other along the edge of the palace, clinging to the columns. Walking along the cornice is always very exciting, but the kids were already climbing the stairs to an even higher place. Together they stepped onto the bridge between the two structures, almost reaching their destination. This place was very high. If you look down, you can see the sea right under your feet. The girl got scared by the suddenly appearing bird and crouched down, covering her head with her hands. Lachlan asked Ellis to look at him until she opened her eyes. He looked her straight in the eye, extending his hand. Now she can believe in herself. The girl placed her palm in someone else's. It was incredible, because just by taking the prince's hand, she could gain courage. Hand in hand, the two continued their journey across the bridge. Ahead was an arch, behind which an unusually beautiful starry sky opened up. Ailey's was simply enchanted. The cool wind ruffled her curly hair, and before my eyes appeared an unimaginably beautiful view of the endless sea. A huge moon and, of course, a cluster of stars. The princess said admiringly how beautiful it was, and asked how Lachlan found this place that she didn't know. The prince sat on the edge of the bridge with an arc, and answered a little sadly that every time he comes to this place to see his country. The girl sat down next to her friend and asked where his kingdom was. The young man pointed his finger across the Milky Way, to the edge of the starry sea, where the kingdom of Saga is located. But this sea is not called the Sea of Lot. The man explained that his homeland is in the east of the Western Empire, and that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Laughing, the girl said that she would be interested to see this phenomenon, two different names for the same sea. Quite interesting. A red blush appeared on the boy's face, and the princess became sad. Your country must be very different from ours, said the girl. She was worried about her brother's comfort. The boy dispelled Ellis's doubts. Although his country is not as prosperous, it is still a beautiful capital with imposing mountains and majestic waterfalls. Tilting her head towards the prince, the girl, smiling, admitted that she really wanted to see all this in the future. And with a happy smile, she said, then Lachlan will have to take her to eat delicious food. Looking at the princess, who had finally cheered up and wanted to smile, the prince promised to fulfill her request. The two young heirs crossed their fingers as a promise, and they laughed, crossing their fingers, sharing this happy moment between them. The young man jumped over the balcony fence, and the girl carefully climbed the railing and returned to the tower. A characteristic metallic sound was heard, and the next moment, spears were pointed at the boys. A familiar informant came out of the crowd of guards and told them that when he heard the princess had disappeared, he thought an assassin had kidnapped her, and with a smug smile, he asked where the prince and princess came from. The heirs frowned in irritation and remained silent, clearly thinking about one thing. 3 children were in one of the palace halls, profusely decorated with flowers, waiting for His Majesty's arrival. Lachlan looked around the room, assessing and wondering why everything was so lavishly decorated. And Ellis, annoyed, looked at the floor. The girl started the conversation first. In a sad voice, she said that this palace used to belong to her mother. But after her death, the palace passed to another woman. On the stairs, someone was talking loudly and laughing. Who could be making noise in this palace? The young man wondered. The answer was not long in coming. His Highness the King and Lady Amelia arrived. The girl next to the king looked proudly and haughtily at the princess, showing all her ill will towards her with just one glance. Ellis glared angrily at the woman from under her eyebrows, expressing her displeasure with the person in front of her. The king and the girl sat on the sofa opposite the assembled company. The informant began to report, addressing His Majesty and his wife. The messenger began to explain to him that he only wanted to visit the princess, but when he arrived, he couldn't find her. He said he was worried about the girl and therefore called the guards, but Ellis and Prince Lachlan suddenly returned through the balcony. The father was already angry and shouted at his daughter what was ultimately happening to her. After all, he made it clear to her that she needed to think about her behavior. but instead she ran away, as if she didn't take his words seriously. The princess looked at the king with a pitiful look, with the excuse that she felt too alone in her head, and asked Lachlan to take her with him for some fresh air. The girl looked away and continued saying that she didn't think there were so many people in the tower. The woman, hugging the king by the shoulder, pointed pitifully to how spoiled the princess was. The king frowned. The woman said she was worried about the future of the empire, that the girl was worth punishing now, before she gets completely out of control. Frowning menacingly, looking from under his brow, the princess already wanted to object to the woman's words. But the young man, without letting the girl finish, took her hand and interceded, saying that Ellis did this to protect him. He said that on her own initiative she went up to the tower, and the girl couldn't call him out without permission, because she was in captivity. This time the girl was truly innocent, and in no case did she want to obey his majesty. The son of Duchess Amelia looked inquisitively at the saga prince's oratory. The boy talked about how he wanted to see her. He said it was his fault. After bowing respectfully, with his hand on his heart for 6 months, Lachlan asked the king to assign a punishment to him instead of the princess. The young lady was surprised that the prince decided to take the blame for this offense. The king was perplexed. The lady next to him somehow wanted to steer him away from his reasoning, but the king stood firm and decided that Lachlan would be punished. Amelia cunningly suggested using a whip as a reprimand. The princess was surprised by the reason for the whipping, but her father's will could not be bent, and he firmly approved this particular punishment. The girl raised her hands worriedly and tried to shout at the king, but his majesty was already leaving the room, and Lady Amelia and her son smiled smugly at the princess. The little servant looks around, guiding the princess. There wasn't a soul in the area. Everyone was afraid to approach, and together with the princess, they approached Lachlan's room. Slightly opening the door, the girl looked into the distance at the back of the room. There was a large bed on which the prince was quietly dozing. The young man slept face down, from where all the bleeding wounds on his back could be easily seen. The girl entered the room worriedly. She took off the hood of her cloak, and tears appeared in her eyes. Hearing sobs and some movement beside him, the young man opened his eyes and pulled a dagger from under the pillow. The boy abruptly turned towards the source of the sound, frightening the princess, and sternly asked who had come. But he immediately softened as soon as he recognized Ellis, the girl with tear-stained eyes. She looked at the young man. Wiping her tears with her hand, the princess asked to be allowed to help him bear the pain. The lady said that the boy should not have taken the blame, because if they had punished her, the punishment would not have been so severe. The young man began to get out of bed, but the girl did not allow him to and ordered him to simply lie face down. Hanging over the prince, the young princess smiled and said it was time to teach him a lesson. The boy was surprised and completely confused about what Ailey had come up with this time. With fingers covered in some kind of ointment, the princess touched the prince's back, telling him that this was the first revenge for throwing her to the ground. The second lesson was for being so good and putting her in a bad light in front of the teacher. The prince sighed displeasedly. The third lesson was for not taking the princess to that magical place and having anointed the last wound. She took her hand away. The boy grumbled angrily and turned his head towards Ellis. For a while, the wound felt cold and stopped hurting so much that the girl smiled cheerfully. Her revenge was complete, and the princess officially granted Lachlan the status of her friend. The servant outside the door, accompanying the lady, reasoned that the girl had used the medicine her mother left her, and the prince thought that he had fallen into some kind of trap. The young king coughed as he blew the sea wind. A servant ran towards him carrying something. The people on the pier parted, forming an aisle to let in a servant running with a green cloak in his arms. His Majesty was indignant because no one told him it was so cold in this kingdom. The servant who brought the cloak objected that it was not cold here at all, but for the whole population it was even hot. The persistent sounds of the horn rang out. The knights bowed respectfully, placing their hands on their hearts. Everyone solemnly greeted the king of the Eastern Empire in the Western capital. The young man with green eyes smiled satisfied. The wind ruffled his golden hair, and thus he arrived at the Eternal City. Lady Amelia conveyed the king's wish, in which he told the princess to look irresistible at today's banquet. So she chose several outfits. The princess, in a blue tunic, sat on the sofa and blurted out her stepmother's words. She knew what game she was playing. The future queen was indignant at this attitude. She simply conveyed her father's order, but again she hears complaints against her. Amelia mentioned that the king who had arrived from the east was very young and that if the princess charmed him, it would contribute greatly to the alliance. The girl looked inquisitively at the woman, who, already leaving the chambers, did not stop talking about marriage, and ordered the maids to take care of the princess. One of the servants approached the princess with a dress in his hands and asked which dress she would like to put on first. But the girl threw everyone out of her room, making it clear that she did not want to be bothered. Things scattered in different directions, and Lachlan entered the room. The prince asked what was happening with the princess and why there was such a mess here. The girl's personal servant collected the things scattered on the floor, while Ellis clenched her fists threateningly. The princess was indignant at Amelia's behavior. She was angry because she had first bewitched her father, and now she was using her tricks again to hunt the girl. And what's more, she wouldn't wear the things this woman had chosen. The young man picked up a red robe from the floor and said that, in his opinion, those clothes would suit a girl very well. This fabric was of the best quality, and the boy said that all the clothes would be fine if Ellis were with her. With these words, the prince embarrassed the princess, and a noticeable blush appeared on her face. Turning her head shyly, the girl accidentally let slip that these clothes would suit the prince better. The prince looked at the princess with astonishment. The girl understood the meaning of the words spoken and was eager to take them back. And she asked her friend to put on the suit. With a cunning look, she said that if it looked good on him, then she would decide whether to wear it herself or not. With these words, she threw the prince onto the sofa, leaning over him and bursting into laughter. The servant was so astonished by the princess that he slapped the prince's things, which were already flying aside, away from his face. Lights shone in the girl's eyes. She was so surprised and amazed by the result that she was practically speechless. The princess told the young man not to go anywhere and to wait in place until she returned. And she ran after Teacher Carol. The servant tried to stop her. The faithful servant ran after the young maiden, leaving Lachlan alone in the room, wondering why the teacher needed to see him. The young man left the princess's chambers and headed towards the pool to see his reflection. The king of the east walked down the hall lit by the setting sun, yawning from fatigue. He wondered aloud how long the wait for the banquet would last, and also about the numerous rules of the Western Empire. The young man was tired after a long journey, and all this was so that the sacred fire would not go out. The king turned to his silver snake and reasoned that now he would like to swim, but it is unlikely that there is at least one pond in this abandoned place. However, suddenly the sound of splashing water and an irritated shout of a man was heard nearby. His eyes shone as he realized there was a pool here. The king of the east elegantly stepped out from behind the carved archway into the courtyard and approached the water, but his gaze focused on a figure in a pink tunic sitting in the water. The prince, soaked to the bone in water splashes, sighed desperately, and looking to the side, he saw a young nobleman observing him. Due to the water, the fabric of the man's suit became heavier and clung tightly to the man's body, making him look a bit like a girl. A drop of water falling on the surface of the pool formed characteristic circles, distorting the reflection. The king looked fascinated at the prince sitting in the water, not taking his eyes off him, and was amazed by the beauty he saw. The Eastern Emperor walked towards the young man, who looked at the stranger with confusion and caution. The young man with golden hair, waving his hand in greeting, said that the boy should not be afraid, that he does not want to cause harm. A silver snake crawled out from under the king's cloak, hissing at his new acquaintance. The prince was scared. He never expected to see a snake on a man, so he suddenly recoiled, raising splashes. The green-eyed one said he came here because he heard the sound of water, and his snake only wanted to swim. The prince pondered the origin of this man. His snake decoration indicated noble status. They seemed to be the same age. There was no doubt this was the king of the Eastern Empire. The young man looked away, worried about finding a way to escape this embarrassment. Approaching, the king, taking him by the hands, helped the young man out of the water. He took off his green cloak with black fur, threw it over the prince's shoulders, and drew him close by the waist. The bodies of the boys touched. The king looked directly into the prince's eyes. The latter did not understand what the emperor was trying to achieve. The king's leg slid between the young man's legs, who was alarmed by such behavior from the greatness of the country. What he was even going to do. With a playful look, the emperor looked at the prince as if he were a victim and, placing his hand on his cheekbone, gently touching his ear, he asked if he was a local maiden. Lachlan shook his head side to side. This is Ellis's palace, and I was definitely not here as a servant. The king narrowed his eyes, smiled meaningfully, and laughed through his snow-white teeth. He gently ran his hand over the boy's bare thigh, praising the beauty of his legs. The green-eyed man hugged the dark-skinned man, who was pushing him as a sign of protest, and suggested that the young man was a dancer in the palace. The guy was too innocent and still couldn't understand what they wanted from him, but he was still not going to participate in it, so he desperately shook his head in response. The king thought for a moment and, as if realizing something, pulled the boy closer again. Pressing him against himself, he decided that this lady in front of him was prepared for him and whispered his conjectures into the young man's ear. Continuing to whisper something and keeping the boy close to him, the king reached out his free hand somewhere. Lachlan realized what the king was trying to achieve with him and felt disgust and fear, and so his instinct kicked in, and the guy sharply rejected the unwanted closeness of the Eastern greatness who was bothering him. The king, unable to keep his balance, fell directly into the pond, throwing splashes in different directions, and the prince, without a second's hesitation, ran away as far as possible from this man. The king stared in horror first at the man running in a woman's dress, and then at his hand, and wondered what was going on here. A young man from the east was sitting aristocratically on the throne, crossing his legs, and resting his head on his hand, watching the banquet. But it seems his thoughts were occupied not with the celebration, but with the person he had recently met. Whether it was a boy or a girl, the servant next to His Majesty, holding a glass, turned to him in a whisper and told him something. The young man with green eyes turned his gaze towards the hall, towards the king of the empire. Theodore, the emperor, clumsily, decided to start a dialogue, pointing out that His Majesty must be tired after a long journey, and he raised a glass in honor of his arrival. The people supported their king and raised their glasses in honor of His Majesty. Lachlan studied the situation with his eyes and watched cautiously. The young king asked his uncle not to make fun of him. He couldn't come because his empire and the Western one were family, and therefore his nephew had to return home someday. He raised a glass of wine in tribute to the two countries, so that their union would continue for many years. The king smiled satisfied. The young man clapped a couple of times, and active music began to sound in the hall. 3 dancers, carefully selected directly from Persia and specially prepared for his uncle, entered the apartment. The king sat satisfied on his throne, contemplating and praising the beauty of the maidens and the splendor of Persian music. The princess watched the girls dance fascinated, applauding. Lachlan quickly devoured the food without lifting his head, which the girl pointed out to him, and told him to observe etiquette. The king of the East, seeing his uncle's daughter nearby, descended from the throne and headed towards her table. Approaching, the young man initiated the conversation by asking if the princess would have the honor of dancing with him. The king bowed his head respectfully, smiling tenderly at the girl, who watched fascinated, while Lachlan, with his head bowed, devoured the food with both cheeks stuffed. His Majesty did not know if he would be lucky enough to dance with His Highness, or if his offer would be rejected. The princess watched the king's movements and words fascinated, without taking her eyes off him. The prince believed that the girl definitely would not dance with this man, because she did not want to go to the banquet. But all the prince's expectations about his companion's decision were destroyed. The girl nodded, and the boy spat out the wine he had just drunk in surprise. The princess smiled gently in response to the king, and maintained a peaceful expression on her face. But there was chaos in her soul. She liked him. The created couple, as if smiling and holding hands, left the table. The king of the West and his companion had already noticed them, and they began to vigorously discuss something. Lachlan sat in shock under the candlelight and contemplated this whole situation, and Princess Elise, in turn, had fun alone with her new acquaintance. The son of the king's mistress, sitting next to him, conveyed the prince's thoughts to the princess. She liked King Noah, and he observed her reaction. His Majesty had high status, is handsome, has impeccable manners, and behaves with dignity. The guy became sad. At that moment, the young heiress was happily dancing along with the best dancers from Persia. She was clearly having fun. She spent the entire time until the end of the banquet with her father's nephew, completely forgetting about the friend she came with. The young man irritably watched the couple while his friend, the girl, stepped on the hem of her dress and stumbled. Elise instantly started falling backward, only managing to gasp for breath before falling. The young man rushed to the princess's aid so quickly that he knocked over a glass of wine. But his help was not needed. Noah grabbed the girl's hand and with the other grabbed her by the back, preventing her from falling. The king asked the princess if she was all right. Her bangs covered one eye, but her gaze was directed precisely at her. The girl felt embarrassed, but continued to look into the eyes of her savior. He had long eyelashes and beautiful eyes that captivated her so much. Only one spectator watched this whole scene so attentively, and it seems he was not very happy with the outcome. The nephew and daughter of the king of the Western Empire went out onto the balcony, beautifully decorated with flowers. The girl thanked her savior for his help. If it weren't for him, she would definitely have disgraced herself in front of everyone, and her father would insult her because she has no grace and should improve her dancing skills and stick out her tongue in disgust. The king said that although his father was insecure, he thought he was very handsome and that the princess's dress looked uncomfortable and would probably restrict her movements. The girl quickly agreed, as she was not the one who chose this dress. It was her family who wanted her dressed this way, so that Noah would negotiate for the princess to win his favor. Ellis began to apologize with a sad look, but was interrupted by the king's cheerful laughter. Her father wanted to marry the girl to the king of the East, but the young man asked if the princess herself wanted this. He took the baby by the chin and gently pulled her towards him. If she wanted to become his wife, the princess didn't know how to answer. Behind the column was Lachlan. He was worried about his friend and didn't understand what this stupid emperor needed from her. The king casually approached the girl, looking her in the face and raising his hand towards the lady's neck. His fingers held the princess's head. As if directing her towards him, the girl did not resist, but a stomp was heard nearby. The prince rushed towards the couple and pushed the Eastern king away from the princess. He blocked the girl with his body, pushing his hand aside, and as if not allowing him to approach. A servant ran up to the king. The emperor was bewildered by such impudence. Gritting his teeth, he grumbled in disgust. Where did the barbarian come from? The girl was indignant at the prince's behavior. How dare he push the king? The young man tried to object, but his mouth was covered with a hand. The princess apologized on behalf of Klein, introducing him as her friend and adding that he only wanted to protect her. The boy's name was familiar to the king's nephew, but he still resisted talking to him. In response, the young man looked at him threateningly. The green-eyed young man seemed to remember the barbarian and asked if they had met. Lachlan averted his gaze and, covering his mouth with his hand, replied that he had not. The king's gaze fell on his interlocutor's belt, on which he saw the famous dagger with a jade star. The young man suggested that perhaps the barbarian was actually someone else. Surely he is one of Saga's sons, who fearlessly cut the lion's heart. The princess was interested in the king's words. She had never heard this story before. The green-eyed blonde smiled satisfied and pleased to have the opportunity to tell this story. They say that one day King Alex, while hunting on the steppe, found himself surrounded by lions. A difficult battle ensued during which all the sabers broke, and there was nothing left to defend himself with. Then the lion was about to leap at the king of Saga, but at the last moment, his young son ran out from the crowd. Grabbing a fragment of a saber, he plunged it into the lion's chest, thus saving the king of Saga. After this, a miracle happened. They say that along with a fragment of the saber, the lion's heart was also torn from its chest, from which a red ruby then fell. The rescued king ordered a dagger to be forged from the remains of the saber and decorated with a ruby, and then he gave it to his savior. The king turned to the young man with a question, or with a statement that he was that son. The green-eyed one, believing in the veracity of his assumption, awaited a positive answer from the prince, and was shining with impatience to find out. The princess said admiringly that Lachlan was excellent and asked why he hadn't told her this before. The prince responded to the question addressed to his majesty. Noah believed he was not worthy of praise because he was a simple person and the princess's companion. The hero grabbed the dagger hilt and said that his weapon was not something magical. It was just a rumor. The king looked at the dagger again, and the young man continued the story of how everything was. His majesty took pity on him because this trial fell at a time when the prince had not yet received his weapon, and the one he carried with him was his first real weapon. But the interlocutor was interested in one thing. Did the king really give the dagger to a common boy? And ordinary? He decided to go on the offensive and took a step towards his opponent. He was interested in the false rumors. And moreover, the kingdom's trust in him was quite unusual. The prince looked at the king seriously and took a step back. The young man smiled without much emotion. He already knew he was right. The prince's mere reaction was enough to confirm it. The prince held his hand out in front of him, not allowing him to approach. He skillfully changed the subject of conversation. It was quite cold on the balcony. The wind was getting stronger, and the princess was still weak and vulnerable to the cold. So Lachlan offered to accompany her. The girl wanted to object, but the young man did not allow her to continue, covering Eli's mouth with his hand. Pushing from behind, he led his princess away from the king. The servant was indignant at his son's and princess's rudeness towards his master, but the young man said not to pay attention to him. He found it quite entertaining and looked inquisitively at the servant. He whispered to his teacher that the time to meet that person had already been set. The friends walked through the palace courtyard, and the girl scolded Lachlan for his rude attitude towards people. The young man said he didn't know Noah at all. So why did he think he was white and fluffy? The princess stood firm, defending the king. First, the prince was rude to the king in private, and now he was profaning his name behind his back. The young man asked why she had to prove the authenticity of his words to her. If they were true, she sincerely did not understand them. The princess said she didn't believe him, but she didn't finish her thought when Lachlan interrupted her. It was the girl who didn't believe him because she liked Noah. Closing her eyes and frowning, turning her head, the girl admitted that she really liked the king. But then the trigger was pulled. The prince sharply pressed the girl against the nearest wall and, without averting his gaze, frowned at the discouraged princess. The young man was angry. He shouted that Ellis was talking nonsense. She couldn't like him because she had only met him once in her life. The girl, frightened, pressed herself against the wall, looked at her companion who had lost his composure, and muttered something under her breath. The boys shouted at each other. The princess said she liked Noah's manners and courtesy, and reminded her friend that when she met him, she usually threw herself on the floor. The girl lit up with memories of the banquet and how the king elegantly invited her to dance. Like a true gentleman, the young man was depressed and bowed his head in despair. Pulling his hand away from the wall, the prince said he was not a gentleman at all, but simply a rude savage. He angrily moved away from the princess. Emotions took over him, and he shouted at her, "If you like him, then let him play with you, and at least let him dance." The girl shouted irritably that she would at least go dance with him now. The young man, already weakly controlling himself, hit the statue located to his right with all his might, breaking its arms. The servant picked up the floral decorations scattered around the room from the princess's head and told her not to get angry. The girl was indignant. Little Nathan simply didn't see Lachlan, who acted very recklessly. The little servant wondered to himself and Eli's why the prince would behave recklessly, and therefore, he assumed that the young man simply didn't want his lover taken away from him. The princess objected. It seemed he wanted her to disappear. She shouted at him and even told him to go back to the king. Nathan closed his eyes just in time as the princess changed clothes. The girl continued reasoning. She considered the young man her friend, but he didn't take her seriously. The little maid objected. Lachlan couldn't treat her like a friend. It seemed the princess liked him and admired him. At such a declaration, the girl felt very embarrassed and blushed a lot, turning her astonished gaze towards Nat. The princess wrapped herself in a blanket and buried her face in the pillow. Her friend might really like him. She recalled the boy's reaction to her words about his majesty. He was definitely jealous of the girl because of the other boy, but she still couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, the prince stood by his room window, and after treating the wound received from the blow, he bandaged it. Perhaps while bandaging it, thoughts about what happened were spinning in his head, but now his main problem was only the pain. The warm wind ruffled his hair and carried pink flower petals, and it was in such a peaceful atmosphere that Lachlan confessed his love. His beloved princess held a bouquet of wildflowers in her hands and said that she also liked the prince for a long time. The young man said that the girl did not fully understand. His feelings were a little different from hers. The princess looked into the prince's eyes. How are these feelings different? The boy took his beloved by the hand. What he felt towards her was love. The young man pulled the princess closer to him, embracing her with warm arms, looked directly into her eyes, and ran his finger across her lip. The prince held the girl's head from behind and brought his lips close to hers, intending to kiss her. A distant voice insistently called the princess's name, and she finally opened her eyes. Waking from sleep, only when the girl came to her senses did she find His Highness now floating above her, smiling mischievously at her. After asking why the girl was sleeping here, the princess jumped up from her chair to greet the king. The young man approached the princess and, pressing her against the table, said that the girl looked very defenseless now, that he was worried. The princess said that everything would be fine, This was her late mother's garden. She stopped here for a short time and accidentally fell asleep. The king, with special tenderness, picked up a pink flower from the top of the girl's head, stuck in her curly hair. Looking directly into the young woman's eyes, he said that she probably didn't even realize how charming she was. Bringing a rose to his lips, His Majesty Noah said that following the scent of flowers is the true path of butterflies. The princess seemed indifferent, but watched the king very closely, listening to his sweet speeches. Teacher Carol and Prince Lackland walked along the alley bordering the garden, the latter paying attention to the interaction between the couple. Peeking from behind His Highness, the princess looked surprised at her friend. As soon as she saw him, she immediately recalled her recent dream and blushed deeply. But her companion only looked threateningly in her direction and deliberately turned away, and continued on his way. The girl became angry because the persistent presence was being ignored, and spilling the accumulated emotions. She kicked the stone bench hard. The princess cried out in pain. The green-eyed young man remained restless in his place, not knowing how he could help, and the prince turned towards the source of the sound as he walked. Because the dark-skinned young man was distracted and not watching his feet, he stepped on Carol's clothing hem, causing him to fall and hit his head against a stone pillar. The teacher and the princess sat on chairs, while the doctor provided first aid to the latter. The king laughed silently, but in a good mood looking at the injured ones. The prince timidly glanced to the side. Carol, putting his hands together, asked His Highness what made him laugh so much. Closing his eyes, the young king replied that the reason for his laughter was not special. Rather, strange situations simply happened in succession, and both ended up injured. But fortunately, they were not serious. The teacher asked the princess how she felt. The girl was surprised. Yes, the king replied, and added to the question. He wondered why she kicked the stone bench. The girl frowned at the prince. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and turned his head away from the events, showing with his whole appearance his indifference to the incident. The girl reluctantly replied, and muttered that she had seen a large hornet. The listeners were dumbfounded whether such a thing existed. She continued, usually these bees are passive, but if you anger them, then there will be trouble. The young man realized that she was referring to the bee. Anyone nearby would suffer. Looking away, the girl said she wanted to scare it away, but it didn't fly away, and she herself ended up injured. The prince looked down and became sad. The king laughed and clapped at the princess's recklessness. The young man was satisfied with the amazing fauna of the Western Empire, the touching character, and the princess's prettiness, sarcastically adding that even the bees here are different. But the king's visit ended after 2 days. The king invited the girl to Ir, with him to the Eastern Empire. Both the girl and the prince were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, and in unison the friends asked what the young man meant. The girl had doubts, because going to the Eastern Empire meant leaving everyone and everything here. The king placed his hand on the armrest of the chair where the princess was sitting, leaning over her as he started a conversation. He, looking the girl directly in the eyes, said that he was offering this to her only because he wanted to hear her voice every day and see her smile bloom. With a sad puppy dog look, the young man said he couldn't bear the oppressive loneliness, that he couldn't be far from the lady. The girl shrugged and looked away from the king, although he managed to confuse her with compliments. But the girl did not want to leave her homeland now. For some time, there was no talk. A rather tense atmosphere hung in the air. The king turned his gaze to the prince who was watching him. The young man frowned. He was very angry and irritated by this behavior of the king. The green-eyed young man was very pleased with the boy's reaction. He liked to annoy him. The princess continued to hesitate and could not give an answer to the proposal. The young man could no longer contain his emotions and laughed, surprising those around him with his sudden and unusual behavior. The king, wiping the tears from his eyes, apologized for his behavior and told the princess not to take his words seriously. The princess looked at His Highness and frowned, embarrassed. The young man admitted that he could not resist the temptation to joke. He saw that his words hurt the girl, but he was happy about it. Although the offer to leave together for the Eastern Empire was a joke, the king admitted that he would regret parting with her. Smiling one last time before leaving, the young man withdrew his hand from the armchair's armrest and left the room. The girl, thinking deeply about the king's words, brought her hand to her mouth and looked into the distance. The expression on the young man's face was darker than night. He was very irritated and annoyed, so he just stared into the distance. A figure in a white dress, covered with a black scarf, which hid the true essence of a person, walked through the night garden to a white gazebo for a meeting. After removing the cloak, the figure's face appeared. It turned out to be the king's mistress, Lady Amelia. She asked what had happened, as such a gloomy garden was the dream meeting spot. The king sat in the night with his hands crossed on his knees, arrogantly examining the guest who had arrived, and said that the night would not be dark as long as the moon shone. And today, it shone even more flawlessly than before. The green-eyed man narrowed his eyes and smiled sarcastically. The servant brought and placed a golden box on the snow-white table, handed it to Amelia, and she opened it a little. The future queen's eyes widened and shone in anticipation of the implementation of her plan. Prince Lachlan walked slowly along the outer corridor of the palace. Thinking about the princess, he did not believe that she could like Noah. What's so good about him if he behaves like a gentleman and seems like a good king? Because he himself is no worse. The young man realized that he was in many ways inferior to his Eastern Highness, and hit himself in the face, but suddenly his attention was drawn to a light from an abandoned garden. He decided to observe those in the gazebo and recognized those people as the king's mistress. And Noah, the young man, hid behind a stone pillar and decided to find out why those two had met in an abandoned garden so late at night. All the prince managed to see was a pink bottle that Amelia took out of the box and took with her, covering her head with a dark cloak. The future queen walked near the pillar behind which Prince Lachlan was hiding without realizing it. The young man saw how, under the cloak, part of Lady Amelia's face stretched into a smug smile, and looked inquisitively at the running girl. Many questions interested him, but the main one was why she, being the king's mistress, came to meet Noah. Apparently, not everything was so straightforward. The young man recalled how Ellis spoke of her lover. The prince was lost in thought, because the Eastern king also arrived in the West precisely with some purpose. The young man already wanted to leave this place and return to the room thinking of a comfortable atmosphere. Maybe Noah really wanted to marry the princess. However, he did not manage to get out of the water unscathed. His eyes widened in amazement. The king of the East had been watching him for some time, apparently tired of waiting until he finally made himself known, smiling cynically. The green-eyed one was the first to greet his opponent, addressing him while his highness was stunned. But he quickly returned to normal. His usual expression appeared on his face, showing all the displeasure with the situation. The king gave the boy a bored look and asked if he had seen everything. The young man did not succumb to the pressure, looked to the side, and replied that he did not understand at all what he was talking about. Both young men looked at each other with a cold and meaningful gaze. In the end, the king was the first to yield and smiled sweetly. The loser directed his gaze to the sky and, sighing in surprise, focused his attention on today's beautiful moon. The prince softened his gaze, but remained cautious and did not fully understand the ambiguity of the king's sentence, suggested the wheat-haired young man. It seemed to him that the prince had some prejudices about him. The silver-haired boy replied that His Majesty should not worry about that. The king took a step towards the prince, replying that it was no big deal. He walked towards the moon, which illuminated him from head to toe, and the wind ruffled his cloak. Relationships between people in this world are always full of prejudice. That's why he didn't care. The young man looked at the king cautiously and distrustfully, not taking him out of his field of vision. The king, with his back to the prince, turned around and commented to the boy that he had noticed for a long time that he was looking at him predatorily. The green-eyed young man got the impression that the two were leopards fighting over the same prey. Lachlan just looked at his interlocutor without emotion. The king of the East, as if with sadness in his voice, asked if Lachlan considered him his enemy. The prince looked with disdain, placed his hand on the dagger, and said that he was not going to have enmity with a political figure. As if resigned, he closed his eyes and said that he would not interfere in His Highness's affairs, no matter what he was doing. And he ended his speech with disdain with the words that, although he was not going to interfere, he would never allow Princess Elise to be offended. Looking at the surprised prince, the king showed a seemingly impossible smile. Apparently, the boy's answer was some kind of anecdote. There was no other way to explain the fact that the king burst out laughing, holding his stomach. But quickly stopping, he elegantly stepped aside, addressing the prince with a question. The prince thought that the one who would offend Princess Elise would not be him, the king. He leaned into the prince's ear, placing his hand on his chest, telling him not to worry. Because it was just curiosity, interested to know how much this pain would affect Elise, The young man was dumbfounded. The king smiled happily at the stunned prince and turned around and went about his business. The princess sneezed. The little maid, worried, said that her mistress should not go to the port in these conditions, because she might get sick. But the girl did not heed little Nat's words. She only asked him to tell her which dress she should wear. The young servant closed his eyes, held the princess's dress, and said that she looked great in any outfit, and also reminded that there was a shawl on top of the dress. While changing clothes, the girl said that today she looked perfect. His Majesty Noah was leaving for his homeland. It was worth leaving a good impression of himself. Nathaniel was surprised. He did not want to believe that the princess really liked the king of the East. The little maid asked the lady if she said this due to pressure from others, or if it was a protest because Klein did not notice her feelings. The sound of boots on the carpet was heard, and the princess, embarrassed, grabbed the dress she had just taken off. She threw it at the noisy servant, shouting that she did not like the white-headed hornet at all. The servant wanted to catch the thing flying out of the princess's hands, but it landed on the head of the prince, who had just entered. Covering herself, the girl peeked out from behind the curtains of a kind of changing room and looked surprised at her friend. His Majesty Latchline, already dressed in an elegant suit, stood with a dress on his head and looked inquisitively at the princess. The boy, with a dissatisfied look, took the princess's dress off his head. The girl, expecting some words, looked worriedly at her companion. But the boy didn't even look at Eli's. He just said to hurry up, as it was time for them to go to the port and leave the princess's chambers. The girl frowned indignantly and pouted her lips. Looking at the prince, she shouted about her displeasure with her. His Majesty, upon leaving for the courtyard, became annoyed and repeated in his head the princess's words that he did not like the white-headed hornet one bit. At the port, the King of the East and Lady Amelia hugged tightly. The king happily dismissed his nephew and received a crimson box as a souvenir. The king smiled cordially at everyone, but was surprised by the appearance of two companions. Their costumes had something in common with each other. They looked like a pair. The young man was serious as always, and the princess smiled sweetly. Prince Sagi looked inquisitively at the green-eyed young man, who looked at the couple for quite a long time. Perhaps by coming to see him off, he was showing solidarity. The princess was quite embarrassed by the fact that the king had given her a gift, and she herself had nothing to give in return. His Majesty of the East took the yellow ribbon from the princess's head, saying that he didn't need anything because he had already received his gift. With a smile of admiration, the king congratulated Elise on how well the ribbon suited her, and said that the girl was his best gift. Bowing his head, he kissed the tip of the yellow ribbon. The green-eyed young man believed that in the future, he and the princess would meet again. The king turned his gaze to Klein and saw his reaction of disgust at the formal rules of etiquette. The prince looked angrily at the green-eyed young man, who just smiled openly. The princess did not understand this chemistry. Already sailing on the ship, the king exhaled with relief, happy that everything was finally over. While in the company of the girls, he rolled his eyes and admitted that one of the ladies was tired. She asked him if what he was holding in his hand was not the same perfume he gave to Amelia. The king smiled smugly with all 32 teeth and said that the bottle would be what destroyed the Western Empire. With these words, he threw the last bottle of pink liquid into the sea. Meanwhile, the king of the Western Empire, being in the company of beautiful maidens, succumbed to carnal pleasures. The scholars who personally came to look for the king were told that for some time, His Majesty would not be able to attend the meeting. Carol, dissatisfied and exhaling defeat, led the scientists out of the king's chambers. Wet sounds, pleas, and moans of the maids pleasing the king spread throughout the area of the room. The students walked through the flowery garden, and one of the boys asked Amelia's son if he had heard that Lord Dave's mother would soon become queen. The young man praised his friend's conscience and confirmed that a coronation ceremony would take place this month. Malky said that even though Miss Amelia would become queen, Ellis's mother, and Alex will remain a true queen for the people. The late queen was noble and elegant, yet simple, which won the hearts of many, so her memory will last for a long time. Lord Dave objected. That woman had died a long time ago. He couldn't prevent his mother from taking the throne. The girl next to him picked up a white rose. She asked if they didn't know what garden they were in. The queen herself took care of it, and every bush, even after her death, remains unchanged. Many people still honor her memory. The young man, disgusted, snatched the rose from his girlfriend's hands. For him, this whole story was absurd. Dave wanted everyone to know that only his mother could be the queen of the Theodore Empire. And he trampled the flower. Princess Alice was stunned and broken in the middle of her mother's ruined garden, on the verge of hysteria. The girl stood distracted, twisting her dress with her hands. Her little maid leaned on the other servants, trying to find out who was involved in the destruction. Nathan asked everyone, but everyone denied their involvement, yet they were responsible for this garden. In the end, the young man took the servants to the officer, leaving the princess alone. A storm began. Alice decided to walk and inspect the damage, but she tripped over a branch and fell exhausted. She raised her hand towards the broken branch of the old rose bush, and memories took her back to her childhood. The princess recalled how she and her brother used to play in this garden, and one day, at his request, Alex lifted the girl to give her a beautiful rose. As children, they ran to their mother to give her an elegant white flower. The girl smiled at her children and said tenderly, "I address everyone by name. Run more carefully." Alice said she loved her mother more than anyone and put a flower in her hair. The queen hugged her children and told them that she also loved them more than anything in the world, that they were a precious treasure to her. Alice picked up a handful of ancient rose petals that reminded her so much of her mother. The princess couldn't control herself. She was overwhelmed by feelings, and bitter tears burst from her eyes like a river. Dave and his company watched the girl from the side and laughed at her pain or their own successful joke. He promised his friends that this was only the beginning, because when his mother becomes queen, the girl will suffer even more. Lachlan walked beside them. Arrogantly and coldly, with a look full of disgust, he looked at Dave and the company. The young man asked his friends if it seemed to him that the barbarian was looking at him. The answer was positive. The prince went out into the garden, where, in the rain, sitting on his knees with his head bowed, the princess sobbed. The young man was worried about the state of his beloved. Now she was unhappier than ever. Carefully and slowly, he approached the girl from behind, who was soaked by the downpour. The helpless and innocent princess looked at her friend all teary-eyed, her tears mixing with the rain, creating an even sadder picture. For the first time, the young man saw a girl so depressed and remorseful that he himself could not contain the outburst of emotions. Lachlan took Alice in his arms, burying his tear-stained face in her chest, holding their two bodies tightly together. The princess was surprised, and the boy, stroking her head, gave her advice. Do not allow yourself to appear fragile in front of your enemies. The girl's heart sank. No one had tried to help her yet. Everyone simply laughed at her troubles. Lachlan continued. He said tenderly that in front of him, she could not restrain her feelings. The girl blushed and looked into the distance with hope in her tear-stained eyes. She hugged the prince back and squeezed a piece of blue cloth in her hand. The friends sat together under the pouring rain, which drowned out the crying and sobs of the girl's boyfriend hiding in the trunk. Nathan brought 2 dresses for the princess and asked which one she wanted to wear for today's ceremony. Ellis and Lachlan were snuggled on the sofa, stroking the cat sitting in the girl's lap. She asked what ceremony would take place today. The little servant proudly replied, "Today there were gladiator fights." While stroking the cat, the prince refused to go, transferring the reason for his refusal to the fact that he was a foreigner. But the princess refused to go without him. So little Nathan took everything into his own hands and said that this was an opportunity for the princess to stop thinking bad thoughts. Furthermore, Saga Wars will also take part this time. They wouldn't like to see it. The prince was intrigued. The spectators in the arena vigorously welcomed their king and the Theodore Empire, and life was in full swing in the stands. A scepter was brought to His Majesty, and he was asked to wave it in honor of the arena's opening. The king, turning to his mistress, told her that since the arena was built at her request, she would open it with him. Not everyone was particularly happy to see this relationship. Lady Amelia thanked His Highness for the opportunity to open. For her, it was an honor. The princess frowned at the fraudster. With a wave of the scepter, the future misfortune of the country finally opened the first tournament of the Holy Empire. The people in the stands howled, to the loud voices of the spectators and the sounds of swords clashing against shields created by the knights. Gladiators from Saga and other countries entered the arena. A barbarian from the crowd grabbed a weapon in his hand and ran out screaming that he was no longer going to be in the game world, and ran towards death. Lachlan, sitting in a chair next to the princess, tensed up and started looking down. The young man leaned visibly, looking at his desperate comrade in arms, thinking about what they had done to him, since they had brought him to such a state. The princess noticed the depressed state of her companion. She also felt sad, and she began to watch the battle more closely to realize. A crowd of Theodore knights ran towards the barbarian, who ran out and pierced his chest with sharp blades. The terrible sight the companions witnessed sent shivers down their spines. Horror, sadness, and disgust were visible in their eyes. Meanwhile, the knights forced the saga fighter to kneel. They took swords out of him, causing him to bleed, and held his head by the hair. The man in shackles was hit on the head against the ground. He gritted his teeth. Blood gushed from the corners of his mouth, and with a choked cry, he sent a curse. And goodbye to hell. The prince, with horror in his eyes and pain in his heart, watched the dying resident of his state, cursing all the people and this whole arena. Apparently, this was his last will. It was impossible to resist death any longer. He clenched his fist for the last time and lay down bleeding, exhausted. Standing on the balcony, the princess loudly asked what was going on here. She thought people participated in these battles voluntarily. Her stepbrother joked, wondering if the girl was stupid or pretending, but still answered that all participants were prisoners. Ellis was astonished. Her heart pounded with horror. After all, they had made a peace agreement with the Saga Kingdom. So why were there prisoners here? The girl looked at her companion. The young man was darker than the night. Annoyed and disappointed, Teacher Carol approached behind the princess, confirming Lord Dave's words. She said that there were prisoners of war here not only from Saga, but also from other countries, including civilians and soldiers. Captured elderly people, women, and children were sold as slaves. Strong men were selected for gladiator fights, forcing them to fight each other in several rounds to be able to participate here. The young man's gaze became fiercer than that of a chased lion. The princess looked horrified at the teacher and asked how this happened. Initially, in this wrestling tournament of the Holy Empire, she clenched her fists until her hands trembled. There was no point in acting in any way. The king looked at his daughter with contempt. Narrowing her eyes, the princess looked threateningly at her father. Meanwhile, a fierce battle continued in the arena. Shouts, the sound of swords clashing were heard. Dull blows, and the smell of blood hung in the air. Suddenly, through the rising dust, the silhouette of a young man who could barely stand appeared. He, breathing heavily, raised his blunt weapon in front of him, which was no longer new. Dave exclaimed happily, noticing how the little dog from Saga diligently tried to survive. Mocking the captive, Lachlan looked threateningly in his direction. The final battle was approaching. The still-hot extras were taken out of the arena, and the audience reasoned that if the fighter wins this fight, he will become champion. Some did not believe in his victory. The Lord told the prince no, how worrying a dog couldn't beat a man. After these words, the young man lost his temper and tried to control himself so as not to hurt Dave. But he was already at his limit. The girl noticed the state her friend was in and hurried to cover him with herself. Preventing a massacre, she shouted that this guy would definitely win. A knight of the Holy Empire, fully armed in armor, solemnly emerged from the gate. He approached the battle-weary red-haired young man, looking at him. The young man, breathing heavily, looked at the knight from under his brow with his innocent gaze. But confident, the final battle began. Two friends were very worried about the young fighter, awaiting his victory, but both were concerned about the injustice of this fight. It was not entirely equal. The girl looked with amazement at the spectators in the stands, who were joyfully awaiting the start of this fight. The young princess was astonished by the cruelty of the people. Everyone seemed to have gone mad. The battle dragged on. The young man defended himself well and dodged the enemy's attacks, but the prolonged battle was taking its toll on him. He was starting to get tired. He was knocked down by the blow of a shield flying towards him, and blood gushed from his mouth. He fell exhausted to the ground, and a tired knight slowly approached him. The princess watched the fight with concern and prayed that the boy from Saga would get up. The prince looked at the scene in front of him, and everyone present with fear. It was as if he knew that not everything could be known. He knew the fundamentals of his country well. Even if the enemy surpasses you in power, a true Saga warrior never bows his head. However, the red-haired young man did not move from his place and lay exhausted, bleeding. The king, along with the future queen, were already happily celebrating their kingdom's victory over a glass. The armed knight grabbed the young man by the red hair, lifting his lifeless body off the ground. The lord and his friends were casually discussing something. The dominant fighter brought his sword to the neck of the barbarian boy. The princess mentally asked him not to do this and covered her eyes with her hands. She heard a resonant clang on the metal. Silence hung in the air. The stands were silent, and she opened her eyes in astonishment. The red-haired fighter hit the armed knight on the helmet, imitating a slap in the face. Concentrating, the emerald-eyed young man gritted his teeth and threw his leg at his opponent. With a strong and wide hook, he ripped the sword from the knight's hands, catching the weapons flying midair. The young man jumped into the air, doing a backflip and jumping over his opponent, and froze in the air for a moment. With such an action, he shocked the entire royal family and the rest of the anxiously watching spectators. In flight, the emerald-eyed young man aimed the blade of his weapon at the knight's neck, which was not protected by armor. Only Lachlan had no doubts about the man from his kingdom and seemed genuinely happy when the Imperial's blood spilled. Wiping the blood from his face, the victor from Saga loudly expressed his thoughts that the guy he fought cost him a lot of effort. Dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle, the King of the West rose from his seat and hit the servant standing next to him. He asked about the dead knight. Was this really the same son of the god of war that the servant mentioned, Your Majesty? He was indignant that the invincible warrior was defeated by a boy. The red-haired young man sat near the knight's corpse and took a breath. The servant made excuses. That dead man was truly invincible. He won more than 200 battles. The king couldn't believe his words, because it meant that in his Theodore Empire, there was no one stronger. Lachlan was satisfied with this outcome. He was glad that his kingdom's wars were much stronger and smiled. The future queen tried to reassure her boyfriend by telling him that his state had many extraordinary knights, and that they were too honorable to challenge him to the ring, as she intended. Amelia believed the barbarian was cheating by using sand. They wanted to honor the god of war, so she decided that she must use blood and sacrifice the boy. The princess looked at her father in shock. The king believed that his future wife was right and ordered the execution of the young fighter from Saga. The prince turned horrified towards the aspirant. Two armed men grabbed the young man by the arms. One of the knights kicked him in the knee with an order to kneel. The guy, in the blink of an eye, found himself on the ground with his arms thrown back. Lachlan clenched his fists tightly until they trembled. One of the knights held the red-haired youth's head, and the other, immediately following the king's order, drew his sword. The king and his concubine were already cheerfully discussing something. The prince's eyes betrayed his thirst for murder over such an unfair outcome. However, salvation for everything soon arrived. The princess shouted loudly and said that it was impossible to do this. All the people standing next to her fell silent. Lady Amelia, hugging the king, asked Ailese what she was thinking about. All eyes turned to the girl. She looked angrily at her parents. The prince, seeing hope in her protest, called the baby by name. The princess explained that in her state there were many strong warriors, and compared to the Sagas, they were fully protected. And that fighter is very young, thin, his physique is smaller, and probably his whole body hurts. And his weapon broke almost immediately. He faced an unfair fight. The servant, bowing, said that they allowed gladiators to choose their own equipment. All weapons they used could be used. Closing her eyes and opening them again confidently, the princess repeated that all weapons in the arena were allowed. Looking at the young man, she asked everyone why then this boy from Saga should be stabbed to death. An emerald-eyed young man looked confusedly at the girl, who was fiercely defending him. The girl said there was nothing wrong with fighting with the only weapon available to defeat the enemy. Lachlan was worried about Ellis and called her again. Angered by his daughter's words, His Majesty the King of the East ordered the princess to shut up by slamming his fist on the table. There was a noise in the arena stands. The people finally came to their senses and anxiously reflected on what was said. Many supported the girl's position that it was wrong to kill after a victory. The young princess, once again, shouted loudly at her father, telling him that killing him after victory was the most ridiculous decision. Her father couldn't do that. He should be free. The king was beside himself with rage. The princess was right, and somewhere inside he knew it. But he was even more angered by the fact that his daughter was proving something to him. He clenched his fist until his hand trembled. His concubine did not tolerate such an attitude from her future stepdaughter towards her sovereign and defended him. She asked the princess, His Highness, if she was being too arrogant by ordering her father to do something. Smiling, she uttered heart-touching phrases that the girl's behavior shows everyone the lack of maternal upbringing, which indicates that she is spouting nonsense in front of so many residents of his country. Addressing her stepdaughter, she asked if she was deliberately trying to insult and dishonor her father. In the girl's eyes there was doubt, fear, and a feeling of guilt for what was said. She clenched her hand into a fist near her chest. But before saying anything sarcastic, the prince blocked her with his hand. Lachlan stepped forward, protecting the princess with his body. He said that Her Highness said nothing stupid. This fight was unfair. The king raised his voice, pointing out his strong words to the young heirs, and the couple was surrounded by knights with spears. But at the most tense moment, Master Carroll spoke. He justified the behavior of his students by their youth, so that they could be ignorant. But they did not want to offend him, the king. The future queen was indignant. She said that those two were getting crazier and crazier, that their master would always support them. Having listened to his concubine, the king declared Carroll a criminal and ordered him captured, and returned to the palace. The lady asked what to do with that saga in the arena. The king said, loud and clear, so that everyone could hear that this young man was being executed. The princess objected, calling out to her father. The saga native sitting below trembled and shook his lip while kneeling, resigning himself to the fact that he would now be killed. All the spectators in the stands were unhappy with this decision by their king. The crowd became very alarmed. The knight raised his hand, in which he held a sharp sword over the condemned man's neck. The princess rebelled and resisted the knight's holding her. However, a deafening cry was heard from the spectators that shocked all the nobility. The people from the stands shouted in unison, demanding the release of the young winner of the gladiator fights. The chain boy, who had already said goodbye to his life, suddenly saw a ray of hope in the face of all the people. The executioner knight, standing next to the condemned man, looked at his king. Awaiting new instructions, the servant tried to justify the people's actions. But it was useless. Tears sprang from the princess's eyes. She was incredibly happy that the people supported her. Lachlan took his lover's hand, smiling and looking directly into her eyes. This was their common victory. The king looked into the distance, disappointed. Shouts demanding freedom were still heard in the distance. Carroll turned to His Majesty. He praised him for building this arena to show the strength of his empire and unite the people, increasing the prestige of the empire. But even if it is saga, he is today's winner. He said that the king should give him a fair reward, as a symbol of our tolerance towards the Western Empire. His Majesty muttered with disgust, but still gave the order for the winner's release and elimination of slave status. The princess was overjoyed that her father acted in the most correct way, and happily threw herself into the prince's arms. Looking at the happy daughter and stepdaughter, both parents were disgusted by their cheerful appearance. The concubine whispered that she would still find a way to re-educate her, so that she would stop being a teacher. Carroll watched the two departing people with an unsatisfied look. Finally, the winner's shackles were removed. The spectators greeted the surviving young man with enthusiastic shouts, who still couldn't believe that death had passed him by. The emerald-eyed boy raised his hand, blocking the bright sunlight. He looked at the sky. Today was his second birthday. The knights dispersed, and the friends joyfully saw the winner off as he left the arena with joy in his eyes. The princess, looking at the clan, exclaimed how wonderful everything was. It inspired her to do this together. With a smile on her lips, she said that now this boy will not be a slave, he will not fight. He is free now. The prince trembled, and with a serious expression on his face, he added that he would never be a slave again. Now he was a full resident of Saga. The princess replied with a silent nod. She was surprised by the quick change in her friend's face, but she was more concerned about something else. At this moment they were side by side, holding hands, but the distance between them was still huge. Meanwhile, in Sedu, the capital of Saga, the crown prince tried to meet his father, but the guards did not let him in, explaining that the king was busy playing with Alex, and everyone was ordered not to disturb them. But the reason was not important to the prince, because the army of his enemy repeatedly invaded his country. Everything was around. It was necessary to deal with it. Standing at the door of his father's chambers, the young man was outraged by the fact that the Theodore Empire forced captives from his country to participate in their battles. Of gladiators, the servant explained to his master that his father, Lev, had befriended Alex, and even if Ryan believed his ears more, it would be in vain. But the heir did not give up. His father had more influence than him, but he does nothing, and he himself can only send guards in case they ignore the people who are destroying the people. The servant had an idea how to help Ryan, but his plan needed His Majesty's brother Lachlan. The green-haired one whispered something in his master's ear, and he agreed. Taking his friend's hand, the princess told him to run faster. The little servant watched the interaction of the doves from behind the bushes and smiled contentedly. Hearing a rustle in the bushes, Nathan turned his head and was frightened to see the teacher Carol hiding, who asked the young man to be quiet. The teacher explained his behavior, by saying that he was conducting research on sex education in adolescence. The servant said that, in his opinion, this crossed the personal boundaries of the students. The girl looked joyfully at the majestic fountain and said that when she first saw it, she was surprised. Lachlan was not particularly happy after the recent event, as the princess noticed. He looked away and mumbled that he agreed with the girl's words. Ellis firmly decided that today, she would definitely make her companion happy. The heiress said that her older brother took the girl every year. By the fountain, the coat of arms of her mother's family was even there. The young man asked if she meant the family coat of arms, to which the princess pointed out its location. Lachlan leaned down to look closer at what was painted on the golden sign, when suddenly a jet of water hit his face. The family coat of arms was disguised as a fountain. The prince, who had just been sprayed with water, called out to Ellis, who was joking, and she was already running away. The young man ran after his friend, stepped into a puddle, and, unable to maintain his balance, fell right onto the princess. The two fell onto the stone side of the fountain. With one hand, the prince held his side, and with the other, he held the hand of the girl who had her eyes closed. The princess regained consciousness after an unexpected fall and impact. The first thing she felt was a hand grabbing her wrist, and she opened her eyes. Above her was a wet young man breathing heavily, with amber eyes looking with love and unrest directly into her soul. The baby's eyes opened in surprise. She opened her mouth in amazement, and a noticeable blush appeared on her cheeks. Their faces were close to each other. Their eyes eagerly devoured each other, and their hearts beat wildly. The young man reached out to meet his beloved's lips, but at the last moment, they were sprayed with water from the fountain. The princess, red as a tomato with embarrassment, laughed at the absurdity of the whole situation, and how Lachlan was hit by water for the second time. The prince's ears turned red. A barely perceptible blush appeared on his face, and thoughtfully, he covered his lips with his hand. Wringing out his wet clothes, the young man told himself that it was really impossible to take Ellis with him anywhere. The young maids silently watched the boy, observing his slender physique and muscular. Having finished drying his clothes, Lachlan cast a stern look at the maids behind the bush. They fled in shame. The young man heard a large bird in the air and raised his head, seeing a familiar eagle in front of him. He extended his hand forward, and the large bird obediently landed. Lachlan recognized Shio's eagle as his older brother. There was a note attached to its leg. He thought that since his brother sent Shio here, it might mean that the letter was from the king. And he unfolded the paper. The eagle climbed onto the boy's shoulder as he read, and when he finished, his face noticeably frowned and darkened. Passing the note, the bird flew back, and someone called for Klein, so they had to hastily crumple the letter. Turning his gaze, the young man saw Teacher Carol in front of him with a serious expression on his face. Hiding the note in his sleeve, His Majesty the Prince worried that his teacher had seen him. The teacher and the student walked calmly along the stone slabs of the site. Without talking about anything, the young man had chaos in his head. The prince thought that his brother had just sent him a letter about a wild beast, and about how worried and severe Mr. Carroll seemed at the moment he arrived. After all, he had somewhat impatiently ordered him to follow him, which is why he had to hide the note in his sleeve and follow obediently. Suddenly, the teacher interrupted his flow of thoughts with words that the child somehow smelled strangely, and a chill ran down his skin. Carol stated that the smell was not from the palace, and that it smelled more like sedu. Like the scent used by his royal family, concerns became more intense. The young man scratched his nose, realizing that the smell most likely came from the letter, and said that the teacher most likely smelled the scent of the herb bag he was carrying with him. Squinting, the teacher told the prince, grabbing his hand, that his habit betrayed that he was lying. They looked into each other's eyes, and Carol said that the guy doesn't normally carry herb bags with him. The frightened prince, realizing he had been found out, clenched the note in his hand, and he was already thinking of confessing, but the right words didn't come to mind. And then the teacher put his hand on his head and said cheerfully that it's normal that boys like girls, and that a young man doesn't need to make excuses. The teacher smiled cordially at the prince, who didn't understand anything. Finally realizing what Carol was talking about, the young man was embarrassed and tried to justify himself, but the teacher understood everything, but in his own way. He already knew everything about adolescence. The soggy prince exhaled a sigh of relief. It had been a long worry, and he asked where they were going in the end. Continuing along the flagstone path, Carol replied that they were moving forward. The young man looked surprised at the long-haired man. Ahead, as he knew, was only the royal cemetery. They approached a majestic oak tree. Birds sang peacefully in the cemetery, but autumn was already beginning. The prince looked with amazement and delight at the branches of the mighty tree. It was very beautiful here, and the teacher cheerfully said that in a couple of days the leaves would turn golden yellow. Then the earth will be covered with these leaves, like the last ray of sunset, and then it will become even more beautiful. The young man looked fascinated at the surroundings, imagining the future beauty of this garden. Thinking about the teacher's words sounded so casual, as if he visited this place often. The long-haired scientist took a chamomile flower from his inner pocket and placed it at the roots of the tree. The expression on his face inspired melancholy, as if he were remembering something very important and once valuable to himself. The young man watched the teacher intently, who closed his eyes and bowed his head over the grave. Carol initiated the dialogue again. He told Lachlan that if he meets a girl he truly loves, he shouldn't let her go, and so easily, because once you let go of her hand, you will lose her forever. You will no longer be able to see her smile or feel warmth. Waiting countless nights, seeing her in dreams, and waking up with a feeling of some kind of emptiness. But she will never come back again. You left to spend the rest of your life in endless regret. The story was coming to an end, and the scientist the prince once loved warned him not to let this happen to him. He concluded with a request that the young man always protect his beloved smile, no matter what. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Eastern Empire, the king was entertained by many young men dressed in beautiful open clothes. A dark-haired young man sat comfortably on the sofa and observing the orgy. He drank wine. After emptying his glass, but without swallowing the contents, he pulled his servant towards him, giving him wine from his mouth. Another servant reported on the state of affairs. The gifts for the Western Empire were ready. A cup and wine came out of the servant's mouth. The king moved away and told his guest that he would gladly cooperate with his Western Majesty. Having sealed the alliance, the daring-looking young man splashed the wine from his glass. The king said it was time for the Theodore Empire to experience all the passion of the Eastern Kingdom. Prince Lachlan looked intently into the distance. He was standing among the crowd, shouting enthusiastically and joyfully greeting the returning heroes. Suddenly, behind him, he heard a strange movement in his direction and grabbed the attacker's hand. The running girl fell right into the prince's arms, who was surprised by his friend's arrival, and held her by the wrist and hand. The princess cried out in pain, and the young man, worried, asked Ellis what she was doing here. Because there were many people here, and it was not safe for her. The girl smiled slyly and said that she had seen the prince alone somewhere, and she reproached the young man for going to the parade without her. A loud hum from the forge was heard. The princess drew the boy's attention to a large golden statue. The young man was amazed by the strange taste of the rich. Only then did he realize that he himself was a prince. A general rode up in a golden carriage. The people were amazed by his majestic appearance. People were saying that he was the cousin of the current queen. The princess looked threateningly at the arrogant man and, with a grimace, told Lachlan that this was Amelia's man, and told him to leave quickly. However, the prince grabbed the girl's hand, stopped her, and told her to look closer at who was walking behind her. Behind the general's golden carriage followed a trailer with a crowd of chained prisoners. When suddenly the little slave stumbled and fell, the insolent knight put his foot on the boy's head, asking who allowed him to stop. The prisoner ran towards the kneeling baby to protect him, but received a lash on the back with a whip. The knight, waving his whip again, shouted at the man protecting the little slave. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice. Lachlan shouted at the man to stop and snatched the raised whip from the knight's hands, looking menacingly into his eyes. The general heard the shouts and approached to realize what was happening. The man replied by speaking disrespectfully of his friends who would not let them pass. Deciding to show all the nobility he had, Med pointed out to his subordinate that he should not be rude to their highnesses. The prince and the princess. The girl looked at the man with an unsatisfied gaze, although the man's words were polite. He didn't even bother to get off the carriage to greet them. Honey continued by saying that it was better for the heirs not to create conflict situations again, and suggested that they talk to the prisoners of war, but they were unlikely to agree. The princess asked if she had heard correctly that children, women, and the elderly were prisoners of war. But still, this did not give the soldiers the right to beat a child. The queen's cousin got off the carriage, taking the baby by the chin. He understood that both heirs are kind-hearted, but the battle is not a toy they play with while living peacefully in the palace. After all, if you grant freedom even to an innocent child, most likely hundreds of Theodore's soldiers will die in the future. The young man frowned in surprise, looking at the narrator. The next moment, the child's body was in the air, pierced through and through by a sharp blade. Hardened in battles, the prince's heart beat wildly, literally jumping out of his chest, watching as his comrade-in-arms was mercilessly killed in front of everyone. Tears appeared in the princess's eyes. She didn't understand why they had to kill this innocent child. All the prisoners cried in tears, pleaded for mercy, and the general arrogantly said that from that moment on, the boy was no longer a threat to the great empire. He ordered this small body to be sacrificed to the god of war, and the body was placed in a coffin along with flowers and skulls of herbivores. The queen's brother hoped that the princess would understand that she lived a carefree life in the castle, where there was plenty of food and a soft bed, but the girl couldn't hear him, still recovering from the shock. He told her to think about it, because with all of the above, the princess called them cruel, even though it was they who shed their blood for a peaceful life. Lachlan became angry at the general's words, bowed his head, and leaned over visibly, clenching his fists. The rest of the time, the young man walked in silence. The princess was worried about her friend and wanted to support him by extending her hand. But Lachlan didn't even look at the girl. He was lost in his thoughts, looking into the distance. The girl looked sadly at her friend, sympathizing and understanding his feelings. But words of support didn't come to her mind. The only thing she said were words about meeting tomorrow. Moving in the opposite direction of the prince, she suddenly became very afraid to walk this path alone. The princess looked at her companion. She was afraid that their future together would be like this path when she looked back. It was scary to even think that Lachlan would not look at her and would just walk away. That same evening, sitting on his bed, the heir of Saga read the letter that had arrived to him. The text in it stated that on the night of the full moon, the prince would have to free the imprisoned General Fred and help him escape from courtiers. Having finished reading the transmitted message, the young man brought it closer to a lit candle and burned the evidence. The confident gaze of the young man looked ahead. He was ready to fulfill his brother's order. The general knelt before the royal family. His campaign was crowned with success. All countries presented their gifts. All the gold and silver collected were destined for His Majesty. Holding a helmet in his hands, Med pointed to the imposing golden statue behind him. This majestic statue of the goddess of victory is a gift from the Eastern Empire. The king enthusiastically praised the gift he received and said that this statue could truly elevate the dominance of his empire. His Majesty announced that today he would give a banquet, and tonight, he wanted to reward the soldiers for a successful campaign. The princess stepped forward, looking with admiration at the greatness of the donated statue. It was an excellent opportunity for her to examine the statue up close. The girl, with a cheerful smile on her face, turned to her friend and called him by name. But Lachlan's gaze was not directed at the goddess statue, but at the captive slaves of his state. The girl's mood instantly dropped. She shared the prince's feelings towards the slaves. That night, the celebration of a successful campaign took place in the palace. The knights drank and had fun with the girls. The king, sitting on the throne, was also happy and having fun with all his heart. The princess sighed sadly, looking at the spot beside her. She was interested to know why Lachlan did not attend the celebration and where he was now. Master Carroll was next to the palace guards. He perfectly understood his desire to celebrate with everyone, but even today it was impossible to relax. The long-haired scientist looked behind one of the knights, where he saw the familiar silhouette of Lachlan. His Highness approached the dungeon gates, guarded by 2 armed guards. The knights on duty, laughing, asked the prince if he had refused to attend the party to keep them company. Although, surely, he wanted to talk to his old friends, the young man approached the decadent guards, and with a sharp and quick movement of his hand, he coldly cut their throats. The prince freely entered the guarded fortress. The knights were doing something. They became alarmed and jumped from their seats. Lachlan took care of each of the guards quickly, and without creating unnecessary noise. Taking the key from the dead knight's hand, and having found the necessary chamber, he freed General Fred from captivity. Upon opening the chamber, Lachlan silently greeted his old acquaintance, frowning. Carroll, accompanied by several guards, entered the fortress, and before their eyes appeared the image of a hall full of corpses. The scientist ordered the knights to follow him, but the prince and the prisoners ran out of their cells to meet them. 2 knights accompanying the master attacked the young man, who neutralized both with a skillful move. but he only cut off one of his eyes. Carol decided to stop this outrage and shouted at Lachlan to stop immediately. He shouted and asked what the prince was doing here and what he wanted to achieve with his actions. Lachlan replied that he just wanted to put them on the nearest boat and nothing more, after which he closed his eyes. Carol shouted that this was nonsense. She asked if the young man understood that if his plan failed, all the prisoners would be killed, and he couldn't escape punishment even though he was a prince. And even if he is lucky and his plan comes true, how will he be able to look Princess Ellis calmly in the eyes after that? The young man hesitated, but the prince knew that if he didn't do this now, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself later. And if the teacher tried to stop him, he would be forced to apologize. This statement surprised the long-haired scientist. He closed his eyes, turning many thoughts in his head. And then he told him to leave. Carol said nothing more, except that today it was time to stop shedding blood for no reason. Lachlan left, leaving his teacher alone in a room full of a sea of murdered knights' corpses. And looking back one last time, he left along with the crowd of prisoners towards the exit. The knight wounded in the eye followed him with his gaze. The prince of the Western Empire pointed out how to pass through the square outside the palace. While everyone celebrated, no one would worry about them, and he decided to take a shortcut under the statue. However, the prisoners, led by General Fred, stopped and did not follow the young man, who turned around and looked confusedly at the crowd. General Fred threw a grappling hook at the golden statue of his kingdom and began to climb the cable. He opened a secret hatch located in the statue, and several armed warriors appeared behind it. The prince looked confusedly at what was happening. Meanwhile, from the statue of the goddess of war, soldiers descended one after another along cables. The warriors held lit torches in their hands. General Fred, standing in front of them, addressed the prince. He said that all military actions to be carried out tonight were aimed at achieving their true goal. The prince looked at his people in shock. The entire capital of Theodore was engulfed in flames, devouring everything in its path, and the roads were covered with military corpses. The people of the Western Saga Empire burst into the palace hall with shouts and weapons, wanting to kill everyone. The servants shouted at the royal family to get out of here. Their Majesties, the little servant, and Lord Dave hurriedly walked towards the palace cellars. The latter turned to his lagging stepsister and shouted at her what she was doing when she needed to flee faster. But the princess still intended to return. She said that Lachlan was outside now and probably in danger, and that it was worth finding him. Moving away from his stepsister, the prince followed everyone, leaving the princess to the mercy of fate. He thought that she didn't really care about herself. Civilians also fled the city engulfed in fire. No one understood what was happening. Everyone simply fled in all directions. At the same time, ships from the Eastern Empire arrived at the port of the Eternal City, where the king was playing the harp, admiring the view. Holding the instrument in his hands, Noah madly said that the flames consuming the faithful city could be compared to the greatness of the empire. The servant confirmed his master's words, who laughingly wished the city would burn, that it would burn brighter than the sun. The girl ran out of the palace in search of her lost friend throughout the burning city. Standing on the square covered in blood and corpses, she called the prince by name. Suddenly, the still-living dead man grabbed the girl by the leg with his last strength, frightening her, and tears sprang from fear. But the princess composed herself and overcame her tears. She told herself that she had to be strong, that she had to find Lachlan and get him out of this hell. And then she picked up the sword and shield from the ground. Walking forward, the girl rubbed her eyes, blurred by fire and smoke, when suddenly she saw a familiar silhouette in front of her. It was Lachlan. The girl wanted to greet her friend cheerfully, but realized what the prince was doing, and became sad. The young man, covered in blood, left behind a bloody trail of dead knights. He looked into his beloved's eyes, calling her by name. Confused, the girl decided to ask the prince if it could be that he brought these people here. The young man became grim, speechless. Lachlan continued to stand silently, simply looking at the ground, and had many thoughts in his head. But a lump in his throat prevented him from expressing them. The girl shouted. She wanted her friend to say that he was wrong, that this war was not the prince's fault. That it was, and tears sprang from her eyes. Lachlan looked directly into Ellis's eyes and apologized to the princess in a frustrated voice. The girl looked at the traitor with an angry gaze, and without thinking, asked him about a friend with a sword in his hand. She pierced the boy's stomach. Her heart sank, her breath froze, blood poured from the wound, and the young man winced in unexpected pain. He grabbed the spot on his stomach, from which he had just pulled out the sword. The girl, realizing what she had just done, dropped the weapon from her hands. Overwhelmed by emotion, the princess, covering her eyes, began to fall. But the young man quickly grabbed the girl, preventing her from falling. The next moment, Lachlan softly, but persistently closed his lips on Ellis's lips. The princess looked at the prince in surprise. The girl rested her hand against the boy's chest, sighing and pulling away from the kiss, crying and saying that she didn't want this. But the prince was more persistent and kissed his beloved with even greater passion, hugging her around the waist and caressing her cheek while the raging fire burned around them. The young man ran his thumb over the girl's swollen lip, without ceasing to look into her tear-stained celestial eyes. This was not what she needed at all. However, they were soon interrupted from a distance. The general called the prince, telling him that it was time to quickly retreat. Lachlan apologized to Ellis. He could not let the soldiers see that she was here, and he knocked her out. The girl fell right into his arms. The servant announced to the king that Prince Alex had just arrived in the city with 2 ships of reinforcements. He asked whose side his army should support. Noah only growled threateningly in response. Lachlan left the princess defenseless in the ruins and, along with his people, dressed in a black robe. Leaving the crime scene, the young prince met a familiar blonde young man coming towards him. The boy turned surprised at seeing the passing man and looked him in the eyes. This man turned out to be the first prince of the great empire, Ellis's twin brother. His Majesty Alex, seeing his sister lying in the ruins from afar, the young man ran towards her horrified, calling her by name and lifting the unconscious body from the cold stone slabs. The princess opened her swollen, tear-stained eyes, immediately recognizing who was in front of her. She called her brother by name. The prince exclaimed cheerfully that he had returned. The fire spread from the palace to the city, dyeing the night sky red. The people mourned the loss of loved ones and their homes. The Eternal City, considered the pinnacle of human civilization, was enveloped in fear of barbarism for the first time. And murder. The fire burned for 5 days and 5 nights before it was extinguished. Around 3,000 died, 100,000 were left homeless. At this point, the peace treaty between Saga and Theodore was invalid. The princess sat alone in the place Lachlan had once shown her, who had now fled, and sadly looked into the distance at the night sky. Suddenly, to her surprise, a bird blacker than night flew in front of the girl's face, driven by gusts of wind. Waving her hand, the girl pitifully chased the bird away, telling it to quickly get away from here. The princess stumbled slightly and almost flew into the sea. She associated this black bird with a friend, clenching the fist of the hand previously extended. She said that the bird should never return. Bitter tears of resentment appeared in her eyes. The girl quietly said that her companion could not return either. Looking at her hand, she pressed it against her painfully beating heart. The sea wind grew stronger, blowing in different directions, tangling her hair. And her thoughts. The loving princess, Ellis, continuously called for the clef and cried. The girl stood silently on the balcony, looking down. In the room, the first prince and the little one, Nathan, were talking. The latter said that his mistress had been in this state for the 2nd day. The little servant, looking away with sadness in his voice, explained that his mistress was crying silently and didn't sleep at night. Alex placed his hand on the young servant's shoulder as a sign of consolation and looked at his sister, who was alone on the balcony. Approaching and standing behind the girl, the first prince patted the baby's cheek. Wondering why his little sister was grieving so much, he was surprised by the unexpected appearance of his brother, since she was immersed in her thoughts. For she was immersed in her thoughts. The young man, smiling, said that she should throw the reason causing her tears into the sea so that the fish would devour it. Bitter tears sprang from the girl's eyes as she looked at her supportive brother, whom she had missed so much all this time. Alex hugged his sister, pressing her head against his like a mother, calming the crying princess. With tenderness in every movement, he took the girl in his arms, hugged her, and squeezed her tighter against him, and carried her to the room. He carefully laid the girl on a soft bed and told her in velvet to go to sleep. The girl looked at her little brother with teary eyes. Leaning closer over Ellis, Alex calmly and quietly said that all the pain and sadness would definitely pass. With all tenderness, he kissed the forehead of his tearful and worried sister, whom he had not seen for a long time. The brother lay down next to her, holding the younger one by the hand, telling her that he would never leave her or bother her again. So they fell asleep together. In the morning, the first Prince Alex, accompanied by 2 subordinates, went to his father. His Majesty the King, with a report, informed him that after studying the physiques and weapons, it could be concluded that most of the attackers were mercenaries from Saga. That night they hid in the goddess statue, after which they followed the leading group. And their main forces and generals were at a banquet at that moment, and they were unprepared for what happened. Therefore, the prince reported, the statue of the goddess donated by the king of the Eastern Empire proves that the attack was jointly organized by Saga and the Eastern Kingdom. King Teodora loudly struck the base of the throne with his staff and began to loudly resent the barbarians for how they dared to unite with this boy known and set a trap for him. His Majesty coughed from the intense swearing. The queen, worried about her husband, told him not to exert himself too much. The crown prince looked at his adoptive mother with disdain. The young man continued his report, explained that for many years Saga had signed a peace treaty with them, and King Leo would not have violated it. It was not his doing. However, his eldest son, Ryan, is ambitious and has close ties with King Non, and upon learning of their plans, they immediately evacuated from Saga. The prince looked seriously at his father and declared, concluding his report on the current state of affairs, that what happened was most likely the fault of the king's eldest son. Fortunately, the prince was able to bring reinforcements in time to save the city from total destruction, and therefore he must pay them in full for such shame. His Majesty reasoned aloud. Holding his head, the young man offered his father an alternative option in which there was another method of counterattack. Let his victims relax, and also calm the townspeople to avoid unforeseen situations. The king stepped down from his throne and approached his son. He hugged him, told him to do what he thought best, and called the prince his true best son. Shouts and sounds of broken dishes were heard from the queen's chambers. She threw a glass of wine on the floor. She was indignant about her mistakes and unfulfilled plans, because after everything she did, Noah promised to support her son as the next king. Alex interfered by returning right in the middle of their plan. Now all senators supported the elder prince, and given Carol's influence, and his mother's family, Dave stood no chance. His cousin Honey was behind Amelia. Twirling his sister's hair on his finger, he told her not to panic, because no matter how strong their opponents were, they would definitely break them one by one. The man ordered a man to be let into the room upon entering. The knight quickly bowed his head and knelt down. The warrior with the scar over his eye raised his head, and Honey expressed to his sister that this warrior saw Carol leaving, and Uring and Zag. All of the first prince's associates gathered with him in his office. Carol spoke about how camps were actively developing in the regions unaffected by the fire, and restoration work was underway throughout the city. A close associate of Alex, dressed in a violet robe, long black hair, and a patch over his left eye, continued by saying that food was also urgently being delivered from neighboring cities for those affected by the fire. The prince, diligently writing something, told his assistant to continue resolving the placement issues and to stay alert. Putting down his pen, Alex tiredly exhaled most of the Empire's problems, and paperwork fell on him. His master's condition was noticed by a nearby knight. Looking away at the floor, he turned to his Majesty. He had just returned, but had already taken on all state responsibilities. He hadn't closed his eyes for several days, and the king remained inactive. Looking menacingly at his comrade, the lilac-eyed man indicated to Tamati to watch his words. The knight spread his arms mockingly, and with the same sarcasm told his friend that he was mistaken, because unfortunately, it wasn't Monsieur Marty. The prince turned to Carol thanks to him, because he himself spent the last years in Saga, and couldn't help his father or take care of his sister. And this is not easy at all. Realizing all his mistakes, the long-haired scientist cast his gaze to the floor, not daring to look Alex in the eyes, and muttered something quietly about doing what he had to do. This strange behavior was noticed by Marty. Suddenly, the office door opened, and several Imperial knights entered with weapons, and looks of disgust on their faces. Tamati stepped forward, aiming his weapon at the knights, loudly asked what they were doing, and quietly wondered if they had found him so quickly. With arrogance and disgust, the leader of the knights looked at Carol and, turning to the teacher, politely asked him to follow him with the mini. This statement surprised Tamati and Marty as much as His Highness the First Prince. Running through the palace corridors, the little servant shouted that a problem had occurred and called his mistress, Ellis, who was sleeping sweetly in her bed with her head covered by a blanket. With a sleepy voice, the princess asked Nathan what could have happened. What could be worse than the fact that Lackland betrayed her? The young man looked at the lump, almost crying. The servant, with a quick tug, broke all the lamentations of the two-room apartment about his master. Pulling off the blanket, he shouted that Mr. Carroll had been arrested. Two knights led the scientist to the throne room, followed by the prince, who was already asking his father what was happening and why the master was being accused of high treason. The young heir directed his gaze to the floor, where a chubby knight was kneeling in front of the king. He asked who that man was. The knight began his story. The night of the attack, the young Saga burst into the prison and killed all the guards. He survived the incident, but before losing consciousness, he saw Carroll let Saga leave with the prisoners of war. The young man, frowning, said that his words were too serious an accusation to speak about without proof. But the knight objected. He swore that he had definitely seen it. The king looked threateningly at the accused from top to bottom and asked what he could say in his defense. Carroll said she wanted everyone to calm down after such a fuss and clarify things later. However, the scientist did not hide it and admitted that that night, he indeed allowed His Highness Latchline to leave with the prisoners. With his answer, Carroll surprised all jury members at this hearing, including the king, who, striking the throne with his hand, angrily asked why he had done this. The master said he let him go because he was young and impulsively showed concern for his compatriots. He just wanted to help those prisoners, so he let him go. The scientist closed his eyes and said he hadn't thought at all that his actions could lead to such a large-scale disaster. Lady Amelia laughed. She praised Carroll for his excellent command of the art of sophistry, but asked what he could say about his people and the disaster that had occurred. Having stepped down, she approached the accused, telling him that he was smart and attentive. How could the invasion plan escape the sight of such a genius? The queen was not only interested in this, but also in whether it had crossed Amelia's mind. And Carroll exchanged angry glances. The majestically prophetic lady enlightened those present that the two were quite close. She said that the master was indifferent to the children of the empire, but was interested in him. He protected him and now helped deliver the blow. Honey, standing next to His Majesty the King, told him that all the evidence against Master Carroll was irrefutable, and asked him to take action. The long-haired scientist, overcome by fear and despair, began to lose ground. He said that everything mentioned earlier was not proof of treason. Noise was heard in the hall. The king held his head. People argued whether Carroll was really involved in a conspiracy with the barbarians, and how many victims there were. His Majesty, after several minutes of deliberation, finally announced his decision, and said that Alex should finally decide the fate of the scientist. The young man was astonished, wanted to be indignant, but realized that he could not go against his father's will, and only looked sadly at his childhood master and friend. The queen urged the first prince to make a decision, calling it fair and reasonable, and sweetly said that whatever decision was made would definitely not be biased. But the young man could not immediately assign a punishment to his master. On one side of the scale, there were memories, and on the other, state laws. He was confused, and his entourage understood him well. Carroll told the first prince that he should not hesitate. He didn't care what decision he made, but those were just words. At the same time, the frightened princess ran out of her room as fast as she could, without even changing clothes. The master stared fixedly at Alex. He already knew what punishment awaited him, because the ministers had already made a decision, and asked to express it quickly, but no one in their right mind wants to die. The princess ran towards the door of the throne room and the place of judgment, but the guards forbade her entry. The girl resisted. However, although he didn't want to, the prince began to issue judgment. He was disappointed, and said that although this was not treason, the master hid the truth and endangered the entire empire. The door to the throne room opened wide, and the princess entered the courtroom alarmed and breathless. At that very moment, her brother, the first prince of the empire, pronounced the death sentence on Carroll, and only then did his heart begin to beat anxiously upon seeing his sister arrive. Ellis, after hearing such terrible words from Alex's lips, froze with her mouth wide open in surprise. A shiver ran down her body, and cold sweat appeared. While galloping on her horse, the princess remembered the words spoken by Clint about the black-maned horse. It would take her wherever she wanted, and the girl waved the reins, urging the horse forward. She rushed to the place where the master was executed, hoping to change something. However, let's go back to the beginning and see how much effort it took Ellis to get out of the closed chambers. And guarded, the knight asked the princess not to complicate his task. The king ordered not to release the girl until the death sentence was carried out. because otherwise they themselves would be executed. The little servant looked sadly at the floor. Through the bars, the princess grabbed baby Nathan by the sleeve of his shirt and shouted at him, asking if he would help her this time. The young man looked away and anxiously, with a sad look, said that Master Carol was sent to the execution site early in the morning. The princess looked at her little servant in shock, letting him go, and the boy, pulling his clothes off his hands, said that even if she let her go now, the girl wouldn't have time. The young man, accompanied by the knight, turned around and walked down the corridor. The girl could only shout after them. She begged not to be left alone, pleaded to be released, but the servant and the knight were already far away. Her hands were trembling. The master could not be executed. The girl looked at the floor in shock. She cried and could not accept the fact that the master who had been with her since childhood was sentenced to execution. She didn't know what to do. The princess sat near the entrance of her room, hugging her knees. She cried silently, hiding her head in her hands. Suddenly, she heard some movement on the balcony of her room, something similar and close. The wind stirred her hair and the curtain. The girl raised her head amazed and with some hope in her soul. On the balcony, the girl saw the familiar gleam of sun-white hair and the dark skin of her visitor. Her eyes opened. She immediately realized who it was. A mature-looking prince from the Western Empire, her best friend and beloved Lachlan, appeared before the girl. His hair was disheveled and tangled by a strong wind, and the sun illuminated him from behind, emphasizing the shine of his amber eyes, tenderly calling her by name. The girl got up from the floor and crossed her arms over her chest. Her heart beat wildly, and her eyes stared ahead with fascination. The princess rushed onto the balcony, when suddenly a gust of wind lifted the curtain fabric, blocking the view. And when the curtain returned to its place, there was no one on the balcony anymore. The girl was surprised that such a realistic illusion had appeared before her. She closed her eyes and thought he couldn't have appeared here. But if he had been here, what would he have done? Alice wondered. Going out onto the balcony, the girl jumped the parapet in that situation. Lachlan would have done the same. Placing her foot on the cornice, the princess almost fell by stumbling. Sweat appeared on her body from fear, but she was calmed by a voice, whether a hallucination or a memory of the Prince of the West, saying that he could do anything. In a baritone voice, the presenter, holding the princess's hand, said that Alice should believe in herself, and then she will be able to do it. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl confidently approached the building with a nearby ledge. She believed she could do it, having passed through all the dangerous moments that she and Lachlan had already overcome once. She ran over the stone slabs, her legs bleeding. With a quick movement of her hands, she opened the stable door, and the prince's black-maned horse immediately recognized her. The princess saddled a black horse and pulled the reins. The horse reared. There was a voice in her thoughts saying to believe. The girl recalled the happy moments spent next to the master, for he said that Ellis's smile was the greatest reason for happiness for him, just as Carol taught the princess how to use a weapon, saying that only strong hands were capable of holding a weapon. It seemed that even when he scolded the girl for her inability and weakness, he wanted to guide her onto the right path. What a pity that it didn't matter then. The people in the square threw various vegetables and eggs at the scientist. They shouted that he was a traitor, that they wanted him dead, and just like that, the whole state turned its back on him. The girl kept spurring the horse. She wanted the master to wait for her. Memories flashed through her head when, instead of studying, she simply drew. And the master told her to concentrate. With a smile on her face, he said that the princess should study hard to distinguish truth from lies. It's a pity that these teachings weren't so valuable before. The long-haired scientist dismissed her and wiped the remains of the egg that flew at him from his face. Looking sadly at the floor, he walked chained to the scaffold, all in dirty clothes. Alex stepped in his way, and behind him was an angry crowd. The first prince of the Theodore Empire bowed politely, as if greeting the master. Carol knelt in front of the chopping block. The knight said the master had the last word, thought the scientist. Suddenly, he saw a snow-white daisy flying from the sky towards the scaffold. The flower reminded him of his lover, who once smiled brightly. The master closed his eyes and said there would be no last words. At that moment, the princess arrived, rushing on a horse, scaring away all the guards in the front rows. The remaining knights managed to react and pointed their spears at the newcomers, the princess, and her horse fell headfirst onto the stone floor. Lying on the surface of the square, the girl hissed in pain throughout her body. The executioner announced that it was time for the execution. The princess raised her head. The master was sitting on the scaffold right in front of her. A sword was already flying towards his head. The girl ran towards Corolla. Pushing away the people who were doing it, she got in his way. But it was too late. Right before her eyes, his head was cut off, and blood splashed from the still-living body, falling onto the flying daisy. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She called her master. He still heard her, but experienced terrible pain. The princess remembered how Carol once told her that the day would come when he could no longer protect her, and smiling, told her not to behave so innocently with other teachers. There was animal horror in the princess's eyes. They were crazy. Bitter tears of despair sprang forth. Alex ran to her. She threw herself into her brother's arms. He was the only close person who remained with her. The brother comforted his sister. The crowd applauded, happy that justice had been served. Her behavior heated up the situation more and more. Pressing the little one where it hurt the most, she just screamed and cried. Meanwhile, His Highness Prince Lackline arrived in the capital of Saga. Upon leaving the dark cabin of the ship, he was blinded by the scorching, burning sun, and covered his eyes with his hand. Now, finally, you can take a deep breath. The painfully familiar air was free. He was in his hometown of Cedo. The prince sat on his knees, lowered his hand onto the sand heated by the sun. He took a handful and brought it to his chest, feeling every grain of sand. Pursing his lips, the young man raised his head and, looking into the distance, loudly announced that he had returned. Prince Lackline was met by several servants, as he had just arrived, and the journey was quite long and tiring, and his body had not yet recovered. So they asked the young man to rest from his duties. The young man thanked the servants for their attention, saying that he knew everything himself, and announced that he was leaving. The prince looked around the area near the palace. Almost nothing had changed. People were making weapons and practicing shooting. In the current situation, a new war could start at any moment, the young man thought, squinting his eyes. Children playing warriors ran in front of him. The girl shouted that this time she would definitely defeat the boy, and he said that he couldn't lose. The young prince recalled the moment he met Princess Teodora, how he threw her to the ground. It was the happiest moment. A long time has passed, and a lot of water has flowed under the bridge, but the memories remain the same. Holding his head, the prince smiled. He remembered Ellis tenderly calling him by name when he first felt something for her, how he himself tenderly called her by name. He hugged her, squeezing her tightly against him and not wanting to let the princess out of his arms. I remembered how she, angry, rushed at him with a sword in her hands and pierced his stomach. I remembered the tearful face of my beloved when I made her cry on that significant day, and the sword in my own blood. The young man clutched his stomach and rested his elbows on the post, experiencing all those emotions again. Feelings and pain through himself, he knew he had done something wrong, when suddenly he was disturbed by the crying of a child. The children said that all the dogs of Theodore must die, that they would destroy the eternal city. The young man turned his gaze towards the playing children, who held sticks in their hands, and praised their King Leo. One child raised a wooden sword in the air, telling his friends to tremble at the power of the god of war. The young man looked inquisitively. Another child said that the fact that the god of war was dead was surprising. The first child said that he once fought alongside King Lion against the dogs of Theodore, and even if he is no longer there, this does not change the fact that he is the strongest warrior in Saga. The third child was indignant because friends play heroes, and he should be the dog of Theodore. He also wanted to be a hero. Then they offered him to be the lion slayer, Prince Lackline, because he is super handsome. The young man looked away. The boy was told that he would have to be a boy then, because the god of Warblade is the father of the youngest prince. The children were having fun. They forced their friend to call one of them dad, and Lackline became thoughtful, grew sad, and got up from his seat. The prince, annoyed, gripped the pillar looking into nothingness, and remembered his father how he had lost him forever. When he was little, he hid behind a cart when his father, on horseback, rushed towards the rebels. However, instead of a fair battle or a peaceful confrontation, his father Blade received a volley of arrows directly from his chest. It all happened before the baby's eyes. Bitter tears of despair sprang from his eyes, and in an instant, he lost his only loved one and grew up. After the whole massacre, Lackline opened his eyes. A strange man appeared in front of him, who called himself Uncle Aaron and called him. The hand of a large and strong man reached out to the baby, who lay under the carriage wheel, covered in blood from the previous battle. King Lion Aaron officially proclaimed the young man his son, the second prince, and wished him a long life. The young man smiled sadly at the overwhelming memories. Suddenly, a stomping sound was heard. The door opened, illuminating the room with light. Lachulkin turned surprised towards the guests who had come to him. His older brother, Prince Ryan, accompanied by servants, entered the second prince's room with a smile on his face. The young man, reacting quickly, bowed politely, greeting His Majesty. Ryan placed his hands on the younger one's shoulders and cheerfully said, admiring how tall and strong Lachlan had grown. The elder was happy for their reunion after so long and hugged the young man, addressing him as a younger brother. Lachlan himself was no less happy. He was finally home. Among his loved ones, Ryan said it was wonderful to be able to return safe and sound. The second prince happily and tightly hugged his elder brother from behind. The first heir looked at his half-brother with some sadness, who still hadn't guessed anything, and calmly hugged him. The girl, immersed in her thoughts, diligently washed a black-maned horse in the training ground at night. Passing the brush over the coat, she touched the places the horse liked, so it shook its head in satisfaction. The girl, lost in her thoughts and intensely smoothing the mane, was watched by her older twin. With sad eyes, he looked at his sister with frustration before taking her hand, causing her to drop the brush. The young man grabbed the girl by the shoulders and, looking directly into her eyes, told her that this could no longer continue. He said he could not keep drowning in the pain of the past. He asked her to come to her senses and give back his sister. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Crying, she explained that Lachlan and Caro had left her. She said that when he himself left, she felt alone and helpless. Her brother held her cheek, sharply turning her head and closing her eyes. The princess said in a trembling voice that they were with her when her brother was not around. They protected her, but now everyone was gone. The older brother hugged his twin and told him that he understood all of his sister's feelings. The girl pushed Alex away from her and shouted that she didn't understand. These people were very important to her. Tears were pouring down. The brother, with a sad and emotional voice, asked his sister if she cared about the pain and the sadness he was talking about. The princess was astonished and froze in silence. Instead of getting support from her last loved one, she received a reproach. After all that was said, the first Prince Theodora simply left, leaving the girl alone in the training ground, alone with her feelings. She didn't understand why her brother was doing this to her. The embittered young man walked through the crowded night hallway of the palace. The servants greeted him, but he paid them no attention. The newly crowned queen and her son Dave, who looked at him inquisitively, walked proudly towards the prince. The first heir looked terrifying and evil. Amelia's son moved aside fearfully and touched his mother's shoulder. The queen, unable to keep her balance, suddenly fell to the ground from her son's push and called him an idiot. She shouted at the young man, asking why he was afraid of his first son. Because he was a prince just like him. The mother hit her son, telling him that his behavior would lead to nothing good. Rubbing her sore shoulder, the queen mentally cursed Alec, indignant that in front of so many people he didn't even look at her. She thought she should get rid of the first prince quickly, otherwise all troubles would relentlessly pursue her. Sitting in his office, the first prince opened the scroll he had brought and looked at the portrait of a blonde young man. And dark-skinned from Saga, he asked his subordinates who this man was. Timati confirmed that this was the only portrait of Lachlan preserved in the palace. The young man thought he had already seen this face. An idea came. Alex remembered when he saw this prince, when he returned to help Theodore. The understanding of who this man was to his sister was just as fast. And he threw the scroll with the portrait onto the floor. Timati, picking up the package, pointed out to the young man his sister complex, that he was too protective of his sister. The first prince said that he understands that Ellis is an adult and that it is normal for her to have a person she likes. But in his heart, the princess will always be the little sister who will not live a day without her brother, his most precious treasure. Marty added that she was also his weak spot. The young man did not deny it, and he would even protect her at the cost of his own life. The prince asked his subordinates Timati and Marty that if anything ever happened to him, they would protect his sister. Timati was indignant. He said that His Highness should not say such words. The young man promised that he would not. Observing his comrades, Marty thought about the words previously spoken by the prince and decided that he would have to meet with His Highness, Eli's. The princess sat at the table, looking tearfully at the yellow birds flying by. Immersed in her thoughts, her half-brother Dave watched the crying sister looking from behind a column. He saw a man approaching, after which he almost immediately ran away. Marty noticed that the young man was fleeing, but he paid no attention to it. Now he had a different goal. He said that tears are the most powerful female weapon, and the princess raised her eyes to him. He continued by saying that some women trade tears for gold, others for power. And he asked what the crying girl was trying to achieve. To achieve consolation, favor, or to hide her cowardice and stupidity, asked the stranger, smiling. His words deeply touched the princess, but while crying, she only asked for support and yearned for understanding from the outside. Then the man called his brothers Lady Short Board. He began to explain his expressed thoughts, saying that no matter how long the board was, his efforts were useless as long as the shortest board in the bucket let water through. The man pointed out that the princess was the short board in Prince Alex's bucket. She was surprised and frowned. He said that it must be difficult for the princess to understand it, and explained in simple terms that no matter how hard the prince tried, all his efforts would be in vain as long as his sister was in his heart. Slamming the table, he leaned over the princess and shouted that she was her brother's weakest spot. The girl looked at the man, shouting at her in astonishment that she was a burden, a stone dragging Alex down, and the tears would not leave her eyes. With a threatening look, he confidently affirmed to Ellis that, apart from her status and the title of beautiful princess, she had nothing. Raising his hand to the girl's face, the man with an eye patch wiped the tears from the girl's eyes, saying that tears are cheap and cannot be exchanged for anything. After all that was said, the man in the purple robe turned around and began to leave. But the girl stopped him, wondering who he was. Turning around, the man with the patch introduced himself, calling himself Martin, the military advisor to His Royal Highness. Prince Alex, clenching his fist, the girl seriously decided something and looked at Martin. Meanwhile, in Cedo, the prince was traveling by carriage to the palace to meet his father. Looking at it, he wondered why the palace was so quiet. His brother traveled with him, who said that his return home was a very important event. But to avoid Theodore's revenge, they would not make this fact public. The young man politely thanked the first prince for his concern for his brother. After getting out of the carriage towards the palace, Ryan told the young man that his father was already waiting for Latchline in the throne room. He missed him very much. The prince nodded happily. The young prince entered the hall of the King of the West, Leo Aaron, along the red carpets to greet him. Kneeling before the throne, Lachlan greeted His Majesty King Aaron. The happy and smiling prince continued his speech, but the wind blew over his head, and the sound of a cut in the flesh was heard. The young man looked at the floor in surprise, stopping talking. He tried to understand what had happened and smelled metal in the air. A drop of still warm blood fell onto the hand placed on the throne. Lachlan raised his head towards his father. His Highness's throat was cut in the carotid artery area. Streams of hot blood gushed from his mouth and the wound. The king was scared. Armed knights rushed out behind the prince, shouting and heading towards the prince, accusing him of killing the king. The door to the throne room opened, and the first Prince Ryan rushed in, announcing that Lachlan had betrayed them and ordering his capture. The young man looked at his brother in surprise, not yet fully understanding what was happening. The young prince was arrested and subjected to all kinds of torture. All his clothes were torn, he breathed heavily and was in limbo. Ryan shouted at his brother that his father loved him like his own son and that he dared to kill him, calling him as pathetic as Theodore's dogs. Tied by the hands and beaten, the prince breathed heavily, frowning, and shouted that he had not killed his father. The first prince hit the young man with a whip on the body with all his might, and the prisoner's blood splashed onto the first prince's face. The dark-haired friend of the princess averted his eyes from his brother and looked sadly at the floor. Ryan became angry. His servant informed him that mourning had now been declared throughout the country. Without the king, Saga had no future, and besides him there was no one to rule the country, and he said to leave his brother to the knights. Lachlan eyed the dark-haired young man who was smirking, and then the young man understood everything. His Highness, the first prince, threw his whip to the ground, letting the knights tear his brother apart, who had already said enough not to expect mercy. They said they would beat up the murderer, and generally believed that for the bastard who killed the Lion King, death was too light a punishment. The falsely accused young prince coughed up blood, and the hero of this occasion cheerfully communicated with his servant. He clenched his tied hands into fists and looked at his satisfied brother with all his rage and accumulated sadness. At the same time, in the revived Eternal City, Prince Dave was walking down the alley. He, crossing his arms over his chest, thought that the princess was suffering more this time than before. He felt sad seeing her cry. Suddenly, he was surprised thinking, and felt ashamed that Ella still deserved to shed tears and suffer. After all, no one forced her to be friends with the Saga Cub, and Master Carol constantly opposed her mother and spoiled everything wherever he appeared. Moreover, when the first Prince Alex returned, even he himself became useless to his mother. Dave remembered how the other day the prince scolded him and hit him on the head because he had once offended his sister, for which he had to apologize. He became angry at the memories, clenched his hand into a fist, and looked up at the sky. Now he was also a prince, and tried to make sure that he was no longer afraid of his first son. The boy approached his mother's room. He became interested in why her candles were still lit. It was already dark, if it was appropriate to receive someone at such a late hour. The young man looked into his mother's room through the window. He saw a knight kneeling in a corner. The queen sat on her bed in pajamas with her cousin Matt. Lady Amelia, hugging her brother, said that she had already dealt with Alex's supporters, that the guards in the palace had also been replaced, and she lifted the guest's head with her foot. Leaning towards the knight, she said that he only needed to pretend to be a servant and quietly add it to the prince's glass of wine. The queen put the bottle, a gift from King Noah, into a bag on the knight's belt, saying that he would receive a generous reward if he did everything she said, confusing the guest. The young prince backed away fearfully from his mother's window. He wondered what had just happened. He covered his mouth with both hands so as not to scream again, attracting attention. A cold sweat ran down his body. Dave started thinking. He had poison in his hands, and he wanted to kill Alex. He looked at the floor in horror. Lachlan was hanging tied by his arms, looking at the floor, and his beaten body was illuminated by the moonlight. The guards guarding the murderous Prince ate and discussed the recent events in Theodore, where a minister was executed, accused of treason and recognized as a spy. While the knights were laughing, the prince raised his head and opened one eye. He asked what the name of this minister was. The fat knight threatened the young man with a whip. He pointed out the prince's powerlessness now, but he still thinks about others. Apparently, the blows were not enough for him. While the guard was threatening the prince, the latter decided not to waste time and bit the knight hard on the ear. The chubby man screamed loudly in pain, and blood streamed from the site of the laceration. Lachlan spat the bloody ear of the knight onto the floor. The prince screamed and demanded that he tell him the name of the executed minister in Theodore. The second knight ran to his wounded comrade, sweating from fear of the young man, and said in a trembling voice that the minister's name was Carol. This name painfully struck his ears, and his soul clenched his lips. Tears sprang from the eyes of the captive youth, and he himself trembled. The young prince strained to untie the ropes binding his hands. Tears streamed from the work of the master himself, and he simply screamed. Lachlan, having escaped captivity in the torture chamber, scared all the guards upon seeing him. Some fell, while others grabbed their weapons. The young man, without much effort, confronted everyone in his path, knocking them out, or breaking weapons, knocking them down but not killing them. At this rate, the second prince reached the end of the prison, and his face, beaten and covered in blood, was illuminated by the moonlight. At the same time, in the Theodore Empire, the princess was practicing wielding a sword with, or on her small and loyal servant. The young man shouted that he would give up. The young girl was persistent, because only that helped her distract herself from negative thoughts, and she encouraged the young man to continue the fight. An exhausted Nathan said that the princess had just recovered, so practicing fencing at night was not a good idea, and he offered her alternative activities. However, the girl remembered Martin's words that she had nothing but the title of princess, and she admitted to the little servant that she no longer wanted to be useless. The young man looked sadly at his mistress. Ellis clenched the sword in her hands and explained that all this time she was brave, only because she knew they were protecting her, and if she made a mistake, they would help her. And she struck the sword in the servant's direction. The princess's gaze was firm and determined, and she said that she would no longer be a burden to anyone. With her blow, she snatched the weapon from Nathan's hands and flew towards a person passing nearby. The sword flew right in front of the newly created prince and, shaking the wall, it scared the boy and almost made him faint. From fear, the young man slid down the wall. The boys quickly ran to the prince, wondering if he was okay. The princess leaned over Dave with a serious look, examining him for wounds. The boy was embarrassed. The prince's hand was bleeding. The young man hissed in pain and looked away ashamed. And the girl could not allow him to complain about her to his father. Getting up from his knees, the young woman said that her brother Alex's bedroom was nearby, and she wanted to take him there and treat the wound. As soon as Dave heard the name of the first prince, whom he feared so much, he politely refused help, saying that there was no need to worry about him. Then the girl adopted another tactic, not allowing the prince to escape. She told them to wait for her, that she would get the healing ointment and come back. The stepbrother grabbed Ellis's hand and shouted at her not to leave. The girl looked inquisitively. Animal horror and fear were visible in the young man's eyes, and his body was drenched in sweat. He seemed distressed. At the same time, the king held a celebration. He praised the ministers, who worked day and night, for the citizens and the empire, for which they should be rewarded. He said that Amelia took care of celebrating this evening in their honor, holding a glass in her hand. Timati said that the prince was still working. The queen interrupted the knight and told him that His Majesty always generously rewards those who deserve it, so they should not worry, but allow themselves to relax. Marty and Timati raised their glasses, thanking Sue and His Majesty. Then the music started playing, and the banquet began. Timati had fun, drank wine, watched dancing, and talked with lovely girls. But Marty, somehow, was not calm. All this time, Alex was in his office and worked diligently by candlelight on paperwork. A knight disguised as a servant entered the room and placed a cup of tea on the table next to the first prince, who thanked him. The young man brought the cup to his mouth. Intending to drink the contents, the knight smiled excitedly, when suddenly Alex put the cup aside, fixing a piercing gaze on the man. He asked why he hadn't seen him before. The frightened and sweaty knight lied about the fact that he had previously worked in the kitchen and had recently been promoted to assistant and asked not to be noticed. The young man doubtfully trusted what was said and, humming in response, brought the cup of poison to his lips. The man frowned. The seconds dragged on, but the wait was worth it, and the man smiled sarcastically. The prince had already opened his mouth to take the poison. Suddenly, with a shout, the princess ran towards the open doors of the office with a weapon in her hands. The young man got up from his seat, not understanding why his sister had come this far, and with a sword no less. The princess, frowning, loudly shouted at her brother to get out of here now. It was dangerous here. When the frightened prince stopped the girl, she didn't understand why she couldn't turn to her brother, and naturally wanted to know the reason firsthand. The young man said with concern that it was dangerous to be close now. She asked how her brother knew this, but he only shouted that he could not say that. Returning to the present, the servant knight unsheathed his sword, wishing death to the prince. He brandished the weapon directly over the head of the helpless twin, saying that he could not escape. The first prince took his weapon, drew it from its sheath, but did not have time to defend against the blow. The princess screamed loudly from the horror she saw before her, her eyes full of rage. The young man's hand was cut off, and he, heartbreakingly, with a choked voice, called for help from the surrounding guards. The girl ran to help. Waving his bloody sword, the knight explained to the twins that all their screams were useless. Nathan was surrounded by armed knights. Now everyone in this palace eagerly awaited his death, affirmed the rebel with an angry look. Losing blood, the young man shouted inquisitively, asking what was happening here. The knight, with a quick and precise movement, lunged at the wounded prince. But his attack was blocked by the princess, who wasted no time. The armless young heir looked at his sister with crazy eyes, worried and not knowing that she even knew how to handle weapons. But the princess remained firm and inflexible. She looked at the knight with a threatening gaze, raising her weapon above her. This time, she will definitely protect her brother. In the office there were 3 people, 100, and everything on it was overturned. And the damaged man, smiling, tore off his servant's clothes and kept his armor. And in front of him were 2 young twins. The girl shielded her brother, who had lost his arm, with her back, and aimed a sword at the attacker herself. The princess remembered her master's words. Strength was needed to wield the weapon. The sound of weapons clashing was heard. The enemy was more experienced than the girl, and after landing a good blow, he wounded her hand. The princess, glaring angrily at the man, again rushed into battle with renewed vigor. Striking, the knight looked inquisitively at the girl with a raised eyebrow and struck her again, wounding her in the leg. The baby screamed in pain. The brother behind her defended his sister, holding onto the severed hand. He ordered him to stop hurting her if he was ordered to kill him. The princess shouted at her brother not to stick his head out, because she was no less worried about him. And she looked at her rival with a threatening gaze. Remember the master's words that taught her that no matter how strong the enemy is, we all have weaknesses, and when the opportunity arises, be patient. Let him strike, and then you can respond with a big one. The man attacked from the air. After successfully dodging it, the girl found a weak and unprotected spot and cut his ankle with her sword. Having safely avoided the blow, the princess turned to the knight who had fallen in pain and launched the attack with renewed vigor. The man screamed in fear and begged his rival for forgiveness, saying he was just following orders. His words confused the girl. Without wasting time while the princess stopped confused, the man lunged at her, grabbing her by the shoulders. The young man feared for his sister. The knight, with the force of a pull, threw the young woman to the ground, pressing on her shoulder. Glad to have tricked the boy, the prince ran to the rescue. The man grabbed the sword from the girl's hands so she couldn't defend herself, and brandished his own, but her brother blocked his sister's body. The princess screamed silently in fear. Through her blurred gaze, she saw her twin with a stream of blood coming from his mouth, and the tip of a sword protruding from his stomach. He looked sadly at his sister, apologizing to her. Tears streamed from the princess's eyes. There was complete horror in her eyes. Her heart beat strongly and wildly. The young man apologized for not being able to protect her. He looked at her with sad eyes, blood flowing from his mouth, and large blue bruises formed under his eyes from the lost blood. He apologized for not being able to protect his country. With these words, he fell exhausted, losing consciousness onto his sister's chest, who, having hugged her brother, looked at the murderer in shock, gritting her teeth in anger and crying. The princess's voice trembled with panic. She called her brother, but he did not answer. Tears streamed from her eyes. The girl picked up the discarded sword from the floor. The man raised the bloody sword in front of him and told the girl not to blame him for the first prince's death. He was the one to blame for wishing death upon him and knocking over the pedestal with candles. Grabbing the princess by the hair, he lifted her up. He brought his weapon to her throat and told her that he would now send her with her brother. Without getting confused, Ellis grabbed the hilt of the sword in her hand and quickly cut off her long hair. Illuminated by the burning flame, she looked at the rebel with a destructive gaze. Tears sprang from her eyes, but the princess confidently aimed her weapon at the man and wanted him to die. With a precise blow, the princess planted the sword in the man's throat. Piercing him, he dropped his weapon, and the princess pulled out the sword, and blood gushed from his throat, splashing the floor. Standing alone in a burning building, the girl, who had just killed a person for the first time, tremblingly called her brother. She approached and hugged the dying young man, telling him in a trembling voice that she would never forgive. With tears in her eyes looking at the ceiling, she turned to her stepmother and shouted her name. She would never forgive Amelia for what she had done. Part of the palace was completely engulfed in flames. Servants and the royal family ran to one place. Dave looked fearfully from behind a column. Marty held the little servant. Timothy was eager to help his master, but the palace servant stopped him, and amidst tears called the prince. His Majesty, the king, held his head with concern, asking him to save Alex quickly. The servant and the queen held him and calmed him down. The servants, trying to put out the fire, shouted that the fire was impossible to extinguish because of the flames. They could not get close, when suddenly something surprised the prince's subordinates, illuminated by the flames, as well as Her Highness Amelia herself. The figure of a young man emerged from the central entrance, enveloped in flames, holding a body and a dress in his arms. This body was that of the deceased first prince, dressed in his sister's dress. Upon seeing the figure approaching and his robe, the queen screamed the first prince's name in fear. The princess, who had put on her brother's robe, was covered in wounds and burns. She was engulfed in flames, but confidently awaited the family. Alex was still alive. At the same time, in the Saga Kingdom, a young man who had escaped from prison rode a black horse through the forest, thinking that if he crossed the mountain, he would find himself in the territory of a familiar general. Lachlan thought that he would never again allow the sacrifice of the master and King Aaron to be wasted. In the night, his eyes shone with a golden glow, his hair fluttered in the wind, and he wanted to repay all the hatred of the dead. Meanwhile, the fugitive prince was already being caught up by the pursuing knights, who were chasing the young man. Lachlan turned towards the soldier approaching him on horseback and brandished his sword, striking the attacker in the throat. Leaving his comrade to die, the knights drove the young man on a black-maned horse directly to the cliff, seeing which Pinu resolutely frowned. Pushing off the ground, the horse and the young man on horseback jumped from the cliff to the other side of the gorge. Already approaching solid ground, an arrow flies out of nowhere, wounding the second prince of the West. The arrow flew directly into Lachlan's back, and surprised, he could not stay on his horse, letting go of the reins. On the other side of the cliff, his brother was in the front row, holding a carved bow in his hands. The young man, shot into the middle of the gorge, quickly began to fall. The servant of the newly appointed king turned around and congratulated his master on personally getting rid of his brother. Tears appeared in Ryan's eyes. Now there was really no one left to challenge his crown because he was left alone. He ordered them to find his brother's body and take it to the palace. Upon opening her eyes, the princess abruptly jumped out of bed, trying to catch her breath. As if recovering from a bad dream, Marty looked at the awakened girl and congratulated His Highness Prince Alex on his awakening. The girl was about to answer when she suddenly remembered that she was now impersonating her brother, which meant she had to speak in a childish voice. She cleared her throat and asked how long she had been in a coma. Martin leaned towards the twin and explained that the girl had been in a coma for many days. The princess grabbed her sore neck. Bringing a cotton swab with an ointment, a man in a robe asked His Highness not to move, because her burns had not yet healed. He said that His Majesty ordered security at her temporary residence to be strengthened. Timothy guarded the door day and night. He added that baby Nathan was seriously injured and still hadn't woken up, but his life was not in danger, so he asked not to worry. Marty leaned close to the princess's ear and whispered that her identity had not yet been revealed. The princess was surprised and covered herself with the blanket. The man with the patch explained that after escaping the fire, her body was treated here, and reasoned that the haircut, the change of voice, and the absolutely identical face did well for the girl. However, there was something that would prevent her from being exactly like Prince Alex: her naivete. Her difference in intelligence, as well as her manners and appearance, could not be compared to His Highness. Anyone who had known the first Prince Alex in his life would immediately see the difference. The little girl looked at the floor with fear and anguish. Thinking about the man's words, he was right. Looking at the princess, who looked very much like her teacher, Marty concluded that the disguise was vulnerable. Clutching the blanket with her hands, Ellis agreed with her brother's subordinate. These were just dreams that she would succeed, only dreaming of going wherever she wanted and always being near her loved ones. Now she realized that she couldn't do anything, that she couldn't protect anyone. But her brother was completely different. The princess remembered how, with tears in her eyes, she put on her dead brother's clothes. Dressing him in hers, he had talent for doing great things. He could protect many. First, Prince Alex, her brother, should not have died like this. He should have lived. Clutching the blanket tightly in her fist, the princess shouted that she must live for him, live to avenge him. The girl was serious. Her will was inflexible. Her soul demanded it, and the same could be read in her eyes. She had to become him. Martin said that these are very good ambitions. He approached the girl, taking her by the chin and looking into her eyes. It will be as she wants. Without a trace of sarcasm, the man in the robe said that he would teach His Highness to be a real Alex. He was faithful to the promise he made to his teacher. The princess, held by the chin, looked doubtfully and amazed at her new acquaintance. A young man with a naked body walked through an unknown place, illuminated by the stars. Or perhaps he himself was floating in the starry sky. Somewhere in the distance, laughing, two silhouettes ran past a girl and a boy who had the same name as him. The young man was surprised, not understanding what was happening and where he was, and looked at the silhouettes with a raised eyebrow. When suddenly, this dark and gloomy place was illuminated by a bright ray of the rising sun. Lachlan closed his eyes, protecting them from the bright light. In front of him, a golden pedestal of incredible size appeared, on whose couch his beloved Ellis slept peacefully. Seeing the princess in front of him, the young man was surprised, his eyes wide open, and headed towards the sleeping woman. Suddenly, he was enveloped by the magic of the local fauna, and new clothes appeared on his naked body, and luxurious ones. Looking at the princess, distracted by the miracles happening to him, he saw something resembling a person forming from the trees, and the thorns next to the girl. A dark-skinned young man with silver hair dressed in black, but still in elegant clothes, stepped out from a tree branch. The young men looked into each other's eyes, and in the strange, Lachlan recognized himself. But another person, another Lachlan introduced himself to the prince, calling him the son of the god of war, who came from darkness. The dark young man said that Lachlan's recklessness led to a dangerous catastrophe. His kindness was exchanged for lies, his suffering was endless. The impostor approached the princess and told her that her beloved was far away. He leaned over the girl and looked at her sleeping face. The prince quickly ran towards him in a black robe, shouting at him to take his hand off the princess. He grabbed his wrist and moved his hand aside. The young man mockingly told Lachlan to keep up the spirit, releasing all the hatred burning inside him. The The boys made a lot of noise and woke Ellis up. She opened her eyes and jumped up with joy upon seeing the prince. But when she looked around, she asked how another Lachlan had ended up here. The dark-haired young man pulled the girl towards him and, biting her ear, told the dark-haired woman to take her away. The princess, embarrassed and laughing, asked him why he was biting her. Lachlan was angry with himself and, frowning, grabbed the princess by the wrist and pulled her towards him. The prince hugged the girl, pressing her head against his chest and holding her waist with his other hand. The princess stroked Lachlan's cheek and asked him why his face was so hot. Looking into his eyes, she said that her friend seemed scared. The impostor pulled the girl towards him, leaning against her neck and telling her that her softness was his weakness. He explained that if he forgot to be kind to people, he would be carried away by war and constant fighting. The young man, with all his greed, kissed the princess on the neck, surprising and confusing her. Her heart fluttered. She said to release his will to win. When the dark blood of his enemies stains his throne, his beloved will also become his spoils of war. He showed the girl's face with tears formed in her eyes. The young man looked at himself and the princess in surprise, after which he took her chin and greedily pressed his lips to hers, kissing her passionately. He tenderly brought their hands together, forming a lock. He still insatiably and passionately kissed his beloved on her plump lips. And in the second, Lachlan hugged the princess from behind. He advised her to mercilessly conquer new lands, and then she would definitely be in his power. The young people kissed the princess from all sides, appropriating her. Lachlan opened the heavy and seemingly impossible eyelids of his eyes and saw in front of him the silhouette of a red-haired young man. In front of him, on the bed, sat a Saga resident with emerald eyes who had participated in gladiator fights in Theodore. The young man exclaimed happily that the prince had come back to life, but Lachlan himself did not understand what was happening and why it hurt him to move his body. On top of the dump truck with barrels, the corpses of knights were hanging from tree branches by chains. The red-haired savior put food into the young man's cup, telling him to eat more, that no one would dare leave him in charge. The prince looked with disgust at the bowl of green liquid, wondering if it was really edible. The servants whispered among themselves, wondering who he was and why the boss had not only saved him, but was also sitting next to him. Hearing the discussion behind him, the guy turned angrily towards his subordinates and threw a spoon at them. The man shouted at them that if he were in his place, he would not underestimate the young master just because he is young. He is an unusual person. The redhead, remembering happily, said that when he entered the enemy arena, he saved his life. Lachlan frowned in fear. A chill ran down his spine, worried that the man knew him. The happy guy continued the story for the admiring servants, confirming that the young man came from the royal family of Saga. The prince abruptly got up from the table. The man stopped him, quietly informing him that they were now searching everywhere for his corpse, and if they wanted to sell him, they would do it while he slept. Looking him in the eyes, he explained that it was now dangerous for Lachlan to stay alone in this state, and added that he knew where the person he was looking for was and could guide him. The prince looked seriously at his interlocutor with a threatening gaze, asking him why he was risking himself for him and what he was trying to achieve. The man lightly patted the young man on the shoulder and, scratching his nose, told him he was waiting for him to get better so they could join forces. Meanwhile, in the Theodore Empire, dishes were shattering. The new teacher handed a pitcher to the princess and told her to continue. The young woman placed the pitcher on her head, maintained her posture, and continued practicing. Sparring with Martin, the man in the robe already had his own training course on how to create a prince from a princess, perfecting her skills, military policy, and physical training. Sitting behind exhausting paperwork and studying politics, the girl began to fall asleep at the table. Marty tapped the table with his finger and asked if the princess remembered what he had just said. Sharply opening her eyes and waking from the dream, the girl recounted everything exactly the same as what the teacher had told her some time ago. Martin, satisfied with the answer, proposed to continue. Military policy was mastered. Breathing heavily, the young princess held a huge and heavy bag on her shoulders, and she ran with it, training her physical condition. Suddenly, due to exhaustion, the girl stumbled and fell into the mud with a scream. Holding a rope in her hand, Martin shouted at the young princess to get up. Keep training and don't be lazy. Her physical condition was not the best. Getting up with trembling arms and exhaling heavily, the heiress said that these trainings were very hard, and she fell face down on the ground. Putting a rope on the girl's chin and lifting her head, He said that Prince Alex was physically prepared, but he could endure it. The princess frowned and looked threateningly at the teacher, telling him she still had a long way to go. Marty smiled contentedly. He praised her words, confirming that she was still far from being the first prince. But then the princess abruptly got up in his arms, getting on all fours. With confidence in her eyes and the firm intention of becoming like her brother in her soul, the princess stood up with renewed strength, holding the bag on her shoulders. The man in the robe smiled sweetly at the baby's willpower and thought that perhaps her small shoulders could overcome all difficulties, becoming hope for the old empire. Upon reaching Princess Eli's tomb, where her brother's body rested, the girl discovered that there was a bouquet of white roses on it. Eli's was surprised that there were some people in this palace mourning for her, and she placed a bouquet of white lilies next to her. The crown princess suddenly wondered what Lachlan would do if he found out about her death. Tamati asked Martin why they couldn't directly tell His Highness that Amelia tried to kill the prince, to which the second replied that they had no proof. The princess explained that she receives support from her family, and her father is also on her side. It will be difficult to bring this to light. She promised her brother that she would definitely prove Amelia's guilt, and that this time she would definitely lose. The knight threw an expensive cloak over the girl. At the same time, shouts and curses were heard throughout the main palace. The queen scolded her son, asking where he was going, humiliating him by telling him he would never compare to Alex, how he was going to become king. Amelia cursed the first prince, when suddenly the prince, showing his teeth, shouted at his mother to finally let go of him. The woman did not understand such an outburst and provocatively asked her son if he had decided to turn white and fluffy and regretted it. Prince Dave refused to help his mother. He did not want to be king, and upon hearing such a claim from his son, she slapped him. Alex's subordinate took the princess to the guild to look for her master's murderer. He is a former member of Amelia's family, known for his thirst for profit. This guild created for gladiators is actually a criminal organization that does the dirty work for aristocrats, like murder. So the girl, frowning, decided to ask why the Assassins' Guild sold spices. The workers' gazes turned towards him. At the same time, in the Saga Kingdom, in the city of Ahima, a man reported to the guard that they had delivered goods from the outskirts of the city, boasting of a good harvest, and they treated him. One of the knights asked the man why he wasn't inside the carriage. Maybe something was wrong. The redhead, laughing nervously, said that apparently the knight was joking. Who in their right mind would put themselves in danger, scratching his head? He added that his owner caught the plague while delivering the goods. But the guard, not believing him, opened the cloths. A stream of blood splashed onto his face. The man shouted that his master was getting worse and asked for permission to go to the city to be treated by a doctor. The knight shouted and ordered the redhead to drive faster. The man happily thanked the guard, when suddenly the adventure was stopped by the arrival of an important person. All the knights bowed their heads and knelt down. The dark-haired man ordered everyone to be brought before him. The ruler wondered if the man didn't have enough hills in the west, and he asked why they decided to trade here and asked not to speak if it caused trouble. The redhead, turning towards Lord Oscar, who this time truly wasn't him, opened the carriage cloth. A young silver-haired prince in a black and red robe stepped out of there, proudly surveying the situation around him. Lord Oscar looked at the young man in surprise, his eyes wide open and his eyebrows raised. He remembered his old comrade, the god of Warblade, who, dying before his eyes, asked him not to blame himself for his death. The lord descended from his place and, heading straight for the clan, fell to his knees. Bowing before the prince, the panther followed suit. With his action, Oscar amazed everyone nearby, from the knights who understood nothing to the stunned fellow travelers. The young man was no exception and was equally surprised by this unusual turn of events. A merchant ship from the Eastern Empire arrived at the port of Theodore at night. While unloading the cargo, men dragged walled boxes. Someone was in charge, and the princess's gaze focused on the bottle of pink perfume the merchant held in his hand. Master Martin explained that these were not spirits, but eros. He learned about it when he traveled to the eastern countries as a student. He said that it could be made from the juice of a plant that grows only in the east. The potion gives a person a false sense of happiness, but due to the harm it can cause, it was forbidden in the east. Martin didn't think it could appear in the Eternal City. The princess looked threateningly at her subordinate, communicating with him with her gaze. He understood everything without words and directed the knights towards the loaders. Armed guards surrounded the workers, aimed weapons at them, and shouted at them not to move, explaining that they were under arrest. A princess emerged from the shadow of the knights, disguised as the first Prince Alex, and confirmed his words. After throwing the wooden boxes, the workers bowed their heads, knelt down. The knights grabbed the main smugglers, shouting about their audacity in transporting drugs. The merchants begged not to touch them, talking about slander against them. Tamati hinted that they exchanged goods and money in the middle of the night, sarcastically adding that this was not suspicious at all. The men kissed and said they had a date here and were lovers, helping each other with money. The princess was astonished by such impudence from the smugglers. Her face darkened, and a smile appeared. She opened the bottle of Eros. Since they had a date here, the girl invited the lovers to test the effect of the potion on themselves, hoping that it would be enough for their love and caresses, and brought the neck of the bottle closer to the man's mouth. The man, not wanting this, quickly admitted that they sold it in special brothels on the black market. They sold it to others at a higher price, taking property from the addicts as payment. The princess asked him who he worked for. The bald man said no one. This is their business. One brings, the other sells. The princess ordered this couple and the others to be tied up and told them to wait. Suddenly, she stopped the discreet worker and pointed out that he was distinguished by his behavior in accordance with palace rules. The guy was sweating with fear. The princess continued saying that his clothes, although simple, were of high quality, and she supposed he must be an inner palace servant. Martin looked at the man and abruptly grabbed his arm. A scroll fell out of his sleeve. The young woman took and unfolded the scroll, reading the contents. And she was right. Everything turned out as she expected. The letter contained Amelia's handwriting, and she smiled happily at the teacher. Meanwhile, in the Saga Kingdom, on the border with the capital of Sedo, the cavalry led by Prince Lachlian rode horses in official robes. The newly appointed king of the western capital, Rin, watched from the castle walls and wondered if it was the crowd that wanted his throne. The horns sounded, and the prince began to lead Oscar's army, ordering 4 horsemen to lead his main army. At the same moment, a volley of arrows fell from the castle walls onto the army below. The knights successfully defended themselves from the bombardment. Covering themselves with strong red shields, Lachlan ordered Seth to charge. Climbing the stairs, the redhead hastily jumped over the surrounding wall and, together with his comrades, attacked the enemy faction. The young man and the main army rushed into the city through the main entrance. Riding quickly on horseback, the frightened knights saw Blade as the leader of the god of war and were scared to death. But someone noticed that it wasn't him. It was his son, the lion slayer Lachlan. His Majesty Ryan looked at his brother in shock and shouted his name in surprise. Seth and Lachlan were on the battlefield shoulder to shoulder, never shying away from battle, protecting each other. When all the guards were killed, the servant shouted worriedly to his Majesty to leave immediately. But Ryan resisted. There was no reason for this. He is the king of Saga, and he will not leave. Looking at the prince with horror, the old man near the king fell to the floor, sweating, and muttering that everything was useless. Lachlan was indestructible, invincible, fearless. He clearly followed his goal and achieved it no matter what. The old man added that he was simply immortal, that he was the son of the god of war, the mighty Prince Lachlan. The young man walked towards his brother, also the current king of Saga, along the red carpet, simultaneously throwing down the severed head of the knight. Ryan sat on his throne without much emotion, looking with a little arrogance at the boy approaching him. Climbing onto the throne, the young man leaned over his brother and, looking directly into his eyes, he brought his sword to his throat. Looking at the young man from under his shirt, the king smiled, pointing out what he wanted to achieve by threatening the one sitting on the throne. He thought it was all for the sake of victory, glory, power, the right to decide who should live and who shouldn't. He thought that's the only thing that matters to him. But Lachlan had a completely different reason for his actions. The current king killed his father, killed the king, looked at his brother with sadness and disgust. Ryan didn't argue. His father was a good king. He cared about the people and did not want to fight. He wanted to live in peace and tranquility. The young dark-haired man, holding onto the throne arm, shouted that he was also weak and old, pointing out that their enemies were taking their land step by step. His subjects were becoming slaves. Tearing his throat, he shouted that Saga only needed strength, because only the strong could truly live in peace. The young man looked surprised, but with understanding. His only mistake was that he thought if he treated Lachlan like a brother, he could control him. But he completely forgot that he could also hurt him. Ryan said that the prince hadn't changed at all since they met in the house when he came face to face with a lion. He did not hesitate to run him through to the heart, his eyes still shining, shaking his body calm, but at the same time full of bloodlust. The old man said that they were truly the same. Ryan took the sword blade, pointing towards his neck, and urged his brother to wield the sword just once, because then the throne would immediately be his. But Lachlan did not agree with his brother. He looked away. They were not alike, and he would not let him die so easily. The prince loudly ordered Prince Ryan to be put in the death row, and the knights immediately seized the king. Addressing his brother one last time, he told him that they would lock him up with the dirty criminals and despicable death row inmates until the end of his days. The prince pitifully asked his brother to challenge his decision and simply kill him. Kill him now. But Lachlan stood firm in his convictions. At the same time, in the Theodore Empire, the queen was brought to trial. The prince informed his father about the drugs confiscated at the pier, which were kept as evidence for the indictment. The king examined the bottle in his hands. The princess explained that this drug provides short-term pleasure, but those who use it become addicted, and prolonged use leads to death. Disappointed with his wife, His Majesty the King threw a scroll with her manuscript in the queen's face. Lady Amelia bowed her head and fell to her knees. Her husband shouted at her for conspiring with the king of the Eastern Empire, smuggling drugs to get money. He thought to himself that she was also using them with him. Martin raised his voice, bowed, and said that Her Majesty the Queen also hired an assassin for the cold-blooded murder of Prince Alex and Princess Elise. The woman was surprised, and all the conspirators were arrested, and they admitted their guilt. The jury began to be outraged at the queen, saying that she was vicious and unprincipled, since she conspired to harm the country and the people. She betrayed the king. They summarized it, "This is an atrocious crime." The queen shouted at the jury that they were ignorant fools. She didn't understand how they dared to say that after using her money. The people witnessing the trial shouted for His Majesty to condemn Amelia with the full weight of the law. The princess asked her father to be harsh when making the final decision. The irritated king grew grim before their eyes and issued a final verdict that, since Amelia had betrayed the country and committed high treason, he would strip her of the title of queen. The woman wanted to object, but the king interrupted the shouting by stating that her son Dave would be expelled from the Eternal City. Tears formed in the girl's eyes. She ran to her son, pressing him to her chest, and asked them not to touch him. Gritting her teeth, the woman called Her Majesty an old donkey and asked if she had harmed the country and the people, but where did the king get the money he spent? Holding her son close to her, Amelia shouted that even if it wasn't her, then everyone gathered here were not saints at all. Even he himself would be free of sin. She asked if the king was not in heaven, consuming drugs. The embarrassed king pointed his finger at the woman Chris, because her words were presumptuous, and ordered her tongue to be cut off. The captured Amelia growled the prince's name and shouted at the girl that her only mistake was not killing him a long time ago. The princess, posing as her dead brother, said loudly that the girl was wrong. She killed the part that could have saved her. After these words, the knights cut off the tongue of the former Queen Amelia. Dave ran to his mother with tears in his eyes, and the retreating king's voice ordered them to take her away and behead her tomorrow. In the main square, on the scaffold were the bullfighter, the executioner knight, the princess, and the kneeling Lady Amelia, whom the townspeople were throwing various things at. Finally, revenge for her brother was accomplished. The ugly woman's head flew off her shoulders. Dave witnessed his mother's execution. He was devastated and broken. They handcuffed him, put him in a carriage, and took him out of the city. The princess, smiling, looked at the sky, shielding herself from the blinding sun with her hand. Tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. Drawing the sword from its sheath, the girl raised it towards the sky. Tears of sadness and happiness streamed from her eyes. She said a prayer to herself. Finally, everything was over. Horns sounded. The capital of Cedo was in a vibrant celebration. The knights shouted the prince's name. Others knelt as the clan walked the red carpet. The prince, in luxurious red and gold clothes, was not spared the mark of regicide. This instilled fear in the hearts of his wicked ones, allowing him to take the throne. Everything finally ended. After years of prolonged conflicts between the Saga Kingdom and the Western Empire, the Eastern Empire of Theodore gained influence and became the most powerful state on the continent. The princess spoke to the sleeping baby Nathan and told him that many things had happened since he fell unconscious. She hoped that now he wouldn't leave her and would soon recover from his sleep. Talking to the sleeping man, the girl told him that she would soon go to the Eastern Empire, and she would see him there, her old ally and friend. But their meeting would take place when she herself was disguised as Alex. With these words, His Majesty left, and Nathan's hand moved. This whole trip was organized yesterday. A group of informants entered the throne room. They sent an invitation from His Majesty Noah to His Majesty Logan for the coronation ceremony. The princess looked inquisitively at the informant and asked him if he had heard what other coronation could have taken place if he had already been crowned a long time ago. Holding a scroll in front of him, the man said that Noah, this time, wants to be crowned as the Holy Emperor of the Theodore Empire. This message astonished everyone in the throne room. The princess asked again in disgust and shouted that the king was going beyond all limits of what is allowed, and explained that they would not accept such a thing. The man with the scroll asked His Majesty to allow him to clarify the situation before making a decision. But Martin interrupted him by saying that their own emperor was currently ill, and that this trip would be exhausting for him. The envoy suggested another way out. Then his crown prince would attend the ceremony instead of His Majesty the king. Timati objected, calling this event a trap, so the man hurried to justify himself, saying that His Highness should not doubt it, because she would not be the only guest. Other kingdoms, also the newly crowned king of Saga, would be present. The princess was interested in the latter. Looking languidly and raising his eyebrows, the envoy continued saying that His Highness, the prince, who was previously a hostage in their country, became known for killing his father and his brother and is now the king of Saga. The princess looked at the man with fear. She could not believe that Lachlan had killed his brother and father. This simply could not happen. After bowing, the people sent from the Eastern Empire said they hoped the Western Empire would not refuse to attend the ceremony, that they were eagerly awaiting them. Timothy shouted at the departing ambassadors that all this was going too far, and Marty, judging, said that at this moment the Eastern Empire has a powerful force. Do not underestimate their military power by refusing. They will make a mistake. A gray-haired old man among the scientists present in the room said that they probably had no other choice, and that the prince would have to go there. The grandfather wanted to add whom they could leave the internal affairs of the state to, when suddenly the princess abruptly interrupted him, saying that the master was right. After announcing that during her journey, Lord Martin would be responsible for all governmental affairs, the master said he would not disappoint His Highness and bowed politely. The master said the princess had a long journey ahead, from several months to 6 months. He warned that Noah was quite irascible and afraid of changes, and asked General Timati to accompany Prince Alex and guarantee his safety. The girl happily agreed, and the general loudly said not to doubt him, that he would return His Highness safe and sound. Marty told his friend that he himself must return safe and sound to Madi. He was moved to tears by his friend's concern for him. In private, the teacher told the princess not to lower her guard when she met the king of Saga. Just because he was an old friend of his, she shouldn't give herself away. The princess, holding the ship's railing, looked at the yellow sky at sunset. She is a beacon of hope for the Theodore Empire. She is crowned Prince Alex. Lachlan also departed on the ship, looking towards the starry night sky. Finally, they will be able to see each other again. Each of them, looking into the distance, thought about whether his friend and beloved would come to this meeting. At the same time, in the Eastern Empire, Theodore, in the city of Constantine, the king asked why his guests had not yet arrived. He was incredibly bored. His servant reported that all kings accepted the invitation and were already on their way. The adult king looked bored at his adult silver snake playing with a ball. Upon hearing the news, he looked with joy at his pet. The eyes of both shone. Finally, he will be able to get his hands on them, his long-awaited toys. The Eastern Empire of Theodore, arriving at dusk at the port of Kanikale, merchants sold fresh fruit here, a variety of fabrics and much more. Timati happily said that this place is full of life, and that the port itself honors the title of the largest commercial port on the East Coast. The bright-eyed knight brought the princess a watermelon, saying he had never seen this fruit. The girl paid for the merchandise. Timati again, with joy and reverence, grabbed and gifted Ellis purple silk, persuading her to buy it for Marty's tunic. Tired of the active knight, the princess simply threw a bag of money into his hands and told him to buy everything he wanted. The man took full advantage of this gesture. After shopping, Timati saw some kind of snake show nearby and enthusiastically ran towards it. The girl ran after him, when suddenly, a convoy with people dressed as women passed in front of the princess. The sun blinded her eyes, and at that very moment she realized that she had lost sight of the man. So she called out to him. The girl set off in pursuit of the fugitive escort, but then realized she was lost, having entered an unfamiliar alley. Behind her, the princess heard a soft female voice, asking if she was looking for her friend. She turned around. In front of her stood a beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes, who said that her friend, a handsome brown-haired boy dressed in white, had just been here. The princess looked at the stranger, amazed by her waist and beautiful figure. Amazed, she said that the man described was the one she was looking for. The girl said to follow her. She knows where Madame Adi is. But while walking through the red light district, Ellis doubted that they were being taken to the right place, and expressed her assumption. She led the princess past two men guarding the entrance to the building, who smiled when the two girls passed by. However, the expectations of finding an escort did not materialize. Ellis was thrown onto the bed. Looking at the girl looming over her, she screamed and asked what she was doing, to which she replied by asking her not to play hard to get, as if there was a lustful gleam in her eyes. Sweating nervously from a desperate situation, the princess put her hands in front of herself, saying that this was not what she meant. The door to the room opened. Behind it were three middle-aged men flexing their fists. They asked the girl if she needed help, and among themselves, they discussed which young man it was today. Ailey's was the third. Suddenly, a red-eyed girl shouted loudly and disgustedly, because the young man was dressed so richly. But he had no money with him, he was just a poor man. The princess exhaled in relief and looked away. She was glad it wasn't a rape, but just a robbery. But the girl wasn't lost, because there was another target. Since the boy had no money, they decided to sell the young man's clothes and began to undress the princess. The girl started to resist. Ellie pushed the thief away from her, shouting for help. No one should have identified her as a boy. The women were fighting. The men in the hallway decided to help their companion rob property and, approaching the couple, they covered the princess's mouth, grabbed her hands, and the girl began to take off the victim's clothes. The black-haired thief put her hand under the cloak on her chest, trying to take it off carefully and not tear it. Ellie realized that if everything continued this way, then everyone would know that she was not a boy. At the same time, a man in a black robe and a cap on his head appeared at the door, hiding his face, and she pushed the men aside, who were getting in the way. A guy in a black robe approached the fighting crowd, grabbed the young man by the neck and shoulder, and pulled her out from under the thief. Taking the princess's hand, the stranger, standing sideways, ordered to run. He had dark skin and white hair. The girl looked in amazement at the young man who saved her, raised her eyebrows, and slightly opened her mouth, recognizing the voice of this man. The gang left behind by the couple rubbed their bruises desperately. The bald man complained that the man had appeared out of nowhere and asked Diana if they should chase him. The detached girl looked in amazement at her right hand and could not believe that the young man accompanying her was a girl. At the same time, holding hands, the familiar stranger and the prince-disguised princess continued running. Stopping at the white stone bridge, the young man said it was safe here and advised not to go to such places, because it was better not to appear here without an escort and return to his guard. He pointed behind the wall next to them and said that the prince's guide was there, after which he released the girl's hand. Ailey's put her hand to her chest with disappointment and lowered her head. She did not want to let go of the young man. The girl ran after the departing boy in the black robe and grabbed his hand, and he threw her back. The young man turned to the guy who grabbed him, who stumbled awkwardly and was already flying towards him, shining with his emerald eyes. The princess fell directly onto the king's chest, grabbing his forearm. They both looked at each other with surprise and fear. Standing up uncertainly and on the ground, Ellis looked at her friend with a hypnotic gaze. Surprised, Lachlan looked at the girl. It was unclear from her gaze whether he recognized the princess, but he still held her by the forearm. The girl looked at her friend. During this time until they saw each other, he grew taller, matured, and lost weight. Many new scars appeared on his chest. The princess thought about everything that had happened for him to become king. Ailey's looked down and immediately lifted them up, looking at her friend. She was interested to know if he kept her in his heart, in the same way she kept him in hers. The princess looked with pity at her lover, who looked at her in surprise, and in her head, the girl had many thoughts about her feelings for him. And for himself, placing his hand on his heart, the king said that Prince Alex is very famous. They met before, he introduced himself and said he was a hostage from his country, and now he is the king of Saga. The princess lowered her head in disappointment. She realized that her friend did not recognize her. She blamed herself for her thoughts and actions, because now she is impersonating her brother. The person in front of Klein is not her. The young man looked away and said that he understood that he was to blame for the latest incident in his country. And hesitatingly, he asked if everything was fine with Ellis. With hope in his eyes and voice, the king of Saga asked if his beloved had arrived. The girl clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She didn't know how to answer the question correctly, because she herself swore to dedicate her life to her brother, becoming him, and she herself technically died. Bowing her head, with sadness and uncertainty in her voice, she uttered the precious words, saying that she was dead. Lekline looked into the distance behind the prince, raising or frowning, and his eyes darkened. He saw in front of him a happy girl with golden hair, who was smiling at him with such joy, and her curls were being carried away by the wind. The boy was about to run towards her, but the memory dissolved before that. The princess, clenching her hand into a fist against her chest, explained that Amelia was responsible for the crime, but that she had already been executed by His Majesty's order, while Ailes rests in peace. The king responded with nothing more than a brief sigh the news of his beloved's death. It broke and paralyzed him, so she hurried to leave. The girl looked at her friend in surprise. She was perplexed by her friend's reaction. Timati ran up to her, telling her that he had finally found her and told her that the ships were ready, and that they were ready to head to Constantine because they needed to be there tomorrow. But the princess did not listen to her companion, who had run up. Her thoughts were occupied with Lachline, because after learning of his death, she just sighed. Already at night, both state representatives arrived in Constantine. Timati stood guard in the prince's quarters, and in the bar the people of Saga celebrated their arrival. Sitting alone in the room on the bed, the princess wrapped herself in the provided blanket and remembered what had happened. She did not understand what kind of reaction this was. He didn't react at all, because even if he didn't cry, he could at least cry for her. She fell onto her side. His death truly means so little to him, or means nothing at all, and she is truly indifferent to him now. Or he never cared, and she was the only one who thought there was something between them. Suddenly, a stream of thoughts led her to another topic. Why did she find him in that place, and what was he doing there at all? The girl presented herself with a not very pleasant image. She supposed he had gone to have fun with women. The princess shouted silently, but filled with rage in her thoughts, and came to the decision that men really couldn't be trusted. At the same time, sitting alone on the open balcony, with his head resting on one knee, Lachlan was weeping bitterly. A puddle had already formed on the floor. Salty tears of resentment and despair streamed from his eyes in a stream that he could not share with anyone. His beloved was no longer there. All their dreams and their shared promises had sunk into oblivion. The princess was about to mount her white horse, and at the same time people encountered the Saga cavalry. People were pushing, trying to get a good look at the king. Girls were shouting that he was their type. And Lachlan himself rode with ruby glasses with a golden frame. The girl was angry with her friend, because he became so brazen just because of his popularity. After saddling her horse, Elise rode up to the king, cutting off his horse. And Timati chased after his highness, trying to catch up. Seth shouted indignantly and asked what this prince allowed himself to do. Lachlan told him not to pay attention to her, and he had red, swollen eyes after yesterday's tears. This morning, the redhead, seeing the state of his master's eyes, said that he could not go out with people whose eyes were so swollen, and he brought him sunglasses made of precious stones. Ellis released all grievances, and sadness immediately went away. She firmly decided that Princess Ellis would no longer exist, and said goodbye to herself, completely assuming Alex's appearance. Let's go back to the beginning. Every nation has different views on war. Some go to war for survival, and others for glory. Adults teach their children the general views of their nation. That's why our heroes had different concepts, but they all had the same goal. The Sagas and the Eternal Empire went to war to crush the enemy and protect their homeland. So one day, Ellis said indignantly that it was boring to see that negotiations had not yet been completed, and that her brother did not want to play with her. At that time before the war, the princess was 8 years old. She bent down and picked up a bouquet of wildflowers for her older brother and mother. Suddenly, the girl saw an arrow flying in her direction, which fortunately landed nearby. But it scared the girl terribly. In front of her, the frightened princess saw a small dark-haired boy with golden eyes and a bow in his hands. The already frightened girl panicked even more, thinking that a real killer was in front of her. Tears formed in the princess's eyes, pressing herself against the tree. She waved a hand, shouting not to come near her. Bending down on one knee in front of the girl, the dark-skinned boy pulled his sword from its sheath and pointed the blade towards her, but looked up. Out of fear, the princess turned and covered her eyes with her hands. Her brother jumped behind her and attacked the named assassin. Alex told his sister not to be afraid, and Ellis, recognizing her brother's voice, immediately relaxed and opened her eyes. The older twin brother was completely identical to his sister. The only difference was his character and the length of the hair. He confidently defended his little sister and confidently fought his opponent, an equally small boy, but capable and agile. The boys were facing each other, each pointing a weapon in the direction of their opponent, and looked confidently into each other's eyes. Suddenly, baby Lachlan's sword broke. Although he saw it himself, Alex pointed out such a loss to his sister and told her to leave, protecting the baby with his back. The boy, putting away the weapon, left, and the princess asked her brother why he allowed him to leave. Because this saga assassin tried to kill her, and if his sword hadn't broken, she would have died. Alex told his little sister to look back. The girl turned around surprised, and jump scared next to her lay a snake killed by an arrow. The first prince explained that most likely the boy from Saga did not try to kill her, but only wanted to protect her. This confused the little one. At the same time, the son of the god of war returned to the Saga camp, but he was empty-handed, as the dark-haired man pointed out. The knight told Blade that it would take a long time before his son could take up arms on the battlefield. The father greeted his son with a smile. Little Lachlan looked at the ground and apologized to his dad. The silver-haired man asked his son if he wanted to fight. The boy shouted with confidence and enthusiasm that he wanted to become a brave warrior like his father. Blade took his son and placed him on his shoulder. He told him that he should not become a warrior to prove his strength or cause destruction. He advised the boy to fight to ensure that the land he stood on would remain peaceful forever and beautiful. Little Lachlan was imbued with the words spoken by his father and looked fascinated at their state from the top of the cliff where they were. Somewhere nearby, on a hill, looking into the distance, their city, the twins stood. And the three of them at that moment were well aware that for peace it is necessary to be strong. The celebration had already begun, and the honest people happily greeted the kings entering the palace. In the front rows were the first Prince Alex and King Lachlan. The second one walked without glasses, since the swelling of his eyes had diminished. Behind them were Tamati and Seth, who accompanied them, who were fighting among themselves, sometimes not letting each other pass, sometimes calling each other barbarians, sometimes dogs. In the hall, the representatives of the kingdoms saw a very unusual dance performed by semi-naked girls and boys with masks, which confused Ellis, and she asked if it was really a dance. Timothy looked with admiration at the dancing pair and said he had never seen such a performance. Seth boasted that he often sees something like this, so they asked him to stop bragging. The king, upon receiving the guests, finally raised his voice, saying that he hoped everyone was pleased with the performance, because it was specially prepared for them. Noah finally showed up. He was sitting on a golden throne made of people covered in gold. He held a glass in his hands and was dressed in an emerald robe. The king had changed remarkably since their last meeting. The crown princess, invited by the young man, pointed out the unusual and original nature of His Majesty's throne, to which Noah merely smiled. The princess said with disgust that it was terribly tasteless. Lachlan silently agreed with her, and Tamati asked the barbarian if he had seen anything like that, to which he received a negative answer. The servants brought gold trays and bowed their heads. The first prince, frowning, asked what all that meant and what they were for. The king, smiling and crossing his hands over his stomach, as if in an orderly tone, but politely told the guests to place their swords and rapiers on the trays. He justified it by saying that the representatives of the kingdoms had traveled a long way, thanks to his invitation to improve relations between their countries. He looked at the guests with contempt and said they were allies and could trust each other, that they could relax and not worry, because in the end they would get their weapons back at the end of the ceremony. 3 of the guests reluctantly placed their weapons on their trays, saying they had no doubt about it. The princess hesitated. She was thinking about her friend, because Noah wanted to test everyone's sincerity. But what could she do in this situation? The king looked arrogantly at the first prince and asked His Highness Alex if he had anything to lose. The princess obediently placed her weapon on a golden tray and asked Noah not to joke like that. because they have the same roots, and she has nothing to worry about. And then she looked at the king of Saga. He was the last one who did not hand over his sword. He remembered that for the inhabitants of Saga, he is their pride and dignity. No one can touch him without the owner's permission. He continued looking at the young man and mentally asked his friend not to get emotional. But he was already drawing his sword from its sheath. Lachlan brandished the weapon in the air and moved the blade to his right, but said nothing. All the guests looked at the king surprised, and the young man, in turn, looked at his weapon clearly thinking about something. Frowning, he turned the weapon so that King Noah would be reflected in it and looked at him menacingly. After such a gesture, the king of Saga sheathed his sword and placed his weapon on a golden tray. Seth, standing behind, starts to be indignant about how the knight can hand over his sword so easily, to which the young man whispered that the current Eastern Empire of Theodore is even worse than the Western one during its prosperity. He turned his head to the companion and said that Noah was not his enemy yet, and offered to reconcile for the first time. The king, smiling, praised the courage of the king of Saga and the princess, frowning. She thought that her friend was no longer carried away by pride and seemed to have really changed. That same evening, the girl retired near the open-air pool with a glass of wine. She reflected on the past, looking sadly into the water. King Noah looked at her, smiling satisfied, holding a golden glass in his hand, and crossing his arms over his chest, both illuminated by the moonlight. The young man took a bottle of Eros from the tray held by the servant and poured it into one of the glasses from the same tray. The girl turned towards a voice on her left, who said that he had heard about the talents of Prince Alex. The young man carried 2 golden glasses in his hands and continued to praise the merits of the first prince of the empire. The princess recognized Noah. The girl rose from the ground to her feet, listening to her interlocutor, who said that the prince was very similar to his sister, even though he was a man. He was amazed at how incredible the twins were. The king, making a face of disgust, said that he still remembered the unforgettable and surprising encounter with the princess, and expressed his sympathy, calling Ailey's by a completely different name. Frowning, the girl corrected his majesty, but in her heart, she was throwing mud, not understanding how it was possible not to even remember her name. Her fists were itching, and the king cleared his throat, timidly not continuing the topic. Noah changed the subject and offered to drink with the prince anyway and remember Princess Ellis, after which he handed her a glass. The girl did not appreciate such a gesture. She felt that it was clearly not motivated by kindness, and she wondered which glass would be safer to take. But instead of accepting the offer, a different answer came to her mind, and she bowed and said that she preferred to remember her sister in solitude, and that too much alcohol was harmful to her health. Offering to drink next time, the king exhaled disappointed, saying he was very sorry because it was a good glass of wine. The princess thought that nothing of what was before should remain in her. Her brother would have done the same. Lost in her thoughts, the girl did not notice that a snake was wrapped around her leg. Slowly rising, the young man smiled with satisfaction. The princess opened her eyes wide, either from pain or from the king's cry, who scolded his pet for how it treated the guests, and threatened to punish him later. The snake bit the girl on the neck. Nora, worried, offered to quickly go treat the prince's wounds, but she refused help, thanking him for his kindness and calling the wound minor. Moving a little away, she rested her forehead against her hand, which she placed on a carved pillar. Her body suddenly weakened. Her first thought was about snake venom. His Majesty Noah smiled with satisfaction and malice, looking at the prince struggling with the growing heat, the snake holding an Eros bottle in its mouth. The princess felt a burning sensation inside and realized she needed to leave quickly. She looked at the amused Tamati and called him, but realized she had lost her voice. Her mind gradually clouded over. The princess felt empty inside and pressed her hands to her chest in a silent scream. The king asked her if she was all right. Taking the girl in his arms, he said that her guard Tamati was busy and offered not to distract him, and offered to let him heal the prince himself. Saying it was a reasonable decision, could the girl not resist? Taking a break from his conversation with a high-ranking official, Lachlan saw this rather strange picture in front of him, and he became interested in what Prince Alex and King Noah were doing in the place. Walking through the night palace, he took the prince to his quarters and laid him down on a comfortable sofa. The girl breathed with difficulty and did not open her eyes at all. The king smiled maliciously, devouring this helpless body with a greedy gaze, and jokingly said that he was worthy of being called the first prince of Western Theodore. He ran his hand over the princess's chest and moved to her neck, unbuttoning the collar of her shirt. He called her body innocent and beautiful. The girl was sweating and trembling. Noah brought the girl's leg closer to him. Bending it at the knee and sticking out his tongue, he said lustfully that he really wanted to dirty her. His Highness took the princess's belt and unfastened the bow. The girl closed her eyes. She didn't want this, when suddenly, the door to the king's chambers burst open abruptly and loudly. A man rushing into the room grabbed Noah by the hand, to which he shouted irritably at the stranger who dared to interfere with his entertainment. In front of His Highness sat the white-haired king of Saga, who was clearly displeased by such actions. He asked His Majesty to control himself and lifted the fiery prince from the sofa. Lackland explained that no one has the right to treat Prince Alex like that. With these words, he put the victim on his shoulder and walked away. The room was lit by candles. There was clearly a different atmosphere than in Noah's dark room. Lackland put Ellis on the bed and told her to rest here while he called his guards. The girl grabbed the departing savior by the elbow and pulled him towards her. Lackland looked at the young man in surprise. Tucking his hands into the boy's hair, he pulled him closer to her. The young man loomed over the prince, holding onto his arms. Breathing heavily, sweating increasingly, and blushing, the princess asked her friend not to leave her. She raised her eyebrows pitifully, narrowed her eyes, and her cheeks filled with warmth. The girl said she was very hot. The young king of Saga, not understanding what the other wanted from him, raised an eyebrow questioningly. Looking at the twin with pity, holding the young man by the neck, the princess moved closer to the king's ear, and with a hot breath told him that she could not stand this, and asked him not to leave. He was very surprised and even frightened. Grabbing the princess's hand, he threw her off his neck and threw her back onto the bed. Pressing his hand near the girl's head, he shouted at Prince Alex to come to his senses. Frowning, he brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and tried to figure out what they were doing to him. Since he was beside himself, perhaps they gave him something to drink or eat. Tears formed in the girl's eyes. She was already simply begging for help. His beloved had the same eyes. He remembered them very well, because the princess often cried and opened her eyes in surprise. Now standing before him was not a young man, but him himself, with his long wheat-colored hair. And a dress that fit his figure, she said she felt strange. Not believing what he was conscious of, he straightened his eyebrows, opened his eyes wide, and called the girl by name. He leaned closer to the princess's face and tenderly placed his hand on her cheek, looking directly into her eyes. The girl sighed and took his hand with hers, caressing it. She said she was very happy because his hands were cold. The young man, leaning over the princess, was confused. A noticeable blush appeared on his cheeks. His eyebrows merged again at the bridge of his nose, and drops of sweat formed on his face. Lachlan leaned even closer to his lover's face, pressing his forehead against hers, and lifting the girl's chin with his hand. He looked directly into her eyes with their intertwined, agitated breaths. The princess hugged the young man by the neck, pulling him closer to her, and the rapid breathing of the couple filled the air up to their lips. However, the kiss did not materialize. The young man regained consciousness, realizing what he was doing, and he decided to stop the prince, knocking him out with a blow to the back. He carefully caught and placed the girl on the bed, then reached for the young man's collar, but he only buttoned the collar of his shirt. Leaving the room, Lackline was assailed by thoughts that were not so vehemently felt in the prince's room, and he wondered if he had gone crazy and what he was doing. The king of Saga walked to the pool and leaned against the pillar, realizing that Ailys was dead and, although incredibly similar, in front of him stood his brother, Prince Alex. Moving his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and bringing his hand to his mouth, he realized that with just a little more the trouble would not have been avoided. Bending over the water, he looked at his reflection, but then noticed a strange movement in the water, and he raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, two hands came out of the water and grabbed the young king by the forearm and the elbow. Pushing him into the water, the guy screamed. Lachlan fell into the water, without having time to take enough air into his lungs, and began to resist the hands that were pushing him to the bottom. Having finally released the grip that was dragging him underwater, the soaked guy began to clear his throat. He looked at the water. A lock of golden hair appeared from the bottom of the pool to the surface, and then, licking his lips, the silhouette itself emerged. The boy's eyes widened. His Majesty Noah appeared completely naked in front of him, adjusting the snake-shaped decoration on his head. His nudity was covered only by gold jewelry on his body and a silver snake. The king looked in amazement at the naked king, examining him from head to place, peeking out of the water. His Majesty Noah asked if Lachlan remembered the last time they were alone. It was the same moonlit night, and he smiled sarcastically at his interlocutor. The king, frowning, looked menacingly at his unpleasant opponent, directed a furious glare at him, and said that he didn't remember what it was about. Then he grabbed the king's silver pet, which was crawling on his body, and pulling it away from him. He threw it forcefully to the side into the water. His Highness Noah gave the boy a cold, languid, and quite contemptuous look. He approached the young man and told him that everything was really different today, that in the past he was just a hostage, and now he is the king of Saga. Noah placed his hand on the boy's chest and asked him why they don't forget the past. He said that although he knew Ryan would have a difficult time, he never imagined he would give up so quickly. The king whispered in the young man's ear that he also didn't believe that the king, who was his benefactor, would be murdered. His Majesty Lachlan shyly looked away, realizing that the rumors were now working against him. But Noah said he liked that about him. He walked around the guy and ran his hand from the solar plexus down to the lower abdomen, and addressing him by name, he said that the two of them were capable of capturing the Eternal City. Noah put his hand into the water and continued to tell his interlocutor in his ear that it would not be difficult for them to take over the whole world. The king, with a seductive look, drew his Majesty to his side. Running his hand down the guy's hips, the guy looked angrily at the dissolute young man. Not wanting to endure that attitude and opinion of himself any longer, Lachlan grabbed the Water King's hand and, bending it backward, he tilted Noah over the water. He, bitter from the pain and similar attitude towards him, gritted his teeth and glared at the guy who was bringing his hand to his face. Grabbing the king by the golden hair, Lachlan pushed the boy's face into the water. The young man screamed in fear, but immediately fell silent when he was out of the water. Holding the king's golden head in the water, the young king said that no matter how powerful he was, it would be impossible to get everything he dreams of. The young man grabbed the precious stone strap that the king wore on his back and, pulling it, taking more air, he pulled him out of the water. The king remained silent, coughing. As soon as Lachlan pulled the strap even harder, Noah gritted his teeth and looked up in pain. The young man said that he was no longer the same as before, and Saga was no longer the same as before during his predecessor's time. He grabbed the king by the elbow, lifted him up, and grabbed him by the neck, squeezing it so tightly that he began to gasp for air. Loosening his grip, Lachlan looked at the king's desperate face, who was begging for mercy. He was angry and did not understand how he could escape the predator. Looking proudly at his insolent face, he said that he was sorry because his entire country, and he himself, were not interested in his grand plans. Having delivered his speech and taking some revenge, he put an end to it, giving the arrogant a slap and lustful king, after which he left, leaving him alone. The young man did not worry for long and didn't even care about the boy's joke. He just lifted his head and burst out laughing. He extended his hand in front of him, at the end of which it seemed that Lachlan was leaving, and he said that the boy still didn't understand how much he liked all this. He clenched his hand into a fist and looked arrogantly at the young man, smiling sarcastically, and saying that there was nothing for him that he could not get. About 2 days had already passed since their arrival in the Eastern Empire. The norms were spent on entertainment. The rulers enjoyed wine and a luxurious feast until dawn. At this rate, the wait became increasingly dissolute, and he moved further and further away from the true purpose of their meeting. The princess decided to disturb the peace of the fun with her question, in which she asked His Majesty when her coronation ceremony would finally take place. A dead silence fell in the chambers. The king of Saga looked inquiringly at the girl, and Noah, lying on the sofa, just smiled and placed his glass on the tray. His Majesty answered without difficulty that the prince had nothing to worry about, because the coronation is a special and grand event, and one needs to be well prepared for it. Hiding his eyes behind his hair, he looked at the young man with an inquisitive and pretentious expression, after which he asked if he was entertaining them enough. One of Nohan's guests objected and told His Majesty that his hospitality knew no bounds, and that they simply could not be dissatisfied. Scratching his beard, he suggested that perhaps the great Crown Prince Alex knew more about life, and expected the appropriate, to which the princess said that this was not what she meant. The king snapped his fingers. The sound of a mechanism was heard, and something began to rise from the center of the room. The princess became sad and frowned, and a cage full of people appeared in front of all the kings. The king of Saga and the first prince instantly changed their faces and frowned. With anger, disgust, they looked at the golden cage with detachment, pointing at the masked girls, chained and with an iron gag in their mouths. The king boasted that he had found these canaries recently and invited the guests to enjoy their presence. The same man who slandered the princess happily shouted that His Majesty has simply excellent taste. He grabbed the first girl, who ran out by the chain she was chained to, and, pulling her towards him, he hugged her and began to lick the hostage's cheeks. The rest of the birds trembled with fear, but still scattered in all directions among the representatives of the kingdoms, who disposed of them as they pleased. Then two of the girls ran towards Klein and knelt down beside him. But the young man became gloomy and cast a contemptuous glance at his friend, while the princess sitting behind him looked menacingly at her friend. The girl clenched her teeth and arched both eyebrows in disgust at what was happening. She was already trembling with anger towards King Noah. But suddenly, she heard a woman scream, and turning her gaze in their direction, she saw a blow. The girl who was hit by the fat king flew far away, breaking a vase, and the mask she was wearing broke. Blood was flowing from her nose. The princess recognized her as a liar from the black market. She looked at her with sympathy, but realizing that she might have guessed she was a girl the last time she touched her, she covered her mouth with her hand. The princess also decided that the thief should not be seen here, so she hid behind the broad shoulders of the king of Saga. Lachlan looked with disgust and incomprehensibly at the great crown prince who, hidden behind him, had already climbed onto his sofa. The fat king lifted the girl by the hair and muttered that this canary was not very obedient, and asked His Majesty for permission to punish her. However, the girl was not a shy girl, and unable to tolerate that attitude towards herself, she spat in the fat man's face. The princess, looking at them from behind her friend, was surprised. She didn't understand what was happening, because before, the girl behaved differently than in the black market. The king dipped the poor thing into a bowl full of wine, let him go from time to time and, without letting him take enough air, he submerged him again and held him. Observing, the princess looked with horror at the image that appeared before her and realized that if they didn't stop her, the girl could die. Someone had to help. Someone would definitely help. She looked at everyone present with a pleading look. Everyone was busy with their own affairs, and Lachlan was just an observer like her. In the end, realizing that no one except herself felt sympathy for the slave, the girl took everything into her own hands, and now they were already on horseback far from the palace. At the same time, the king shouted indignantly, from whom, according to him, had been stolen by the crown prince. He sought support from other men, but they only told him to forget about it. With one hand on his stomach and the other resting on his chin, Lachlan looked thoughtfully towards the setting sun. Getting off his horse, the princess said she was safe here and handed him a bag of money, explaining to him that the girl should return, not do this kind of thing again, and stay away from the palace. The black and red-haired liar, with her hands on her chest, thanked the girl for everything, and called herself Diana. Diana. She stepped forward to meet the princess, and, taking her by the forearm, she asked if she correctly understood that she was not Prince Alex. The princess looked desolately at her interlocutor, and, resigning herself to being discovered, she said that after all they had noticed her. Suddenly she grabbed the dark-haired girl by the shoulders and pressed her against the tree, looking at her confidently, and menacingly announced that she would have to kill her. The moment the words were spoken, her hands were on her neck, but the girl only looked at the princess with red eyes, raising a bewildered eyebrow, surprisingly asked if she was not afraid of being killed, to which the girl replied that the princess was not afraid of her revealing, so she shouldn't be afraid of death in her hands. The princess let go of the girl, to which the second told her she was strange. For some reason she saved her, the one who almost stole from her. She didn't understand why to run such a risk, because if she had died, nobody would have known anything. Without hesitation to answer, Ellis said that she saved her for her eyes, in which determination could be read. Although there was no way out, she was still fighting. She said that a person with such eyes could not turn like that just like that, so she could not ignore it. The girl laughed embarrassed and approached the princess's face, kissed the young man on the cheek, and admitted that if she were a real man, he would fall in love. She also pointed out the naivety or stupidity of her highness, who does not know that a good person can turn into a demon, while a scoundrel can have a kind face. Looking seriously at the princess, she explained to him that people are better to deceive. So in this world, you cannot trust anyone but yourself. But she immediately changed her mind and said that since she saved her, In return, she would keep her secret. Diana was already proposing to leave on this note, when suddenly, a suspicious crunch was heard in the nearby bushes. The girl placed her hands on Ellis's shoulders, calling her brave Her Majesty, saying that she would pay her back for saving her. Both girls decided to lie until the end. That same night, the girls, parodying sexual intercourse, were watched by Noah's servants, who immediately left, making sure that the prince was only having fun. Diana watched the departing servants and turned her gaze back to the princess, to whom she had dressed in a propeller dress, indignantly said that she would take it off because she had promised to live as a man. The dark-haired lady ran after the girl and grabbed her chest, confusing the princess, and saying that her oath was a waste of beauty. Ellis looked away and admitted to a friend that only by being a man can she protect everything that is dear to her, and to whom she is dear. Diana took the princess by the hands and told her that today all men had made fun of her. They killed her, mocked her, and the only person who defended her was her, a girl. Looking at the princess's face, he called her a good girl, unlike herself. And hoping to become herself for at least one night, Ellis looked down at the ground, and since she could not reveal her identity, the girl took and put a reddish wig on the princess, telling her that today she would be a normal and free girl. Elise looked with surprise at the long hair, which she hadn't seen on herself for so long, and promised that only this night she would allow herself to break her vow. Diana smiled contentedly. The princess carefully entered a glade located near the harbor, covered with white flowers and dandelions. She hadn't felt for a long time how she lived, breathed, and ran like a girl running towards the moon. What she took for granted before was now just a chimera. Now she was just carelessly present, playing with fireflies. She walked to the water and looked at her reflection, smiling at the familiar image of a girl, even if it was only for one night. Suddenly, looking at the reflection in the water, she noticed a familiar figure next to her and turned her head towards the guest. She looked surprised at the no less astonished King Lackline, who could not believe who he saw in front of him. His Majesty stood against the backdrop of a large, snow-white moon, looking surprised at the girl in front of him, in whom he recognized his beloved. The King of Saga rode his black horse along the moonlit path. He thought there was a path from the palace leading to the nearest bay. Now let's find out what's going on here. Let's go back 3 hours. Tamati turned to His Majesty. He told him that he couldn't find the prince, and asked worriedly how he would explain to Marty if he didn't return. Lackland wondered if the last time he saw Alex was when he was about to help that girl escape. Although he did something that he himself did not approve of, there was nothing wrong with it. He remembered how the prince confidently snatched the girl from the king's arms. The King of Saga frowned thoughtfully. The heir was truly worthy of being called Ellis's brother. His courage, his bravery, was very similar to hers. Lachlan told the knight to look for him inside the palace, and he himself would look for the prince outside. Tamati had already objected, because the guy in front of him was the king, but the young man said he had doubts about where to find Alex. His Majesty reached the nearest bay, noticed the crown prince's horse nearby, and tied it up. Lachlan turned his gaze towards the glade by the pond, and saw a beautiful dancer there who resembled his beloved. And looking fascinated at the dance being performed, silky brown hair in the wind, with attractive eyes behind the colors of the sea, he approached the girl. Suddenly, looking at the reflection in the water, their gazes met and the girl, seeing a familiar figure next to her, turns her head towards the guest. She looked surprised at the no less astonished King Lachlan, who could not believe who he saw in front of him. The princess was terrified because Lachlan was standing in front of her. She didn't understand what he could be doing here. The young man stretched out his hands towards the girl and grabbed her, gently pressing her against his chest. And her name, shouting her true name. He raised his voice hopefully, as if, although he could not believe it, he comforted himself with the words that she was not dead. She was alive, and he hugged her tighter in his arms. But she was dead a long time ago, and she didn't want to deceive the guy. But she herself could not be deceived. He didn't care, and now her conscience woke up. And he clenched his fists. He was about to push his friend away from her, but suddenly realized that her wig was caught in the decoration on his chest. The girl realized that even if she lost her wig, even if Lachlan recognized her, most likely, he would not react in the best way, and then she would ruin his reputation. The princess realized that she could no longer escape, and cautiously succumbed to her friend's arms. But he himself seemed to calm down. She could be neither Princess Ellis nor Heiress Alex now. While it would be better if she introduced herself to her friend, she thought. The girl looked the young man in the eyes. Both their hearts skipped a beat, when suddenly the princess made him stumble and leaned against her friend. The princess lay on top of the prince, holding her hands on his chest and lifting her head after the fall. Observing the young man's reaction, looking him in the face, a noticeable blush formed on the face of the king of Saga. He raised his eyebrows and stared fixedly at the girl. He traced his finger over the young man's chest and put it on his lips, covering his mouth, and asked him if he hurried to all beauties like this, and knelt down, holding the boy's shoulder. Running his finger over his chest again, the princess praised his good taste in girls, and twirling her hair around his finger, she said that her name was Nancy, not Ellis. The clan looked at the girl in surprise, raising his eyebrows, repeating her name aloud. But she was not Ellis and looked away. Looking with horror at the princess sitting between his legs, he realized the mistake he had made. His beloved hated learning languages as a child and would not be able to speak fluent Greek. However, this was not the case. Ellis remembered her teacher Martin, who forced her to study and mentally thanked him so that she could dispel suspicions. She ordered him to release her hand because he had already said that she was not the one he was taking. Lachlan let go of the girl and confirmed that she could not be Ailey's because she was dead. The princess rose from the young man, leaving him sitting alone in a field sown with white flowers. Exhaling, the girl thought about the young man's feelings. On the one hand, he missed his old friend, and on the other there was a girl he knew for the first time. She compared the similarity of the current situation with that of the past. It was like when his mother died, and the king found a new concubine. The princess moved away from the young man, telling him that all men are the same, that they keep one in their heart, and another in bed. The young man called the girl by her real name, and she stopped, shivering, fearing that the king had recognized her. Lachlan bowed his head and apologized with all the sincerity and sad voice he had. The princess's eyes widened in amazement upon hearing the words of her beloved Doug. The apology touched her to the bottom of her soul. Among the crowd, the gaze of the king of Saga only seeks her, but he himself knows that he will not find her there. He supposed that the dead princess must have hated him. Death would be the best punishment for the crime he committed. Lachlan recounted his thoughts, saying that Eli's hated him and that it was better to be the only star in the sky than to drag out a miserable existence alone in this hungry world. He said sadly. The princess wanted to say something, but a lump formed in her throat, preventing the words from coming out, and she clenched the hem of her skirt into a fist. Forcibly, the girl said that her beloved was already dead, and that there was no point in the young man apologizing again. Tears formed in Lachlan's eyes, clouding his vision. He frowned, and he said sadly in his voice that she was his whole world, his most important person, and she was also the love of his life. Tears appeared in the princess's eyes. She never expected to hear such a confession in such a place and disguise. Her heart ached from the pain of recognition. Her thoughts were confused and shifted from one to another, so she pressed her hands to her chest. Then in silence, the two of them cried. The princess looked sadly at the night sky, and the young man looked indifferently at the ground in the flower meadow. But the tears did not flow for long. The girl laughed silently, and bringing her hand to her heart, wiped the tears from her face with the other. Turning around, she ran to the boy and hugged him by the neck, tenderly kissing the young man on the forehead. The young man opened his eyes in surprise and raised an eyebrow in amazement as his thoughts raced frantically in his head. Lachlan pushed the princess away from him, shouting at him what he was doing. He said that he accidentally confused her with his beloved and covered his forehead, and said that he was wrong, that he does not like her. The princess, embarrassed, told the young man not to be arrogant, whom he might like, and explained that she was simply consoling him, after which she abruptly moved away from her beloved. Her cheeks turned red. A smile shone on her face and her eyes sparkled, and she turned to the young man again. Smiling, bringing her hands to her mouth to make the sound even louder, she shouted that, by the way, she also had a loved one. After that, the girl quickly ran away, hiding in the bushes, and leaving the young man alone, who followed the fugitive with an inquisitive gaze. Frowning, he directed his amber eyes towards the girl and repeated her name. Calling her strange, Lachlan returned to the palace and, frowning, angrily kicked the door of the prince's chambers, trying to knock it down. Finally, with a strong kick, the door burst open and the prince appeared before his majesty, along with the girl they had been having fun with under a purple blanket. Breathing with difficulty, the princess asked his majesty Lachlan and asked what he was doing here. Closing his eyes and turning his head, the king said that his guard asked for help to find him. But since the prince was fine, He said he would return to the main palace. However, the princess, along with Klein, took the girl to the port and ordered her to board the ship that morning. To start her own business or do something else without returning to this life, the girl promised, stretching out her hand towards the prince's face, placing her hand on his shoulder. She told him to take care of himself too and wanted to kiss the princess on the cheek, but the king called them. The great crown prince and the king of Saga mounted their horses and galloped away from the harbor. Ellis said goodbye to Diana, and outside it was already day. The girl said goodbye in response and brought her index finger to her lip and told herself that the princess was still trying to persuade her to stop lying. And she herself, using a false identity, deceived the whole world. The lovers rode side by side, and the princess kept looking in the direction of her friend. Her lie was much bigger than it seemed at first glance. Lachlan's face was concentrated. He didn't seem to notice the gaze looking at him on his right. The princess watched, fascinated by the features of his face. Her eyes sparkled, and a smile of satisfaction, but barely perceptible, adorned his face. The coronation ceremony began. The people of the Eastern Kingdom joyfully praised their king, wishing him a long life, as they were showered with gold coins from above. King Noah was sung with all honors, while they, captivated by his gold and generosity, stepped forward and greeted his people. Prince Alex said it was quite unusual for His Majesty to have so many admirers. Given his character, Lachlan replied that the Eastern Empire was located on rich lands, thanks to which their economy was well developed, and the use of the benefits of their lands in the name of economic development brought them inexhaustible wealth. The princess became angry and clenched her teeth, realizing how vilely the king had acted. At first, he brought the two states to the point of hostility. He was engaged in drug smuggling, and although his people do not know a peaceful existence, they live without denying themselves anything. Noah majestically approached the coronation site, where the priests were already waiting for him, when suddenly he abruptly snatched the scepter and crown from their hands, and personally, raising the scepter and putting a crown on his head. From that day on, he proclaimed himself Noah Augustus, Emperor of the Sacred Empire. The common people and the kings present looked at the insolent king with surprise and shock, creating a silent pause. However, the silence did not last long. The people quickly regained their senses and rejoiced for their emperor, and continued to sing his praises with the same memorized phrases. The princess rolled her eyes. This behavior was unpleasant to her, and even in her thoughts she maintained composure. Calling him incompetent, the priest standing behind the king approached him and told him that His Majesty could not so easily declare himself above God. Recognizing himself as holy, Noah turned angrily towards the priest and, frowning, told him under his breath to leave and not irritate him. At that moment, the servants brought a large golden box, decorated with flower motifs, precious stones, and snakes. The fat king asked who the person was who had given His Majesty such a significant gift, and luxurious, suggesting that its contents were very rare. King Noah smiled slightly and asked if such a gift was not appropriate for an emperor who had ascended the throne. The princess and the king, raising their eyebrows, asked if any of them had given a similar gift to His Highness, and when they managed to give it to him, Noah opened the golden box and took out a two-handed sword with a red hilt, decorated with stones, and raised the weapon in the air. The representatives of the kingdoms looked at the weapon in surprise. It was the sacred sword of immortality. Alex explained that it belonged to His Majesty Theodore. It got its name thanks to the blood that painted it like an eternal red flame, and it was once fought by Emperor Theodora, who united the entire continent, which was later burned to the ground by him. Having told the whole story about the origin of the sword's name, the princess looked menacingly at His Majesty and asked what this weapon was doing here. King Noah confirmed the prince's words, saying that the sword, even externally, it was made like the sacred sword of the immortals, and smiling, he suggested that the name of the sacred sword of the empire was more suitable for him. The princess asked what the young man had just said, to which the king, with an angry look, replied that this sword was made from all the swords of the rulers. He turned it 360 degrees to reveal a different crown, but which bore an even more beautiful scarlet stone. Calling the sacred sword of the empire magnificent, the princess looked in shock at the shining stone and realized that it was the same stone from Lachlan's sword. She was wrapped in horror. The king of Saga became angry and furiously rose from his seat, giving Noah a menacing look, and full of hatred, clenching his teeth. The remaining 3 invited representatives of the kingdoms were indignant, shouting that the king could not do this. But they were surrounded by knights pointing spears at them. Noah embraced his new 2-handed sword and said with a malicious smile that only the sole ruler was worthy of this sword, advising everyone to understand this. The dissatisfied and bitter faces of the great crown prince Theodore and the newly crowned King Saga were reflected on his sword blade. They entered the palace into his throne room under the supervision of the knights. Noah sat proudly on his throne, looking at those present as if they were insects. The trio of representatives frantically looked around and asked the guards for help, to which the king replied that it was useless, that now all the guards were in the dungeon, after which he threw a huge parchment with some conditions onto the table to the kings. Like dogs, the princess asked him if she understood correctly that he demanded they recognize him as their suzerain. The king approved of her words. He wanted him, the Holy Emperor Theodore, to be recognized as the Supreme Lord, and also that he show his loyalty with an annual tribute of £350. And he would protect them, calling it a profitable business, and offered him a glass of wine. The brown-haired king objected £350 of gold. It was too much for their small states. The people were starving and could not afford to pay such a sum. The king arrogantly said that these were no longer his problems. The princess in a purple robe asked what would happen if they did not accept these conditions. Noah, after asking again, stared at the representative and declared that in case of disagreement, he would raise their country. All those present, surprised and fearful for them and their states, asked in unison. Neither of them heard anything. The girl waved her hand, calling the king arrogant. Your kingdom of Tyre is not as strong as the Eastern Empire, but it will not allow him to control its destiny, and such threats will not force her to sign a contract. The king, putting his hands together, noted that although the kingdom of Tyre was small, its princess clearly had a bad temper, and he said that there was no need to sign the contract, but to ask his fleet about the state of their country. The knight who was in Noah's field confirmed his words, saying that while they were enjoying wine, the empire's fleets surrounded the capitals of each country, and the warships equipped with naval fire could start acting at any moment. The black-haired king fearfully said that he did not want to face his ships with sea fire, and that no matter how strong his empire was, nothing would work against this weapon, and he signed a contract. His Majesty Noah praised King Theo for his understanding of the situation, and advised others to think twice before becoming his enemy, and the enemy of the entire Eastern Empire. The princess clenched her fists so tightly that her hand trembled. She shouted that the Eastern and Western empires have the same past, but he calls himself the Holy Emperor of the entire empire. She shouted that he had melted her sword and now forced her to serve him, that the king was placing himself above everyone else, trying to subjugate them. She firmly stated that she would never bow to his arrogance, and that Western Theodore would also not kneel before the Eastern Empire. 2 of those who had not yet signed the contract said that His Majesty had already betrayed their trust, and there was no guarantee that this would not happen again in the future. Lachlan ran and kicked the fat King Theo, who was signing the contract, and the parchment fell to the ground. He supported the crown prince's words and proudly declared that he and all of Saga also reject this unfair contract. The king raised an eyebrow in indignation and looked inquisitively at the rebellious guests without even knowing how to react. The knights rushed towards the king of Saga, pointing their sharp spears at him. But Lachlan was a warrior and trained, so he easily stopped one of them, breaking his neck with one hand. And so this massacre of armed knights against unarmed representatives of the authorities began. The latter were able to fend for themselves with their own hands and did a good job. Suddenly, hearing a click, as if from a mechanism, the princess looked inquisitively at the source of the sound. A huge net with weights on the edges fell on them from above, obscuring the general view and restricting the movement of the spears. King Noah declared that since they rejected his wine, he could only offer them a little of the waters of his prison, and ordered them all to be taken away. The princess, chained with shackles, sat in the chest-deep water in a dimly lit candle-lit prison. In front of her sat the equally chained king of Saga. Both comrades looked confidently and with contempt in Noah's direction. He told his fellow sufferers that the other kings had already surrendered to each other, and now they had returned to the palace to rest in a comfortable bed and apparently were in no hurry. His Majesty languidly looked at the young people from under his forehead and holding his head. He warned that his patience was not infinite. Princess Theodora shouted that he was trying in vain, because the Eastern Empire would never possess the Western one. The king coughed, after which he said that the winner would decide. The Eastern Empire had almost won, and he remembered that His Majesty knew this like no one else. Lachlan gave the king a piercing and bitter look when the king finished talking about how that night attack on the Eternal City was not Saga's doing. Speaking in unison, they shouted, looking at the smiling king, who was an instigator, that he was only adding fuel to the fire, and they promised to take revenge on him for this. Noah hesitated and looked away, and said that everyone who had been in this prison before them persuaded her, and clapping told them to cool their ardor. Many whistling snakes were instantly released into the water, wrapping around the legs of the frightened Princess Theodora. Lachlan looked with disgust at the water, which was infested with snakes, and chose a tactic not to resist, so the chance of a snake bite would be much lower. Covering his mouth with his hand and clearing his throat, Noah told the representatives not to be afraid, because they were not venomous snakes. The girl, whose body was wrapped and twisted by agile and cold reptiles, screamed loudly in fear. The princess shrank in fear. She frantically threw the snakes away from her. She tried to stay afloat and screamed when His Majesty added to his speech that the snakes, although not venomous, they bite painfully. The reptiles coiled around the girl's legs so she couldn't keep her balance, and carried her to the center of the artificial reservoir. The king said that in the center, the water got deeper. The king wanted to run to the crown prince's aid, and worried about the little one's condition. He screamed his name in fear, when suddenly a snake began to strangle him, coiling around his neck. Lachlan grabbed the slippery body, and, a little scared and angry, began to throw it off him. Prince Alex shouted to his friend that at this rate, even if they weren't strangled, he would most likely drown, and, splashing in the water, wondered what place could serve as an escape for him. In the blink of an eye, both gazes were directed to one place, located in the middle of their imprisonment. To a tall pillar, the princess, with her feet tangled in the snakes swarming throughout the water, swam confidently forward, splashing the water. In turn, Lachlan acted with even more confidence, got rid of the annoying snakes and, climbing them, jumped onto a tall pillar in the center. His Majesty reached out his hand to Ailey's to help her climb onto the pillar. However, no matter how much the princess tried to reach it, she was pulled back. She screamed, and the king ordered her to finally give him her hand. His heart beat violently with anxiety. He frowned and loudly asked the prince about his condition, always extending his hand to her. The princess was dragged backward and downward by the chain, and due to her short stature, she began to choke on the water and tried to cough. His Majesty Noah laughed heartily, pointing out the stupidity of the representatives, and pointed out to him that they were tied to a chain, which was chained to the wall, and if one escaped, the other would drown. The insolent king yawned languidly, and the servant advised his master to go rest. He rose from his seat and proudly announced his departure, regretting not being able to enjoy this spectacle any longer. But he also thought that he would return in the morning, and he will return only to check which of the young people survives. Lachlan frowned, and he clenched his teeth until they crunched, hitting Noan with a furious look. The king finished his death sentence looking at Prince Alex, who could not stay afloat, but he still looked at him with a menacing look. Covered in blood from head to toe and in tattered clothes, Lachlan left the prison, leaving a trail of bloody water behind him. He breathed heavily, out of breath, from the struggle for his life. His eyes furiously pierced the man in front of him. His eyebrows were furrowed. The body of the great crown prince remained in the bloody water, wrapped in sliding snakes. He was already dead. His Majesty confirmed the fact that King Saga, personally, killed Crown Prince Theodore, and told the proper barbarian that they could not avoid war because they were already enemies. He lifted the king's face, who had bent his knee to himself, and invited him to surrender and join him because that was the only way for Saga. Lachlan looked angrily at the king, who, smiling smugly, approached and offered to become his shield so that together they could achieve prosperity. The king, satisfied with his dreams of tomorrow, laughed heartily and kicked away the servants lying next to him. He turned upside down, burying his face in the pillow and hitting the bed with arms and legs, anticipating victory. He said he couldn't stop thinking about his dreams coming true. Caressing his pet and turning to her, he smiled and told her that he finally realized, as soon as he closed his eyes, that Lachlan was the one who would accompany him on the path to a better world. Closing his eyes, he touched the snake's head with his nose and with sadness in his voice. He told her that she was one of the few who could give him true joy. after which he fell onto his back and looked madly at the ceiling and stretched his hand in front of her. He said he couldn't wait to see the expression on King Saga's face and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in prison, everything happened contrary to the king's dreams. Seeing how the princess was drowning in the water, Lachlan, clenching his teeth, thought about how to help him. Suddenly, a snake bites the princess's hand and she, from the pain, cannot keep herself afloat. She succumbs to the pressure of the snakes and is dragged to the bottom of the pool. Jumping from an imposing pillar, Juno plunged to the rescue of the drowning crown prince. Swimming to Princess Ellis, whose fragile body was being crushed by water snakes, he looked into her frightened eyes. Lachlan, with oxygen in his lungs, pointed his finger at the girl and swam deeper into the prison pond. The princess, connecting them with her friend, melted on the surface and finally could take air into her lungs. Having regained her breath, Ellis regained her senses and looked around the snake-infested water for the boy. Upon discovering that he was not nearby, she fearfully called the king by his name. Taking more air, she dived underwater, hoping to find a friend who would actively resist the strangulation of snakes in the depths of the pool. The girl swam to him and helped remove the snakes. And finally, the two of them managed to get out of the snake trap, reach the surface, and cough up water to bring oxygen to their lungs. Protecting herself from the attacking reptiles, the prince remembered that Noah said they were tied to a chain, and that if one floated, the other would drown, and the chain was too short for both of them to get out. The king was delighted to see them kill each other, and if one of them survived, he would force him to join him, Lachlan. Clenching his teeth, he said he would rather drown than join him. Looking sternly at her friend, the girl said that both of them had to get out, and since they couldn't climb out together, they shouldn't. The young man asked what the prince meant. Ellis explained that the chain was too short to get out, but it should be enough to prevent both of them from drowning, and said that they could cling to the pillar located in the center. Swimming to the imposing pillar, the couple looked towards its top and, coughing up water, stood on the ledges of the pillar located underwater. After spitting out the water, the princess, carefully clinging to the pillar, said that although this would not help against the snakes, at least they wouldn't drown. She turned her gaze to the young man, asking him with hope if his words were true. And she saw the king, unbuttoning his shirt, swimming towards her. Lachlan hugged the girl from behind, who understood nothing, who opened her eyes wide, and her mouth open in surprise. His Majesty pressed the great crown prince against the pillar, covering her body with his shirt over them, pressing his legs against Ellis's so as not to fall and breathing down her neck. The princess, embarrassed by the boy's actions, became ashamed and blushing. She frowned and turned her head towards Lachlan and asked him what he was doing. The young man, wet from the water, raised his eyebrows and looked at the heiress with shining amber eyes. But exhausted and breathing heavily, water dripped from his face and through his hair. The princess, pressed against the pillar, looked at the young man with surprise and shame, pitifully raising the tips of her eyebrows. The princess, ashamed of her position, and also of the fact that Lachlan did not understand that there was not really a boy in front of him. She tried to move her hips away from his. The young man placed his hand on the princess's thigh, stopping her movements that splashed water near them. And looking away, he said that the more they moved, the more often the snakes would attack them, and he asked them to stop, because they should save their strength and wait for salvation. He leaned towards His Highness's ear and asked for forgiveness, because they would have to stay in that position for some time. Ellis wondered what Lachlan was doing, because he had stripped naked to cover them both. This could help relieve some of the pain of the snake bites. And besides, they kept their bodies warm by clinging to each other so as not to freeze quickly in the water. The princess mentally called herself a fool, because she had almost decided that he was interested in her brother Alex. But no, he was not a pervert. Addressing the young man, she asked about his words about salvation. But in their situation, it is quite difficult. Even if Master Marty sent troops, they wouldn't reach them for a long time. She asked what their chances of salvation were, and suggested that he not be impulsive but think about how to calm down. Lachlan, listening to the girl's conversations with herself, stared at him, and closing his eyes, he held back the words that escaped him while the girl reasoned that she could no longer restrain herself. The clan also could not keep the thoughts that for a long time had settled in his head, and he whispered in the prince's ear that he was very similar to Princess Ellis. The girl looked forward in surprise, raised her eyebrows, and thought that his experiences could not be justified. Pressing against the girl's neck, the young man said that Her Highness was similar to her not only in character, or appearance but also in courage. After all, the princess did not back down from any enemy. It seemed that she was always full of courage. Elise was sweating profusely, and her heart beat wildly, and looking down. She, restraining the trembling in her voice, said that she and her sister had twins, and that it was natural for them to look alike. Looking sadly at the girl, he said that sometimes it seemed to him that if they hadn't taken them as hostages, then everything would have been different, and the prince would have grown up with Elise. Then, perhaps, the eternal city would not have been attacked, and the princess would not have died. His voice filled with sad notes, and she asked perhaps it was all because of his existence. He only brought chaos and war to her carefree life. The princess looked forward indifferently, listening to Elachlane's whining story and, gathering her will, she asked him if he regretted meeting her. The young man answered negatively in a sad voice, and if he could choose again, he would still want to be with her every day. Sighing deeply from the pain of the bites all over his body, Lachlan admitted that then he would have taken her hand. Then he would have hugged her, sighing deeply as His Majesty the King of Saga spoke in the ear of the great crown prince. The princess blushed and embarrassed covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that her old friend had gone crazy. After all, if he had told the real Prince Alex this, he would have drowned him a long time ago for those words addressed to his beloved sister. The girl replied that she thought that even if he had not existed, the conflict between their countries would not have disappeared anywhere. All his subjects would have been involved in it, and then neither they nor even Ellis would be an exception. She thoughtfully said that this time they could try in their countries. Then together, they will definitely be able to confront the Eastern Empire. Opposing the insolent known, the king tilted his head closer to the princess's neck. His Majesty Lachlan exhaled on the princess's neck and rested his head on her shoulder. The girl raised a surprised eyebrow. Ellis looked in astonishment at the young man who was on her shoulder and who had closed his eyes. She shouted his name and asked him how he was. Hugging her unconscious friend's head, she, looking at him with pity and concern, tried to call the boy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the prison of the Eastern Empire, Seth, lying on the hay, turned to the general of the Western Empire to stop, or close the door faster, or shut up because he would soon die from the noise. Tamati shouted indignantly at the idle knight, because he is the first strong man of Saga. But for some reason, nothing occurred to him. The redhead spat out a wisp of millet grass and jumped up, pointed his finger at the knight, and smiled and said, since he called him the first strong man, he would teach him something. The knight subordinate to Lachlan hit the Western Knight Theodore in the jaw with a quick blow, and strong from below, sending him flying against the wall. A thread of blood erupted from Tamati's nose. He frowned menacingly at his opponent, and shouted at the barbarian, telling him how he dared to hit him. The redhead Seth raised his head, towering over his opponent, raised his eyebrows, and stretching out his hands, he said not to worry, because the pain was already behind him. The men began a fight. Their guards noticed this, and, considering that since these two were high-ranking officials in their countries, they should not have allowed them to fight, and, opening the bars, ran inside. The guards reached out to Seth, but they couldn't stop the knights. Everything turned out differently. They restrained them by putting their hands behind their backs. The guards remaining outside reacted quickly and started closing the cell door. But the knights' speed was greater, and they kicked the door and knocked down the man guarding them. Upon leaving the cell they had just been imprisoned in, Tamati, wiping the blood from his nose, he said that the barbarian's plan wasn't bad, to which the redhead replied that he didn't even try. At the same time, the princess tried to wake the unconscious king of Saga, realizing that no matter how much she screamed, he would not regain consciousness. The girl thought that if she started shaking him, he would fall, and the wound in his stomach had not healed yet. It was necessary to stop the bleeding. Untying the scarf from her neck, the princess submerged into the water towards the young man's bleeding torso. Teacher Carol taught her emergency medical care. Next to the snake bite wounds, Ellis noticed a scar on his hand, and memories of past days flashed before her eyes. Looking sadly at the uniform scar on his stomach, the princess wanted to touch it, but she changed her mind and pulled her hand away. While underwater, she skillfully bandaged the wounds on King Saga's stomach with a scarf end. When she finished, she swam up to collect oxygen. Ellis threw a chain onto Lachlan's back to make it easier to hold him, and hugged him. She didn't know how long she could hold him because her strength was running out. If she didn't maintain her center of gravity, they would make him drown. Pressing the young man against her shoulder, she tried to catch her breath and closing her eyes. She looked at the ceiling thinking. Now she had 3 options. wake him up with a kiss, but this option was not suitable due to the position of her older brother. The second option to bring a friend to his senses was a headbutt, but it was also not suitable, because then his head would hurt or she herself would lose consciousness. And finally, the third option was to wake him up. This was to bite him. It was the best. It was easy to do and, in general, feasible in the current situation. But you couldn't bite him until he bled, because otherwise the bleeding could increase. Ellis examined the young man's body for a place where she could bite him to wake him up, and she chose the area of the king's collarbones as the best option. The princess left a bite mark on the muscle between the shoulder and the neck, and she noticed that the boy winced. And looking embarrassedly at the young man, she thought that the bite on the shoulder did not have the desired effect, and she realized that she would really have to bite his neck. But then there was nothing to blame her for in the future, since he himself didn't want to wake up. And she bared her teeth to the sleeping Lackline's neck. Timati and Seth, armed, rushed into the room. They had already finished most of the guards on the way and ran down the stairs. And each called their master. A rather strange picture appeared before them. As the two knights were in the water near the pillar, Lachlan was sleeping on Alex's shoulder, who, hugging him, leaned on his neck. The two men felt mixed emotions, irritation, incomprehension, and confusion. They didn't understand if they had arrived too early or if they were falling apart. Timati ran to the pond and, squatting down, reached out his hand to His Highness, who was already swimming towards him, telling him that he would now remove the shackles from the prince. He began to select a suitable key from the keychain he had snatched not long ago from the local security guard. But none fit. Then Seth approached them and, swinging a clay pot, broke the chain of shackles, pointing to the knight that it was much easier to do this. Tim, frightened, called Seth unstoppable, after which they pulled His Majesty Clane out of the water, having previously freed him from the shackles. The redhead held the knight so he wouldn't fall, asking about his well-being. The king said displeasedly that his subordinate had pressed his wound, horrified. He apologized, but frowning with pain, the young man calmed him down, because the bleeding had stopped long ago, and everything was in order. By that time, Prince Alex's shackles had already been removed, and they were watching their acquaintances. The man notified the king that they were immediately taking the others and leaving here. Because the guards had already been neutralized, the princess stopped them. She said that even if they got out of prison, the palace doors would remain inaccessible to them. The fortress walls have a complex structure and are carefully guarded. The redhead raised his eyebrows and asked what exit option the crown prince offered. She gestured for everyone to come closer. Outside it was a warm and quiet night, when suddenly the knights became alarmed, and they heard shouts that the prisoners of Saga and the Western Empire had escaped. The next moment, the armed representatives accompanying them, led by Seth, attacked the unsuspecting guards from somewhere above. A fierce and bloody massacre broke out. The Knights of Saga and the West pressed the wall guards. In all this turmoil, the men knocked over a torch, which caused a fire. In his chambers, the king slept soundly with his snake, but when he heard a commotion, stifled screams and the clinking of metal, he opened his eyes and wondered what had happened. The servants, bowing their heads, informed their sovereign that he had already gotten out of bed in fear, that his captives from the Western Empire and Saga had escaped. The king, angry, clenched his teeth and shouted that they were stupid and couldn't even follow the prisoners, and ordered them to do something, grab Lachlan and Alex, otherwise he would blow their heads off. The frightened knights quickly fled Noan's chambers, who in turn cursed, and walked away angrily, when suddenly a sound of air cutting and a metallic clang was heard. His sacred two-handed sword was placed on the king's neck, and the princess's voice ordered him not to move. Noah became grim and looked fearfully at Alex, who said he didn't like wandering around, conspiring and playing with people's lives, and he brought the sword closer to his neck. She said that the conditions were simple. They put a sword to his throat, that if he wants to live, he must listen to her and order his people to open the door and let them out. The princess, holding a weapon to the king's throat, led him to the main gate and ordered him to speak. And Noah, worried about his life, ordered his knights to open the door. The passage to freedom was open. Some knights had already left the palace. Lachlan ordered Timati to take out the knights first. The princess praised the king for obeying her order and moving the weapon aside. She kicked Noan in the opposite direction. The next moment, both the king and the princess looked in fear as the silver snake jumped towards the crown prince. Noah, worried about his pet, turned towards him anxiously and shouted at him to be careful. But the snake bit the girl in the hand, leaving her unconscious. Lachlan, who had arrived in time, caught the falling sword, and with a sharp move, and precise of his hand, cut the snake that had grabbed the princess in half. Noan looked with horror and despair as his best friend, his pet, was mercilessly cut in front of him, and he shouted angrily. Crown Prince Alex and King Saga Lachlan saddled their horses and quickly moved away from the territory of the Eastern Palace. They left the king of the Eastern Empire, surrounded by a crowd of knights, sobbing over the loss. Only with the death of his pet, tears of resentment and rage burst from his eyes. Looking at the sky, Noan swore that he definitely, and without fail, would destroy both empires, and he would avenge his friend. However, the knights of the East continued to pursue the fugitive hostages, slowing down the horses and the general movement. The representatives didn't understand when it would end. A knight pointed a spear at the princess's horse, and she fell from the saddle, and began to defend herself from the incoming blows. And Tamati and Lachlan quickly came to her aid. There was total chaos all around. The knights fought each other to the death. The horses fell, dropping their riders. There was blood everywhere. A knight with a sword attacked the princess from behind. However, he didn't have time to attack. Side and men armed with strange weapons entered the battle. Seth exclaimed happily that reinforcements had arrived. The princess, with her back to Klein, not understanding anything, asked her friend if she had requested this reinforcement. The young man explained that these were the Inca boys. They foresaw that it could be dangerous here, and as soon as they reached the port of Canecale, they headed towards the Dark City and approached them. The princess realized that she had come to the Dark City not for fun, but to protect them and himself. The Incas cut down the knights left and right. They didn't understand what kind of weapon they were using, but in response, they received orcas in the stomach. Seth happily ran to Ink and thanked them for arriving on time. The man said there was no need to thank them and said they had moored the ship behind the reef. But that there was a problem. The princess asked, and Ink replied that there had always been walls along the coast, and that the only exit they entered through is now guarded by sentinels. The coast was closed. Lachlan thoughtfully said that he heard there were 2 walls, one of which was adjacent to the port. There were 20 meters between them. It wasn't easy to get through. Suddenly, a familiar female voice was heard, and taking off the black hood from her robe, Diana came forward and said that she could help them. The crown princess, perplexed, asked the girl what she was doing here, and why she hadn't returned to Canecale as they had agreed. The red-haired liar explained that when they parted, she wanted to return, but she overheard her friends discussing the coup in the palace, and, worried about them, decided to stay. The girl led the crowd through the sewer. Tamati was indignant about this exit, and the stench. Diana advised him not to be picky. Although it stinks here, no one guards the sewer. The forces were concentrated in a completely different place, and this passage connected directly to the port. Seth said that the most important thing now was to get out of here and not think about noble dignity. But suddenly, the red-eyed girl leading them stopped, although there was a straight path in front of them. Somehow, it divided into 3 tunnels, forming a fork. The king looked around the sewer with his sharp amber eyes and frowned, saying that most likely their enemies had deliberately set a trap for them. The crown prince said he might know which way the correct exit was. He heard from his father that the walls and moat of the Eastern Empire are identical to the structures of the Western Empire. The princess ran her hand along the wall and, feeling something, smiled happily, saying that she understood everything with amazement, and told him to follow her. Seth asked how she knew where to go, and Ellis said that even during the construction of underground passages in the city, it was supposed that in case of military unrest, the imperial family, fleeing to save their lives, could get lost. Therefore, at every site to the left of the entrance, there is a stone slab with the coat of arms of the emperor. Even in the dark, you can use it to find the correct passage and escape. Seth thanked the young man for the explanation. Now he was calm. After what was said, the redhead furtively glanced at his master and smiled sarcastically. While Lachlan gave his subordinate a stern but accepting look, they understood each other without words. And then, finally, the crowd reached the end of the tunnel. At the end, Seth knocked down the sewer grate with a strong blow, clearing the way outside. Standing near the ship, Ellis told Diana that Noah was petty and would not forgive the fact that she helped them, that it was not safe to return to the Dark City now, and told her to leave with them. Lachlan watched the girls. She asked where they should go. Seth, holding his face with his hand, said that to the nearest port of Van, where their paths would diverge, and each would follow their own path. The princess thought about it, because she understood that they could not sail to the port of Van, even though it was the closest. But Noah was attentive, and most likely an ambush awaited them on the road. And then, looking at each other, the young people said in unison that they had to go north, to the Western Empire's military fortress Chakalas. Squinting kindly, and with a smile on his lips, the clan said he would summon Saga's coastal troops in Chakalas, and he would join the prince. The princess, looking at her friend and ally, smiling with all her features, exclaimed that they would unite the troops of the West. And Saga, together, both representatives of their empires, firmly and confidently sent the hegemony of the Eastern Empire to the devil. They will defeat him. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, the knight Theodore, stumbling and out of breath, ran to the king with a report directly from the front borders. The cities of Attica and Caradimon on the southeastern coast of their state were attacked by the Eastern Empire, and they were asking for reinforcements. Those in the throne room asked again in amazement. The king rose from his seat surprised. He couldn't believe that the Eastern Empire was showing its fangs. He asked, horrified, about his son. Martin hurried to reassure his majesty, telling him not to panic, because since the Eastern Empire suddenly revealed itself, they were probably angry that everything was not going according to their plan. The official was confident that Prince Alex was not in danger, and if he was right, by that time, His Highness should have already disappeared into the border fortress of Chakalas. His Majesty King Teodora, worried about his only heir, ordered Martin to quickly go there with reinforcements. The man in the robe bowed, when suddenly, a man silently entered the throne room and called out to His Majesty. The men looked towards the entrance. Approaching and bending his knee, his faithful servant said that since childhood he had served Prince Alex and Princess Ailese, and since the prince was now in danger, he was ready to risk his life. Nathan, who had matured and come out of a coma, asked to be allowed to go, he a faithful servant. And our consumer Martin. The Western Empire and Saga formed a formal alliance and started a large-scale war against the Eastern Empire. And the fire of war gradually spread from the coast to the mainland. The main forces of the allied forces of the West and Saga were located at an outpost in the east of the Western Empire, in the border part of Chakalas. This place became a fortified stronghold that would block the enemy's path. Emperor Noah swore to wash the West and Saga with blood, but it was in Chakalas that this great battle would begin. Theodore's knights lay in the mud, fighting an official subordinate to the king of Saga. The battle between the knights was one-sided. They received more, but fought honestly. However, one of the fighters from the west attacked the red-haired Saga with a sword and shouts about the dog's death. The man grabbed the attacking man by the elbow and with a sharp move kicked him in the stomach. After throwing the man to the ground, Seth pressed him and, shouting, asked if he was tired of living with a sword to his neck, and whom he called a dog and pronounced the words separately. While the knight apologized and called himself a dog, the princess who entered the field ring ordered the red-haired barbarian to stop. The man asked, timidly looking away, why the heir to the Western Empire had come to a training battle, and sarcastically told him to be careful not to stain his clothes. The prince approached the knight lying on the ground and lifted him up, telling him that the official unification of the troops was being decided now, and wondered what they were doing here. Seth mockingly said that at that moment, the prince decided to remember that they were comrades on the battlefield, and said that they should try the dinner that their brothers-in-arms had prepared for them. The princess tried it and immediately spat it on the ground. Then the laughing man said that they, of course, were still far from their strong army, and that their equipment was smaller and worse, even in a duel with which he alone had to fight for. He added sarcastically, the princess ordered her assistant to immediately bring the best dishes from Saga for the war, and to be more polite, Tamati objected, saying that they were deliberately disturbing the food to cause a scandal. He crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the prince, and proudly drew the crowd's attention to the military discipline of the great empire. As a subordinate, disobeying a commander, he sent a knight to quickly deal with this matter, and she herself thought that they had absorbed the conflicts between their peoples with their mother's milk, and that clashes, as such, would be inevitable. With a sad and thoughtful look, she reasoned that a military camp is far from a palace. She is only a prince here, without military merit or authority. His order will not even affect the common soldiers. So how can he unite them? Ellis thought. Seth continued. He said that no matter how. It's no wonder Theodore's people are so weak. They eat deliciously and drink a lot all day long. They are fat from head to toe. They only know how to work with their mouths. Tamati, who was still present at the scene, heard all the barbarians' words and, shouting, pointed out the spoken words. The man drew attention to his friend. The Knight of the West Theodore explained to the newcomer that if His Highness had not been here, Seth would have crushingly defeated him, inciting the man to fight if he wasn't afraid of death. Timati pushed the prince away with his hand, moving him away from the barbarian, and said that His Majesty would not stoop to the level of savages. And he said they were returning to the palace. Seth laughed at them and told them to leave, but he added, turning to his knights, that he said Theodore only had weaklings. The princess was paralyzed, realizing that if she left now, later her army would not be able to stand before them. And she clenched her fists. She seriously decided, and suddenly turned around and said she would fight him, and she would show everyone whether Theodore's people were weak or not. The girl understood that she was inferior to him in strength, but decided that she would never admit defeat without a fight, and she would find a way to win. The man opened his arms and asked sarcastically how the prince could enter the battle, because if he hit his well-cared-for face, he wouldn't blow his head off. And besides, he was the brother of his king's beloved. The man was strongly pushed on the shoulder and told to shut up. He raised his eyebrows in fear and opened his mouth, more out of fear of being heard. This man was Lachlan. He explained to the crown prince that Cetos is a brute, and that it is better for him to fight him, said the king majestically. The princess looked fearfully at the young man's face, who seemed to have saved her. But on the other hand, he had put her in a dangerous position. A knight with a blue ribbon on his chest came out of the tent, asking what was going on. The knight next to him explained that they were informed that the soldiers of Saga were making fun of them, provoking a conflict, and to restore justice, His Highness the Prince challenged His Majesty to battle. The man with stubble smiled, not believing that this was his prince. He thought he was a sissy. He seemed weak and helpless, but still decided to fight. His opponent, the son of the god of war himself, Lachlan. The man believed everything was already predetermined. The Sagas supported their king, while the servant removed the young man's cloak. On the other hand, the great crown prince, who was also supported by the knights of the Western Empire, was already waiting for the start of the battle. The princess struck the first blow, aiming at the king's face, but the young man managed to dodge it, and quickly found himself behind her. The girl turned around. A fast punch from a man was already heading towards her face and stopped a millimeter before her. The young man looked at his opponent with sympathy, and instead of hitting him, grabbed the prince by the scruff of his neck. Lachlan lifted the princess into the air and gently, holding her by the back, he threw her to the ground, looking her in the eyes. Diana and Timati ran to the girl. The second one lifted her, and the girl anxiously asked him if His Highness was injured. Cetos laughed at the prince, wondering how the heir could be so weak, and compared him to a girl. Hitting the princess where it hurt most, she frowned at the ground. She called Lachlan. She told him that she didn't need his pity, and suddenly threw off her outerwear. Looking threateningly and confidently at the king, she said, if his respect for her was genuine, then he should fight her for real. Lachlan looked at the great crown prince in surprise, and raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes. He accepted the battle, and following the girl's example, took off his outerwear, exposing his torso. The spectators applauded their king, and the people of the Western Empire looked away uncertainly, as the princess rushed towards His Majesty with her fists clenched. However, her strike was interrupted. Lachlan grabbed the girl's small female fist with his large hand, and they looked into each other's eyes. Their faces moved closer to each other, following their withdrawn hands. He stared with amazement at the captivating amber eyes. But the moment didn't last long, and the princess was hit in the head from the side, and the girl instantly flew headfirst to the ground. The prince's supporters were very worried about the princess. Timati even started pulling the knight's hair out by the head. She didn't stay lying on the ground for long. She got up and jumped towards the young man attacking from above. Lachlan grabbed the attacker by the ankle and threw the prince aside. The girl cried out hoarsely from the pain of the fall. Spitting out saliva mixed with dirt from her mouth, she got up on her hands and, with a threatening look, moved her hand to attack again. However, the subsequent blow to the back knocked her down again, throwing her into the mud which splashed onto the young man's face. Wiping off the drops and frowning, the knight asked the commander if he wanted to stop all this before the first victims appeared. The man with stubble thought that he wanted to observe and see if the prince could lead them all to victory. The girl, completely covered in mud, barely able to stand, remembered the words of Teacher Martin, who said that when the battle reaches its end, the enemy loses vigilance. While the princess was regaining consciousness, Lachlan grabbed her by the neck from behind and began to strangle her. All the knights present, young and old, froze in horror. Some sympathized, empathized, some did not want to look, and others simply assessed. But they all longed to see how it would all end. Finding herself in a precarious situation, the girl realized that now was the best moment to start following her teacher's advice. She struck the key points quickly and at lightning speed, one by one and rapidly, first hitting him with her head on the chin, then with her elbow on the chest, and grabbing him by the arm. She believed she could change the outcome of the battle and did everything possible to achieve it. The final move was a throw, so she easily threw an opponent several times larger than her over her. And the next moment, Lachlan, stunned and with wide eyes from surprise, lying on his back on the bare floor, looked at the sky. The allies solemnly greeted their victorious prince with shouts of joy. She did it. She won. Seth spat sadly to the side, all and completely dirty. He reached out his hand to his friend and told her that now they are allies, even if they once fought. They are brothers who fight for each other, live and die together. Getting up in his arms, the young man sat down and looked at the prince with interest, listening attentively to what he was telling him and, understanding the message, Lachlan grabbed his ally's hand. Now the princess, proudly lifting her head and raising her clenched fist, turned to everyone and said that discord would defeat them faster than the enemy. But if they fight together, together they will achieve victory. They had one goal and one victory. That's why they united. The knights gathered and shouted loudly about victory when the girl turned to the king. Smiling and laughing, the young man again drew attention to the similarity between the princess and the prince, as well as their eloquence and leadership ability, which is why he smiled peacefully, rejoicing in the union, along with everyone else. The knight called his commander, who hurried away, and he turned around, and told him that, since that was the case, he should give command of the army to the crown prince. Tamati was strongly indignant that the prince was only given auxiliary troops, because they had a goal, and such a gesture from him was arrogant. The princess hurried to reassure her escort. This was her first campaign, so it was not surprising that they did not trust her. Besides, the auxiliary troops were also good in number, and almost equal to the main army. None had already assembled a fleet, so the battle was just around the corner. The commander cannot always let her lead the entire army. They need to win this war and change the world for the better. Tamati objected to His Highness, reminding him that he should have known that the auxiliary troops were entirely composed of mercenaries and barbarians. Holding his head, he said that they had many dirty tricks and a total lack of discipline. They were completely unlike the warriors of the main army. It wasn't even an army at all. However, no one listened to the man's moral teachings for long. But when he realized this and called His Highness, the princess was already running away. The girl was happy to finally have her own army under her command. She could lead the army like her brother, and she didn't care about anything else. Standing on a low tower with the knights, Lachlan looked bewilderedly at Prince Alex, who was running into the distance. In the king's eyes, his hair shone in the sun, glowing with neon colors and shining brightly. The redhead called the knight, who was reporting to him about the location of the troops, and he, instead of listening, admired the landscape. Distracted from the prince, Lachlan turned sharply and also unexpectedly apologized to his subordinate, which surprised him greatly. The man couldn't believe that his king knew how to apologize and worriedly touched his forehead because he had a fever, and he attributed everything to the fact that he had not fully recovered from the wound. 3 stood on the stage in front of the auxiliary troops. Diana translated what the people were saying for the princess. The first said that they were Circadians and that they mainly had light cavalry. The second said that they are large and have light and heavy infantry, as well as soldiers with axes. Others were Tailanders, among whom there were cavalry, archers, and also spearmen. After listening to the presentations of all the nations, the princess raised her hand, calling attention, and said that from now on, he, Alex Theodore, would be their commander. The men shouted something incomprehensible in their own language, and the girl confidently told everyone that she would lead them to victory. The mercenaries shouted something out loud. The princess asked Diana what the shouts were about, to which the girl replied that from the languages she learned in the black market, she only understood simple speech. Moreover, the men all spoke at once and in different languages, which made it difficult to understand anything. Some asked about the country, others about regions, many shouted about places. Tamati, covering his face with his hand, said that she was right. They didn't understand each other. but they were united to prevent an uprising. He asked how an army not from the Western Empire could fight for its honor. This hurt the princess, and she finally realized the hard work that awaited her. Already at night, she stood sadly at the table looking out the tent window, when Lachlan, worried, approached her, wondering if everything was all right with the prince. The girl looked surprised at her friend, who was worried about her condition and asked about her worries regarding the mercenaries. Looking down, the princess said that he already knows that war is coming. They cannot force them to learn each other's languages right now, but only unity can bring victory. Now they are like grains of sand scattered by the wind across the desert, compared Ellis. But at this rate, only death awaits them. Clem cheerfully said that since the prince even thought so, sooner or later death would catch up with them. A shiver ran down the princess's skin. The young man, looking out the window, continued suggesting that the success of any army depends on the talents and skills of its commander. Leaning slightly, he looked Alyssa in the eyes and said that she had a mind with which he was capable of shedding light even in the darkest darkness. She also had the kind of courage that gives people faith and drives them forward. Lachlan said he believes in Prince Alex. He will become an excellent commander. The girl looked fascinated at her interlocutor, repeating the words spoken softly. Everything was exactly as he said. Without a second thought, the princess approached and hugged the young man in a tight embrace, smiling and thanking him for his help. The boy looked surprised at the prince, whose eyes were shining, and happily said that he needed to tell Tamati and Diana about their conversation. He patted King Saga on the chest as a farewell and ran towards his subordinates, with shining heels, leaving the young man alone. Lachlan looked at the floor in surprise, still trying to move away from what happened, holding his hand on the spot where the prince had just patted him. Bewilderment was visible on his face. The great Prince Theodore waved his hand, giving the order to start training all his subordinates. They confidently started the training battle. The king of Saga and the army commander watched this. Standing nearby, the nearby knight called it incredible. In his understanding, it was impossible to train an army in a few days. The commander with stubble looked at his pupil and told him that even knowing several languages, this is still impossible, but His Highness Alex can challenge it. The prince listened to the conversation and said that, in fact, this is a simple method. People are divided into squads, each of which has a commander. This sounds quite mysterious, but in fact, it's not just about a captain, but from each tribe a soldier was chosen who knows Theodore's language and has leadership qualities, explained the princess. Units are divided by language and skill, and after giving the order, the captain translates and demonstrates the sword movements. This way, the order will quickly reach the entire army. The knight was interested in grasping the method at its weak point. He wondered if the captain was killed, then they would lose contact with the others. Looking at the pupils, Lachlan explained that if he understood the notes correctly, then the captains are well equipped, and there are also 2 in each squad. The princess confirmed that, as a last resort, they have prepared replacements, and if the captain falls in battle, the squad will sink into chaos due to lack of knowledge of languages, and if something happens to the captain, he will be replaced by an assistant. The army commander patted his subordinate's head, scolding him for tripling the negotiations here, and ordered him to return to his place. The man with stubble bowed, with hands clasped, apologizing for doubting the prince's abilities, worrying about the soldiers, since he was the one in charge of them. He now saw that the auxiliary army, even if it was a mixture of different types of troops, could fight with dignity, and the man also praised the excellent plan for troop division. His Highness had earned his title, and when the man waved goodbye and said he hoped for success, Ellis thanked Commander Mason for his praise. The girl's hair was swept by the wind that suddenly blew, and she happily looked at her friend and advisor. With hands on her chest, the king looked at her, calling the prince truly very capable, and silently accepting the thanks. After several days, Noan's ships were already on their way, sailing through the angry waves, the rowers working tirelessly. The king, sitting on his throne, was emptying a glass of wine when the ship hit a wave again, causing the drink to partially end up on his clothes. Having enjoyed the wonderful taste of the wine, His Majesty closed his eyes and, apparently, the alcohol went to his head because he abruptly opened his eyes and frowned. Noan threw the glass on the floor, breaking it, after which, unexpectedly, he stood up from his seat and ordered the attack on Chakalas to begin. Realizing that the Eastern Empire's fleet was approaching quickly, the guards blew their horns, alerting others to the approaching danger. At that moment, unsuspecting representatives of the states, along with the army commander, looked at the map and discussed the course of their actions. Suddenly, a knight quickly entered the tent and, bending his knee, announced that the Eastern Empire had launched a surprise attack. The princess looked forward angrily, and seriously, frowning, she was ready for the war that instantly began. Addressing Commander Mason, the girl said that Saga's soldiers were mostly cavalry soldiers, and that there was no need for them to participate in a naval battle, and she asked why not send her to fight with the troops. Holding a sword in her hands, the man with stubble told His Majesty, the Crown Prince, who recognized her ability to fight, but that the fierce battlefield was not an empty rant. The battle was mortally dangerous. Frowning pitifully, the princess shouted, pleaded, and assured the captain. Telling him that she and her troops had been ready for a long time, the man frowned. He did not like the prince's insistence. The captain declared that this was his final decision, and the prince would not challenge him. His Highness and the Second Corps remained and waited for further instructions. With these words, he and his subordinate left the tent. The princess wanted to object to the man leaving, but realized that the efforts were futile. After all, she still had no battle experience, so the knights left the couple alone. Lachlan gazed fascinatedly at the prince's silky golden hair, not taking his eyes off for a second. Lost in his thoughts, he wanted to take Alex by the shoulder and hold him. His hand was already extended to meet him, but the king thought better of it in time. He clenched his hand into a fist and pulled it away. The next moment, the princess turned sharply and embittered by her assumption. And in experience, she cursed and hit the wall with her fist, thus pressing the young man against it. Unfortunately, two officials were entering the tent, arguing among themselves. And when they found such an unusual picture, they hid in the entrance and watched further. Lachlan looked at the confused Alex, pressed against the wall in surprise, while the princess, in turn, opened her eyes and looked bewilderingly at the king's chest instead of the wall. Realizing what she had just done, the girl recoiled and stammered an apology. She said sadly that she still didn't have enough experience, and it excited her too much. The young man hurried to reassure him, telling him that there was no need to belittle his dignity, that the fact that she couldn't go into battle this time did not mean a loss for His Highness at all. Saga's cavalry is also not strong in naval battles, but it is invincible on land. He said that the commander, experienced in battle, sees the strengths of people, and he uses them, and besides, he already knows what only he can do. Meanwhile, the ships of both fleets had already clashed. The knight said that the Eastern Empire's fleet looked threatening, but in reality, the number of ships was half its size. Sending such a small army to defeat their army was arrogant on Noan's part. The commander said that, in this case, he would make them regret it and ordered an attack. The Western Empire's ships headed towards the Eastern ships. Carrying out the order to attack, Alex and Lachlan closely observed the course of events. The army fired a volley of arrows. The ships crashed into each other. Many fell into the water. Those who remained moving fought bravely for their lives. The army of Chakalas pushed the opponents back. The princess and Tamati were happy about this result, but the king, without relaxing, said that they had a clear superiority at sea and that the Eastern Empire could not resist. The princess pointed out to the young man that the small ships took advantage of the chaos and attacked their main ship from both sides. She said the boy was overthinking. The flagship was broken, but something was still creating large waves. It was strange. The Eastern Empire was not very rich, but for some reason, they were sending small ships where not even a few soldiers could fit on the boat. Recent events and Noan's words went through the girl's memories. Then she realized what the problem was and rushed somewhere. King Saga did not have time to come to his senses when the prince ran away from his post. He only called him when he realized where Alex was running. The princess ran towards the watchtower, where there was a huge forge, and blew hard, hoping her warning about the danger would be noticed sooner. However, it was useless to warn. The next moment her main ship was engulfed in purple flames. The girl's eyes widened, and her heart beat desperately. She was late because it was the Eastern Empire's most powerful weapon. The sea fire Lachlan looked with horror at the spreading sea fire. The attack completely destroyed the army formation. They also ambushed the Central Fleet's retreat route. Attacking it where Captain Mason was, the princess decided to go to the rescue. The girl looked threateningly at Lachlan, who dissuaded her, telling her that if she didn't come to the rescue, the captain would definitely not be able to avoid death. Chakala without Mason will be like a soulless body. Only the name will remain. The young man said he would go with him, but the princess, thoughtfully, refused the king. Lifting her eyes from the ground, she announced loudly that she would temporarily entrust the port of Chakalas under the leadership of the clan. Tamati indignantly asked what the prince meant, but the girl said not to doubt the chosen people. Now they are comrades to each other, and he will surely support them. Saga's cavalry, as the king himself said, was invincible on land. She wanted Lachlan to maintain the defense on the coast. The fortress could not be allowed to fall. Cecilia, raising her right hand to her heart, greeted the prince, accepting his trust, and saying that he understood. The princess did the same and confidently looked at the king and greeted him. The ships with the army of Her Highness, Eli's, sailed to help in the sea illuminated by flames. The girl ordered the archers to shoot, and the enemy ship caught fire. A retaliatory attack followed, and a volley of arrows fell on Princess Tamati's fleet, and she covered him with her shield, telling the prince to be careful. Seth turned to the master and told him that Chakala is on the border of 3 states, and it is also a serious obstacle to an attack on the Eternal City. Now there was an excellent opportunity to capture it. But Lachlan kept his promise and refused his subordinates' offer. If they break the promise now and capture this place, they will receive no benefit. If the Eastern Empire wins, then they, as allies of the Western Empire, will share the same portion. But the East will not be grateful to them, and this will only accelerate the pace of Saga's absorption. If the Western Empire wins and they break this promise, they will inevitably face each other in battle. But the Eastern Empire will still hate them, and in the end, they will find themselves caught between 2 fires. Looking down, the young man said that moreover, His Highness Alex trusted him very much, and he suggested that perhaps both states could maintain friendly relations. Seth objected, not believing that his friend really wanted to have a friendly relationship with Theodore's dogs, as if he had forgotten how they used to treat the people of Saga. Now these dogs use them in opposition to the East. As soon as they gain power, they will cease to be people, becoming dirt under their feet, shouted the redhead. Looking threateningly and furiously at his subordinate, Lachlan shouted, his voice broken, that he had already made a decision. He ordered the troops to defend the coast, preventing the enemy from approaching the fortress. Looking sadly, but with more irritation at his master, Seth turned to the army and ordered the people to obey the order and firmly defend the coast. Lachlan looked worriedly and gloomily into the distance, where a fierce battle was taking place at that moment. The princess firmly and confidently led the army, keeping up with them, fighting side by side with all the mercenaries, supporting them, not sparing their own strength. She defended herself from blows, killed enemies without hesitation, and Tamati covered her from behind, out of breath from the continuous battle and the advance towards the epicenter of all events. She stopped to catch her breath, but then, right in front of her, she saw a familiar fighting figure. Breaking through the knights, she ran towards the captain, drawing attention. Mason turned to His Highness and asked how he ended up here. He said that he had brought an auxiliary detachment to support her, that many of the soldiers had already been evacuated healthy and safe, and that he too should have quickly left with her. The girl took Captain Mason and the rest of the knights with her, transferring them to another ship, informing them that the enemy was about to attack again. The man with stubble pushed the prince forward and told them to take the soldiers first, but this time, his mistake led to heavy casualties. He was ashamed in front of his comrades. After closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he said sadly that even if he sank with this ship, then he could pay for his sins. The girl shouted at him. The captain returned to the ship, but the princess did not want to lose the outstanding commander of her army. And without wasting time, she removed the rope from the mast and tied it to Tamati and asked him in surprise what he was doing. But the princess and her will were unbreakable, tying a rope around her stomach. She, looking confidently at the burning ship, declared that she could not accept the captain's departure. A huge whirlpool formed in the water, which had already taken several ships. The girl ordered, if before the enemy attack he still doesn't return, to leave him and retreat first. Jumping into the water, she quickly found Mason lying on the rest of the wood, which, no matter how much she shouted, did not respond. She managed to swim to the commander, just as he was beginning to fall off the plank, and sink into the water, and she grabbed him by the wrist. She shouted at the man that he didn't have her combat experience, and that he also didn't have that much influence in the hearts of the soldiers. But he knew that as long as people were alive, there was hope. The princess sincerely said that if it were him, he would never have chosen to die with honor. She shouted at the desperate man that he would rather prolong his miserable existence, and that he would never miss the opportunity to avenge the soldiers. After this short conversation and a minute of moralizing, the commander finally realized that it was not worth dying and, grabbing the prince, they swam back to the ship together. Meanwhile, the whirlpool grew stronger. It was already dangerous to be close, but Tamati ordered the knights to wait a little longer. The minutes were counting, but the prince was still not there. The people shouted that if they didn't retreat now, their ship would be in danger. But the man did not give up and looked for his highness in the water. The princess, with her cargo in the form of a man, swam towards the ship hoping to be rescued. But she found that it was in tatters, and there was horror on her face when she realized she could die here. However, despair did not last long. Someone pulled the rope she was holding onto, and the princess opened her eyes in surprise. In front of her were all the knights, led by his escort, who were pulling the cable with their commanders out of the water. They shouted that they believed in His Highness Alex. The knights said confidently that since His Highness did not abandon his commander, then they couldn't abandon him either. These words melted her heart. They finally trusted her. Mason bowed his head ashamed, realizing he had acted wrongly, that he had let down his subordinates, and meanwhile they were already being brought aboard. That same evening in the Eastern Empire, the knight reported to His Majesty that the Western Empire's fleet was defeated. 30 ships sunk, 15 captured. The number of wounded and dead is not yet known. Noan ordered the soldier to hang the heads of the Western Empire's soldiers aboard the ship, so they could see what awaited all the enemies of the Empire of Saint Theodore. He said that as long as they feared him, Chakalas would not win. The knight confirmed the emperor's words and accepted his order, and Noah himself laughed with admiration. Meanwhile, in Chakalas, the captain, lying on a stretcher and holding the princess's hand, told His Highness that he owed his life to her. The princess looked with some pity, but still peacefully, at the wounded and injured Mason. Smiling slightly, after looking at all the victims, she finally turned around and looked in horror at her bloody hands. Memories of the last few hours flashed through her head, how she mercilessly killed and cut down enemies right and left. She clenched her fist. Her whole body was covered in blood. A sea of blood. Everything around her was mixed up. The smell of metal was everywhere. This is what death smells like. This is what war smells like. This is very disgusting. The princess felt uncomfortable and squeezed the clothes in her fists. Suddenly, King Saga approached, addressing His Highness. She looked ahead with disgust. Lachlan, smiling, spread his arms to the sides, inviting the prince to hug him, and praising her for a job well done as a commander. But the girl, pressing her hand against his chest and bowing her head, walked past His Majesty. Looking at the floor, she was dirty and disgusting now. She didn't want to leave this abomination to her friend. Lachlan's face instantly fell, and he looked forward incomprehensibly, wondering in frustration what he had done wrong. The girl was walking very carelessly. Her thoughts were occupied with other things, and that's why she wasn't looking at her feet, which is why she stumbled over a stone and only managed to cry out briefly. The young man instantly turned at the cry emitted by the crown prince, coming out of his thoughts, and he saw how the prince fell into the arms of a man who carefully and tenderly held him and called His Highness. The princess opened her eyes. In front of her, she saw Master Martin looking at her questioningly, without a robe on his head, and her eyes widened. She looked at the knight on whom she fell and saw her old friend in front of her. It was little Nathan, who had already woken up. He looked sweetly and tenderly at the girl, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, but he served and cared for her responsibly throughout her childhood. He was finally here, next to her, the man who had returned to her after such a difficult period. Frowning, she smiled happily, looking at her friend, joyfully hugged her old friend and dear servant, rejoicing that Nathan had finally returned. Martin looked coldly and frowned at the current king of Saga, interested in his facial expression. Lachlan was surprised and watched the unexpected reunion of two old friends. But he was disappointed, because to the crown prince he was nobody and received no such vivid emotions. A black-haired girl dressed in a red dress and with a black cloak over her shoulders was washing her hands. The blushing knights passing by watched her fascinatedly and did not look away. Martin looked from behind the tent, looking at the girl. However, unlike other men, he looked at Diana sadly and dissatisfied, as if she were his worst enemy. The girl caught his gaze. The red-eyed thief turned sharply and menacingly looked at Master Martin, clenching his fists. Closing his eyes in dissatisfaction, he withdrew his hand that had slightly pulled open the edge of the tent. Turning back to the princess, he told her to be more careful in the future, and not to reveal her identity. According to him, Those who serve in the troops should not be trusted, let alone bringing anyone here. And he said they could get rid of her. But Ellis said Diana could be trusted. Thanks to her, the girl felt better. She was her friend. The man in the robe laughed that the girl called a liar a friend and left the tent. Nathaniel carefully sat the princess on a soft blue sofa. The battle-wounded princess closed her eyes in pain and asked to be careful. The girl rested her head on a soft pillow and, frowning, looking at the young man. She said that Master Martin was still strict. The girl placed her bandaged and calloused hand on her friend's and asked him how long it had been since he woke up and, during the time he was there, if he had put her in a difficult situation. Tears formed in the young boy's eyes as he looked at the princess's hand. A salty drop fell on his finger. She feared that the master had still offended the little maid. Tears welled up in the girl's young man's eyes, annoyed and surprised. She got up from the sofa and asked him what was wrong. The boy addressed His Highness the lady with the proposal to tell His Majesty, the king, everything. She needs to switch roles again. Fearing to reveal her identity, the girl widened her eyes and looking around. She closed Nathan's mouth, not understanding what he was saying. She took her hand off her mouth and asked him not to risk anymore. She didn't want to see Her Highness's body wounded and scarred anymore. She didn't want to see suffering. Nathan didn't want Ellie to risk herself for Lord Alex. The girl shouted at the servant, ordering him to stop. This was revenge for his brother from the beginning, so he took on this burden. Was it his decision to live his life for him? To defend the country for him, really? That's what he was thinking about. But now she can. With a sword in hand, riding a horse, galloping through the desert, defending the country. She still needs to earn the soldiers' trust and become an example for them. They trust not only because she is Alex, but because of what she has done. Now she is not only living her brother's life. Now she is living for herself. Nathaniel knows that this was exactly what the princess always wanted. She, looking into the young man's eyes, wiped away the falling tears. If the girl returns to her feminine role and becomes a princess again, and even if she remains herself, then all the efforts, all the trust and respect she has earned will disappear in an instant. The princess looked firmly and confidently at her lifelong friend and explained that she did not want to give up her life now. The young knight carefully examined His Highness's face and listened with understanding to the words. And then he closed his eyes, putting his thoughts in order. Nathaniel bowed his head and knelt down, and politely asked the lady to allow him to always be with her. The little servant raised his head and looked the princess in the eyes, saying that he wanted to be a shield for His Highness. And he wanted to protect her. And he wants all his service to last until the end of his days. The young man spoke to the girl, sincerely pouring out all his accumulated feelings. Ellis, sitting on the sofa, looked at her friend in surprise. At the same time, Lachlan, with a dissatisfied and grim expression on his face. With his arms crossed over his chest, he stood under the waterfall and sighed deeply. Yesterday's events went through his head. He was very upset that the prince ignored him and walked past, but he fell into Nathan's arms. They had quite a close relationship. The young king's thoughts fixated on this moment, and he accidentally compared their relationship with that of Ellis and, astonished by his assumption, he opened his eyes. A few days later, during training battles, it was a hot day. Lachlan and the prince watched the knights, but the young man was looking at Alex. Dressed in several layers of clothing, the princess sweated heavily from the heat and wiped the sweat running down her cheeks. King Saga pointed out to the prince that it was hot and advised him to be careful not to suffer heat stroke. And for this, it is better to unbutton your collar and breathe. Raising her eyebrows, the girl thanked her friend for the hint. Ellie unbuttoned the neck of her shirt and sighed deeply, taking air. All this time, the young man continued to look at the prince and looked at his neck. Lachlan asked why His Highness did not have an Adam's apple. The princess got goosebumps. It was wrong. This time she didn't have a plan due to lack of attention. Raising her eyebrows with interest, she looked at the crown prince. The girl tried to put her thoughts in order. There was no need to panic, and she remembered what Master Marty taught her. Placing her fist on her face, Ella said that maybe it was because she was one of the twins. Since childhood, her Adam's apple wasn't visible. She wasn't afraid of his teasing, but sometimes she felt inferior. The young man, changing his expression and tilting his head, said he was sorry, that he didn't mean to offend him. The girl said everything was in order now. She raised her eyebrows and brazenly lied, saying she had checked some file. Looking at Lachlan with honest eyes, she learned that not all men should have a prominent Adam's apple from birth, like his, and instantly she found herself next to the king, putting her hand on his neck. The princess ran her hand over the young man's Adam's apple from top to bottom and withdrew her hand. Lachlan himself looked at the prince surprised, and his ears filled with color. A blush appeared on the princess's cheeks, and she looked at the boy surprised. As it turned out, this place was sensitive. What Master Martin taught her was true. She put her hands behind her back and leaned towards Lachlan and, smiling, asked if he had more questions. The young man, embarrassed, covered his mouth with his hand and replied that no. A little later, after the training battles, the princess and Nathan were walking together. The girl asked about the commander's condition. He recently regained consciousness and is now recovering. When suddenly, a jet of cold water splashed the princess, and she grimaced. The young man looked over the girl's head and shouted who was so rude. Near where old friends were passing, there was a refreshing pond in which the knights were swimming. They were frolicking and simply relaxing. Cetas told Nathan not to get too angry. He explained that they had been watching them on that hot day and thought His Highness Alex should also cool off with them. The king came out of the reservoir and said that Theodore's people love to bathe, although this place is different from the luxurious baths in the city. But nature surprises with its purity. He addressed the prince and invited them to trust each other completely and asked if he had any concerns. The young man was completely naked and was not ashamed of his body. The girl's face flushed. She shrugged as she looked at Lachlan from top to bottom, with wide eyes and stopping at the lower part of his body. There was total chaos in her head. Her feelings were trembling and she didn't know what to do with the shame. But with her mind, she understood that she needed to hold on, because if she looked away immediately, she would be discovered. Lachlan kept his gaze fixed on the great crown prince and observed his reaction. The princess frowned and tried not to show her shame, looking him confidently in the eyes. King Saga approached the princess looking at her. He glared at her and tested her nerves and her patience. Nathan blocked Lachlan's path, putting his hand in front of the girl and turning towards the king. He said that soldiers eat the same food, live in the same conditions, and bathe together. The unity of the upper and lower classes was truly rare. The young man stood before His Majesty, protecting the girl with himself, and said that although His Highness Alex also intended to follow his example, she had been injured in a naval battle and had not yet recovered, and now he feared falling ill if he went into the water. The princess raised an eyebrow, supported Nathan and confirmed his words, thanking His Majesty for the invitation, and said that they still needed to visit Commander Mason, so they were leaving. The girl and the young knight quickly left, leaving Lachlan alone with his subordinate, who put his hand on his shoulder, telling him not to look at them like that, and suggested returning to the water so his butt wouldn't freeze. That same evening, the princess gathered her associates who knew her true identity, and explained to them that Lachlan checked her several times today. Apparently, he started to doubt her identity. The girl looked thoughtfully elsewhere. She brought her hand to her chin and said that she had been very careful all this time, and she didn't understand what she had done wrong. Nathan looked thoughtfully at the floor and suggested that maybe it was because of him. The overly close relationship between His Highness Alex and him might have made him suspicious. Martin said that no matter what, now is the critical time in the fight against the Eastern Empire. The enemy's strength is superior to them. Identity must not be revealed because it could shake the soldiers' confidence. Something had to be done to dispel his doubts about Alex's identity. However, Diana had a phrase. Gathering everyone closer to her, the red-eyed girl explained her plan to her friends. The princess looked at her friend surprised, and the young knight raised his eyebrows confused. Saga's boys, led by Seth, came to His Highness's tent and discussed why he didn't want to bathe with them. Some suggested because of her injuries, and others because of her size. The young men laughed. The attendant had just brought water to the tent, which meant the prince had to be naked now. Today they would find out exactly what she was ashamed of. The young men quietly left the bushes, and without unnecessary noise. They approached the tent. Said he had already begun to open the edge of the fabric and looked through the gap. However, their grand plan did not come true, when out of nowhere an angry king appeared behind them and scolded his subordinates for their ignorance and rudeness. The rest immediately started making excuses to the master, saying that they immediately said that one should not spy was Bill. Stunned by the setup, he looked at the boys in surprise. When suddenly the group heard a pleading cry, calling out to His Highness, they became alarmed, not understanding what had happened. Lachlan shouted that it couldn't be the murderer, and they entered the tent together. But they saw only spilled water mixed with wine in front of them. They went deeper into the bath, King Saga pulled back the curtain and his eyes widened. In front of him, he saw the crown prince and his subordinate Nathan in the process of having sex, and the hands and eyes of the second were tied, and he asked His Highness to stop. The 5 men led by the claim were very surprised and even scared. The princess looked menacingly at the uninvited guests, gritting her teeth and frowning while beads of sweat dripped from their bodies. And that was, in fact, Diana's plan, she said. Since their relationship aroused his suspicions, the easiest way was to find a more convincing explanation for them. This was exactly what they needed. This type of relationship would definitely explain their closeness. The dark-haired woman patted the knight on the shoulder, telling him that all this was for the sake of Her Highness's peace, that she could only sacrifice herself. The girl followed her friend's instructions and looked at the guests with half-closed eyes. Chin raised, and with rapid breathing, she asked why they were coming in. Lachlan couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. In just one day, he had managed to convince himself that the prince was a girl. He approached the couple to see them more closely. Nathan, worried, asked His Highness if anyone had seen them. While the king tried to see something, the other men had already realized their mistake. And apologizing for the disturbance, they quickly left. The girl said it was all right that they were seen, that they would continue. Lachlan did not want to leave, so Seth had to drag him away. The princess watched the men walking away and making sure they were gone. She finally untied her friend and said that her whole body was covered in cold sweat from fear. If the king had gone further, he would have understood everything. She thanked Nathan, who had already removed the bandage, for his help in this performance. Diana and Marty came out of the nearby room. Now the girl was sure that they had no doubts that he was a boy. The princess exhaled happily and tiredly, smiling at her friends. Nathan, putting on his shirt, looked to the side thinking about something. In his head was the expression of Lachlan's face, his persistent and pitiful gaze. Meanwhile, the men gathered around the fire and Seth's side and said that he did not expect a person like Alex to have such addictions. It was no wonder they were inseparable. Here the redhead realized some of the moments he had spent with Alex and his master. He patted his king on the shoulder and sadly told him to be careful with the prince. The young man was dumbfounded by his subordinate's statement and immediately fled. Lachlan was left alone, sitting on a bench near the fire, and poured himself a glass of wine. He wondered if he was really overthinking. He took a sip of wine and looked sadly at the fire. Maybe, in reality, they had such a close relationship because of that, and not because the prince was Eli's. Deeply lost in his thoughts, King Saga did not notice how a man approached him, and only seeing his reflection in the glass did he wake up. Lachlan turned to the man behind him. It was His Highness, the prince's companion, who was addressing His Majesty the king when he realized they were being watched. The young knight was serious and spoke in the same manner. He demanded that he stay away from His Highness Alex. Lachlan was surprised by such a request from his lifelong acquaintance, and he didn't even believe it was him who told him. The young king recalled the old days, how the 3 of them, along with Nat and Ellis, happily ran around the palace. He moved away from the cheerful memories and pursed his lips, then asked if he could consider his request as a promise to maintain sovereignty. Lachlan explained to his interlocutor that he did not believe that he and the prince were so close. He thought the opposite, but he didn't have time to finish. Nathan interrupted him, wondering what he was thinking about, if it was because they looked alike in appearance, which is why they looked for a reflection of His Highness Ellis in His Highness Alex. The young knight asked, disgusted, if the king still believed that Ellis was alive. Lachlan's heart skipped a beat. The interlocutor explained to him that in the past the princess would have given her heart to him, but he trampled it. She is no longer alive, but he has unrealistic hopes. Nathan grabbed Lachlan by the neck and shouted in his face that even if they were similar, His Highness Alex did not replace His Highness Ellis. He shouted that, to satisfy his unrealistic dreams, he was getting closer to the crown prince, probing the ground. And this was simply stupid and ridiculous. Looking menacingly at the King of Saga, he once again confirmed that he was serious. And he said everything clearly. Lachlan looked with surprise and disappointment at the young man beneath him, who was shouting that His Highness Ellis was dead, and that he would no longer allow his master to be hurt. Nathan, after speaking, finally let go of His Majesty's neck and quickly left, leaving Lachlan alone. The young man knew that she was dead and had known it for a long time, but he still hoped that she was still by his side. At dawn, the fortress was greeted by a cannonade of arrows. Horns sounded. The fortress was fired upon with stones. Destroying the walls, the allies climbed up, when suddenly one of the stones flew towards Prince Alex. Frightening her, Lachlan stretched out his hand to move her away from danger. However, his help was not accepted. The princess was blocked by her faithful servant. Exposing her hand to the blow, the girl was worried, but the young man said he was fine. Both young people looked at each other with hostile and gloomy looks, but each understood the other. Having climbed the tower, the allies looked menacingly and seriously into the distance. There was no time to sort things out now. The real battle was beginning. King Noan's satisfied expression appeared behind the fluttering banner. He got up from the throne and, waving his hand, standing on an elephant, ordered the capture of Chakalas. The soldiers of the Eastern Empire rushed into battle. The princess directed a menacing and warlike look at him. Since Noam wanted to take the city by force, let him come and try to break through their defenses. And so the Great War began.